Here we go. Hello, stream. We're back. Less than a minute, as promised. So Keza coming out of pit lane on the Racing Soft. Jake now in P2 as well. Switching to the Racing Softs probably. Antonio in P3 with an early change. Might be gaining a little bit on the leaders still, as a big of a gap to overcome. P3, so I had a brief look in the Sector 7 Racing Esports team garage, and the team, they made a lineup change, so Antonio wasn't supposed to drive in this one. Quoting the team, they need a miracle somewhat now. So implications, of course, a final round of the season for the overall championship, and we've brought up this graphics many times already. You see P1, P2 separated by just 1 point after 9 rounds. So whoever finishes in front will be crowned the GT Endurance champion in 2025. For now, it's advantage for the esports race asylum. 44 Nissan GTR leading the race quite comfortably. 1 minute and 8 seconds, and 2 Project 1 Racing, the number 20 Aston Martin. So they definitely continue their strong performance over the last couple of rounds. So a good shout, GT. Yeah, was trying to hide something. So that's better probably. Not want to claim any false fame, of course. Sorry. Yeah, identity crisis. I know. I don't know who I am anymore. It's like we are getting to that point now. So on those final hours of a 24-hour race, being awake for way too long again. So yeah, little mistakes do happen. So yeah, I was just talking about the Project 1 racing team. So victories for round number 9 and 8, and running P2 currently. So another very strong result probably coming in for the team, and this will then pretty sure give them the 3rd place in the championship standings. So that really strong final third of the season, really with a push for the team. And they got on to P3 in the champions after the last round, and they're not willing to give that away now. But their closest rival is Last Minute Racing, currently running in P6 and with roughly 20 points deficit. So it's definitely advantage for Project One Racing. No, Hansa, your Jedi mind tricks don't work. And I'm also not like a ChatGPT. Like you're a female superstar singer. But I have actually prepared another song for the stint. It's not Barbie Girl because there won't be any repeats for the Jaegeroki. It's always a fresh tune incoming. So it all started with Barbie Girl. Yodel. Oh my gosh. Like yodeling is another thing in the part of Germany where I live. I'm living in the south of Germany, but I'm not Bavarian or even Austrian or Swiss, so that's quite a dark art I haven't mastered yet. So at least for this year, no yodeling, but maybe I can do some online courses for the 2026 season. So quick run down the order and we see all 11 cars now running here in stint number 9. So the headline is already prepared. I love it. Oh, pit stop incoming for the 66. That's not scheduled. It is damage on the front splitter. So they will probably lose that position to the 45. 37 seconds. Coming round. Now we could see a move. Hansa, I could do ein Hoch auf unseren Busfahrer, Busfahrer, Busfahrer. And it's close between P5 and P6 now. The 66 with Irzux and the 45 with Yanis. Now close on track. Down to 1.4 it is. Yeah, so I think Hansa should join the broadcast and sing the bus driver song for us then. So, what's happening? Ah, so I just went silence because such a blab. So I was wondering during the last stint why my keyboard shortcuts weren't working for switching the camera perspectives, and I was keep on pressing those keys and nothing happened, and now as well I was like, what the hell? Usually it's only a matter when you join late to a race. So I realized a little green LED light showing on my keyboard that says caps lock on. So I had caps lock on all the way, so it didn't register like the key. As soon as I put off the caps lock, surprise, surprise, look at that, I can do it again. The keys are working. This is such a typical endurance race streaming moment. Open your eyes. Annoying, but luckily I have fixed the issue. So here we go. Good stuff incoming. So I still see the track edges are a little bit wet, but no real drama, I think, now for most of the drivers. So they are pushing. First driver with a competitive lap time is Jake for Project 1, racing 2:17.9. Antonio as well, so lap times are coming down. Now probably lap after lap. Yep. So track is improving. Less and less wet patches here on the track. And I don't know, maybe halfway through this stint we should see a little bit of daylight. And again, so visibility will also improve. And for the drivers, and it also looks like the 66 can open up the gap again after that pit stop. So Yannis close, but cannot get close enough to get into the toe, at least for now. But keeping the 66 GT Finland racers GTR honest, no doubt about that. And P7 and P8, it is the two Sector 7 racing teams the Boomers in P7 and McCougar in P8. Grid Life Racing, I'm currently running in P9, the best of the two Porsches. AHR sitting in P10 for a very long time now. Lemons with the fastest lap of the stint, 17.4. P11 we have Race Asylum Black, the second Porsche on the grid. Slugsy with his second stint of the 24-hour race. Currently Antonio improved that lap again, so getting faster and faster. So yeah, I think we're staying with Antonio and we are doing the second Jägeroki. So you have been warned. You can run. You can mute the stream if you want. Enjoy the show. It's about to begin very soon. Couple of seconds to prepare yourself, and then I'm gonna sing another song for you. So after AC/DC here, staying in the hard rock genre, we're going a little bit of a slower, a little bit of a melancholic song maybe. Yeah, but it's a good one, trust me. So it will be Bon Jovi returning to Jägeroki this time. Something like that. For it, just need to find the intro. It's all the same. It's all the same. Here we go. Only the names will change every day. It seems we're wasting away. Another place where the faces are so cold. I drive all night just to get back home. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. Oh, lemons is lemons. Sometimes I sleep, sometimes it's not for days. The people I meet always go their separate ways. Sometimes you tell the day by the bottle that you drink, and times when you're alone, all you do is think. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, wanted, dead or alive. I'm wanted, wanted. dead or alive. Yeah, we're going for more. Wait for it. Oh, I ride. Yeah, exactly. Tuned in the right perfect time. So we are going a bit heavier soon. Just imagine how you hear Richie Sambora on the guitar playing a little bit of a nice solo, and John Bon kicks in now again. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. I walk these streets, a loaded 6-string on my back. I play for keeps, 'cause I might not make it back. In everywhere I'm standing tall. I've seen a million faces, and I've rocked them all. 'Cause I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. I'm wanted. Got my... And then I'm wanted, dead or alive. And I ride, dead or alive. I still drive, dead or alive, dead or alive, dead or alive, dead or alive, dead or alive. Thank you for listening. That was almost as good as yodeling. You want it's raining, man? No, no. We want to see it raining, but not raining, man. So, what did we miss on the track? Seems like everything stayed as it was. The gaps between Kaza and Jake, a minute, roughly another minute, then to Antonio in P3. There's a yellow flag, or a breast. The safe replay. So who had a moment? Not sure. Was it? May was close. Oh yeah. Ooh. And somehow May managed to avoid the damage, a massive time loss, but yeah, there's no damage showing on the car, but a big scary moment for that number 3 Porsche. So back where we left with the rundown in P4. It's Loose Moose Racing, Mr. SBS. In 5th position, it is GT Finland racers. They opened up the gap to the 45 car behind. 5 seconds now between Erzugs and Yanis. So that gap was as close as 1.4 or 1.5 at some point. Now up to 5 seconds. Again. P7. It's still the Boomers with the turbo currently driving. In 8th, we have the AMG. The 64 entry for Sector 7 Racing McCougar. We saw Paymay's big code brown moment. Lemons pushing good lap times in the McLaren for AHR. So under a minute. That gap to P9. And Sloxy for the Race Asylum Black Porsche, the number 77. P11 with yes, steady improvements on the lap time. So the gap to Lemons is 9 minutes. Currently a big one, of course, but still 7.5 hours to go. Just a brief look at our championship leaders. Antonio, with that 16.8 fastest lap so far, but the tire wear kicking in slowly. Unable to get into the 216s. That's the same for the cars in front of him. Or the 2-minute 17s currently the sweet spot for the drivers at the front. So we still have that 1 minute gap between the 44 and the 20. And the number 5 gained a little bit. Nice. He's back on the lead lap. So 3 cars. And within 2 minutes. Loose Moose Racing running in P4 also with 2:17s currently. So going the same pace as the leaders, as does the 66 in P5. Last minute racing currently in P6 with 2:18s. So a little bit slower. Turbo 218, 219s in the Aston Martin. Also the same lap times roughly for the teammate Cass for the McCougar 64. Grid Life Racing back on track The lap times is 17. That's a nice one. 19. A little bit of a moment again, or a penalty. We don't know. Up and down a little bit. 11's that 218 lap 12, maybe an outlier. 217s all the way. Ooh, went a bit too far over the curb still. Another 2:17. Slugsy 218s now, most of the time. But I'd say the field roughly within 1 to 1.5 seconds per lap. The track seems to be completely dry after that wet start to the stint. So this stint number 9 is a bit longer compared to the previous ones, where we tried to make up a little bit of time lost on the first couple of stints. We went a little bit too aggressive on that previous one, so we shaved off too much time. So now we're going for slightly longer stints towards the end of the race, so that we will hopefully finish on time in stint number 12 after 24 hours. I think we're still somewhat on track, and to ensure a valid 24-hour race. So what's the story of the race so far? We're staying with the number 5 car. So they had a good start. Started P2. Were up there with Loose Moose Racing and Esports Race Asylum, and then there was some rain on that opening stint, and then the rain stopped and we went back onto the slick tires, and this is where some mistakes happened. And was also Antonio driving, and he had a little moment where he pushed too hard on a drying track, lost the car, got some damage, stayed out for a while, but then had to pit eventually. And since then the gap to the leaders roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes, and yeah, the gap never really came down ever since. So they have went all the way down to P9, P10 early on. They're running in P3 now. It is still like not enough for the title, so they need to finish in front of the 44 car. And this is now another aggressive strategy, I think. a very early pit stop, so probably not gonna make it until the driver swap. So looks like Antonio is pushing the softs. Yeah, they are forced to think outside of the box now and try to make it work somehow. Stay in there, push towards the end. Well, for now they lost the lead lap with a 2:43 the gap. But yeah, off sequence strategy, and maybe the other teams are going for the just one more stop on the softs. So we had like this wet start where we saw like 4 or 5 laps on the intermediates for the front runners. So yeah, it could be interesting if you can go for, I don't know, go up to lap 27, 28 on those softs, then you could make it work with just one more stop on those softs. This would be like 6 laps to go for Kaza and Jake, at least. Still going, dropping into the 218s, so another yellow flag happened. So what did we miss? Who at the moment I need to flick through the grid and see if there's someone running with damage. I don't think I see anyone. Maybe just a little off track. Nothing major, at least. We also see that Yannis is gaining on Erzugs. We were around about 6 seconds the last time, now just under 4. Quick, compare the lap times. 2:19s on lap 18 and 19. This is where they probably lost a little bit of time. We see a turbo in, most likely going for 2 stints on those softs. Would be a very long stretch for them, unless they go on to mediums, of course. I don't think we have seen any of the drivers so far using the medium tire compound. It was either soft or intermediate for this race. Fuel coming in around about 50 liters. So definitely another stop needed. Pushing, and as well on the aggressive strategy. So the tire wear might become an issue soon. $2.19 last time round, $2.18, so Jake shaving off a couple of tenths and per lap, so down to 57. Yeah, gained definitely. And as expected, we see Antonio burning in some fastest laps into the tire mark. So purple should be another low 216, maybe sneaking into the 215s. Just 16.2. And there's no other choice for the number 5 team now to go aggressive. Push, push, push. And I think the drivers around Antonio, 2 in front, the 3 behind, all aiming to avoid one extra pit stop. Gap went up again between Erzugs and Yanis. 66 versus the 45. Yeah, the 45 also one of the race stories so far. So they had 2 good stints. Stint number 3, they were also fighting for a podium, and then they suffered a disconnect. The only disconnect so far during this race, and yeah, they have to fight their way back as well. They could rejoin during stint number 4 during the driver swap. Running in P6 currently. You see the gap to P7 is big enough, so they will keep that P6 because the fuel is quite low. So we will see them heading into pit lane within the next couple of minutes. AHR heading in for their pit stop. Lap 22, probably also 2 more stints to come. This is interesting. 2 seconds just between Paymay and Cass. Number 3 versus the number 64. The AMG is on fresh soft tires, while Paymay in the Porsche has to pit at some point. So we stay on board with the AMG. Oh, very wide line for Paymay. And there goes our battle. Paymay is struggling to keep his car on the track. Now a time where it doesn't look too bad, but yeah, maybe it's like it's being tired or struggling now to keep that car straight. Lost that position. Next driver in is Sluxy, also going for the push strategy on the soft tires. Our leaders are still running on lap 27, so they target lap 28 is within reach for both of them. Antonio with those 2-minute 16s pushing like crazy. He will be on the lead lap again once Kaza heads into pit lane. This could happen this lap or the next lap. More lap times to 18s mainly. So yeah, losing around about 2 seconds per lap to Antonio in P3. Okay, doing one more. Jake for P1R. Roughly the same, mainly to 18s now for the number 20. Oh, same decision for the Project 1 racing team now. Pit now. Or do one more. My guess would be one more. Okay, wasn't that wrong. Oh! Paymay with another off, and I think who came out for Antonio. Let's watch the onboard. That was a close one. How did he avoid that car? Yikes! That was a lucky moment for the number 5. And didn't lose too much time either. So wow. Not really fuel saving, really pushing this Lexus. I feel like the really dark night period is over. It's getting a bit lighter now, so let's hope we see some daylight soon. It was a very long night here at Spa. Everyone will be happy then when the night is over. They survived those, I don't know, nearly 10 hours in the darkness, maybe 9, but yeah, quite a long time. We just saw the pit stop for the 45. This Yanis drops down to 1 minute 12 behind Rosux. They will be pitting soon as well, looking at those tires. 2 minute 19s currently. See, the fuel is now really low for Jake in the 20 machine. So pretty sure he will be pitting this lap. What about Kaza? Stayed out for another one. Also probably using up all of the fuel left in that car. And will he get into pit lane? He's out of fuel, at least on my display. On the last drops of fuel, probably. He just makes it. And in he goes for the pit stop. And I think Kaza won't be far off his pit stop as well. Oh, there's a fast AMG on fresh tires. We'll move into the pit path chicane. Gets that move done. And there is also Antonio close, trying to unlap themselves again. Or maybe it's not needed to do on track. because I could do one more, looking at the fuel and the tires. Not sure if it's beneficial though. Yeah, he's coming in for service. Jake coming out of pit lane. So this means the number 5 is back on the lead lap. Fuel coming in, tires have been fitted, new set of softs, pretty sure about that. Then we'll see the 44 racing again on track, so just leaving pit lane now. Yep, it is softs. So the gap before the pit stop, just under 1 minute, and we'll see that delta being updated. I think when Jake is approaching a Rouge, so we will get that gap then, so coming down, down, down. Will it go below the 1 minute mark again? The morning has broken. So we're finally getting rid of the darkness. And yeah, it's 54, so gained a couple of seconds during the pit stop. Antonio in P3, just 22 seconds behind, but they have to do one more stop. Yeah, but look at the lap times on the right hand side. It's 2/16 all the way. Literally. Mr. SPS could be the next driver to pit. Yep. That's what he does. Probably the 66 having the same idea. We should get an updated scoreboard once those pit stops have finished, so we can see the actual gaps between the cars. 45, they had an early pit stop, though it would be a yeah, quite a long way to go on those softs, so not too sure about that. The fuel shouldn't be an issue. But can they manage the tires? Fuel still going into the 66. Through the chicane. So the 66 will keep that P5 as Yanis comes around La Source down into Eau Rouge, and Urzux coming out of the pits onto the Camel Straight. We see that gap coming down. Yanis with more speed. Oh, less than 10 seconds. Again. 8 seconds heading into the Le Combe chicane. Gap between Keza and Jake. Yeah. Stays roughly at 53 since that pit stop. That personal best for Jake. Will it be another 2:16 for Antonio? Just. But it's getting harder, I think, now for the number 5 Lexus to do those 2:16, so that the time's gone that he was gaining on the leaders. Fuel probably good for 6, 7, maybe 8 laps. And getting a nice little help from the sister car, the 64 Mikuga from AMG, helping the Lexus on the Camel Straight with a little bit of a bump. Mid to low 217s for Keza. Would be another 216 for Jake. Just 216.8. So gaining a little bit on the race leader. What about Antonio in the 5, going a little bit deep into the chicane? For the first time, we don't see a 2:16 appearing. 2:17 flat though. low 217 for the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Now personal best for Mr. SPS last time round. The 66 getting into the 2-minute 16s. Now is 16.9. Out of 45, they had a moment. 2-minute 22 on lap 32, and they are running with damage on the front and the right suspension. You'll probably have to pit. It's not what they had in mind. At least if I'm looking at the tires, fairly fresh softs at this stage. So yeah, but I could be forced to pit, repair the damage, and then yeah, maybe, I'm pretty sure, change tires. P7, it's Sector 7 racing with the Boomers. And P8, McCougar. We see Grid Life Racing Porsche coming out of the pit lane. Which will be their final scheduled pit stop. So this means the AHR McLaren moving up one position into P9. And 11th with a really good stint so far. Another 2-minute 17 incoming. So Pepe on the out lap. Sluxy just, we saw that being lapped again by the 69 car. We are waiting for Antonio's pit stop. In P3, low 2-minute 17s. So now losing time to the leaders again. At least one more. There's 22 seconds between P4 and P5. That's also a big one, and this is the unlucky gap that's going up. Wrong direction for the 45. Still running with that damaged car. Oh, how long? Doing another lap losing. Yeah, 2 seconds per lap, roughly. So earlier this race we had like 18 laps on softs. It's like a good marker if you go for the 2-stopper on softs. So if we keep that in mind, end of lap 53 minus 18, so maybe 2-3 more laps for Yannis, and then coming in, changing tires and repairing the damage. We see that the Boomer mobile is catching. We see the blue flags, but they're 1 lap down. Still they're 2 seconds a lap faster at this stage, so this should be an easy overtake for Turbo to get him onto the same lap as the 45. Look at that run. This is where the Nissan really is struggling with that front aero damage. Oh, a bit deep. Probably was a bit surprised with that slipstream, and this is our race leader, the 44. Some blue flags cutting through the grid. Jan is now doing a good job keeping up with Turbo. Still holds on to that slipstream. This is crucial. He's dropping out of the slipstream range soon. You see that advantage on acceleration. for the Aston, and now without a slipstream and that damage. The gap between the two. Ooh! Lucas with a wide line out of Stavelo. And just gonna tell the gap 1 minute 19 and insult to injury. Half a second on top because you went off track. And here we go. 1 minute 20, the gap for Antonio, and his final scheduled pit stop. Roughly 30 seconds to Jake and Project One Racing. Probably lose round about a minute, so could be close if he wants to stay on that lead lap. Keza crosses the line, starts lap 40. And Antonio leaving his crew, coming towards the end of pit lane, now accelerating uphill on the pit exit. Keza with more speed. But for now, Antonio stays on the lead lap. So did that one extra stop work? Still can't get my head around what is faster. It's yeah, very long pit lane and a long pit loss, so it's hard to make that aggressive strategy with one extra stop on the softs really work. Well, with that pit stop being done, yeah, we are probably still waiting for Yannis. This could be the target lap. Or will they just stay out and continue with that damage? We have Turbo pitting. He's on the same strategy as Antonio, and wouldn't be surprised to see the AMG coming in this lap as well. So this Sector 7 racing teams are all going for the one extra stop strategy for those races. Those stints, I should rather say. Oh, Paymay in P10, really close. But it's not for position at the moment. And yeah, Cass heading into pit lane. Lemons also low on fuel now. Oh, the pit stop happening very, very soon for the Apex Hunter McLaren. Paymay, yeah, the gap between Lemons and Paymay a little bit too much than for Paymay to get into striking distance after Lemons' pit stop. Slugsy also now running kinda low on fuel, so we're expecting him to pit maybe next lap. The Jake is chipping away some time. And under 50 seconds it is. Antonio with the fastest lap of the stint, improving that time to 2:16.0. He still holds the fastest lap of the event so far with a 15.6. Still wondering that 45 car with the damage. Would it have been worth going for an extra pit stop? Losing 2 seconds per lap now for 8, 9, 10 laps in a row. Yeah, 10 times 2, it's still like 20 seconds with a 35-second pit loss plus fixing the damage, so let's make that 40 seconds ish. So for now, staying out is probably still the faster way to do it. It's basic math, I think so. Yeah, staying out, suffering with the damage. Lemons in. Paymay with some damage again. Can we see what happened? Oh, yep. Looks like Speaker's Corner, the Astro, the turf monster, once again. And this time, the number 3, not so lucky. Getting front aero damage after doing their fastest lap of the stint so far. Yeah, the highs and lows are so close all the time. A pit stop on lap 31, it's another pit stop think, for the number 3. And this also means we see the 2 Porsches running at the back of the grid. The 3 and the 77. Here running P10 and P11. Going back memory lane. Do you remember, like 15 hours or so, when Slugsy was leading the race for 2 laps? It seems like an eternity, and he's now driving in P11, his second stint, and 18 minutes and 45 seconds the gap to the leader. So the fuel getting lower and lower. So it looks like a pit stop incoming for the 77 Porsche. Back to the front, where we see a little bit of time lost again for Keza. 48 seconds. The first 2 minute 15 during stint number 9, and of course it's Antonio on his push strat. So how much time can he gain? Another improvement. I think the gap between P4 and P5 didn't really change that much, somewhat around 20 seconds, and 22 now. So yeah, lap times, quick look, very similar between the two. The gap for Giannis now 50 seconds, so before that little mistake we were roughly at 15, so now nearly 35 seconds lost, including the incident, and it's still 9 laps to go. So yeah, very close, I think. Pit and fix the damage, or stay out and live with it. So now it's pretty sure too late to head into pit lane. we will we see a little bit of rain again. Let's get it on board, and we look towards the sky. It looks fairly overcast, but I don't think we see dark clouds here at trackside. But you never know. It's Spa Franchorchamps in the Ardennes forest. Like, weather can change quickly. But yeah, it doesn't look like rain. So my guess would be we finish in dry conditions, and then we might get some rain on the remaining 3 stints of this race. And looking at the time remaining, so we're getting slowly towards the next driver swap. I think roughly 20 minutes. Oh, we're still a bit ahead of schedule for the individual stints. Too early for a beer? Why? It's beer o'clock somewhere. Just catching up with race control, see? If everything is fine, I think we are still missing, like, the next lobby. So, I think the announcement here. Lobby is up. Okay, lobby is running. So all good, all good. Also, a couple of late lineup changes happening for some of the teams. Kaza completing lap 47. That is 6 to go before the driver swap. So 13-14 minutes, if my calculations are correct. And we see, or I see, the tire wear kicking in now for Kaza and Jake. So this is like the time where Antonio is gaining the most time on his fairly fresh softs. So did that 15.8 on lap 45, now is 16.2. Under 2 minutes to the leader, 1 minute and 9 seconds to P2, another 16-point low versus high 217s, 218s now for Kaza. So yeah, roughly 2 seconds per lap gaining now. And we see the Grid Life Porsche with better tires. Not going for the move yet. We might see it at the end of the Camel Straight, or really just stay behind. Kaza indicating go past, but Pei Mei says no, I'm staying behind. Lost him a little bit of time. Jake now also into the 218s, while Antonio still able to run low 2 minute 16s. Still like on track to gain 2 seconds per lap. It will slow down for those final 2-3 laps maybe. But how close can he get before the driver swap? Smooth racing in P3, P4, the 35 car. Mr. SBS with a quiet race. So not much racing action happening at this stage, but a very comfortable lead still to the 66 GT Finland racers. And Yannis in the 45 machine is still driving with that front damage. And the tires also not in a really good shape. Could be a long 6 laps, including this one. So end of lap 53 for the driver swap. Have a look at the lap times. The gaps are still very big at this stage between the drivers. P6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Lemons is lying recently. 16s. Consistent 16s. May still very close to the race leader, the 44, but not going for a move, just staying behind. Sloxy in the 77 Porsche also not involved in any racing action at the moment. They're driving all by himself. Now the Porsche got in front. It's Kada with high 218s. Jake mid 218s gaining a little bit. Just a couple of tenths per lap. Antonio dropping into the mid 216s, but that's still 2 seconds faster per lap. So 1 minute 50. I think when he crosses the line. Gonna prepare the driver swap. Blue flag, not an issue. Kessa on the penultimate lap for the stint. "45 seconds Lost another second, I reckon, to Jake in P2. The fuel is low. The tires really worn for Keza and Jake. So the 5 car is still gaining. I think it will be less than a minute to P2 and 1:45 to the leader. And we stay with Keza for his final lap of stint number 9. So, didn't put a foot wrong in this stint with tricky conditions at the start with the driver swap. We had a wet track where the front runners had to use intermediates for the first couple of laps. Also in trying conditions, kept it clean and defends the lead for the esports race asylum team, heading into the final 6 hours and 10 minutes for this 24-hour race here at Spa Franchorchamps. Oopsie! Once again, an unlapping maneuver around the outside at Pouhon. I don't see that very often. But there's probably a huge difference in tire wear. And for the final time through Blanchiment, braking, and for the chicane and turning right and left into the pit lane we go for the next driver swap and for the 44 car. So pit crew is ready, and we go on to the next driver. It's Project 1 Racing. Jake also very strong stint. He closed the gap to the leaders since the start. He's in. Next up, it will be Sector 7 Racing Esports Antonio with also a madman stint. going for an aggressive multi-stop on softs. And it's 1 minute 42 to the leaders, less than a minute to P2. So 3 cars still on that lead lap. Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston, also on their final lap of stint number 9. "23 seconds the gap to the car behind." That didn't change too much. The 45's the final sector on their penultimate lap, picking up another penalty. The fronts are dead, understeer is real, still with some front aero damage, running was the gap for Mr. SBS and the Loose Moose Racing team. 3 minute 45 to the 44 car and 2 minutes and 2 seconds to P3. So yeah, will be most likely between the top 3 teams to battle for the victory. Then P4 and P5 between the 35 and the 66 with 22 seconds. You never know, a little bit of rain drama happening on those remaining 6 hours. 22 seconds are gone. Very, very fast if you make a little mistake. So Yannis is on the final lap in P6 for Last Minute Racing. Turbo on the penultimate lap in P7 for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Kaz will be starting his penultimate lap now as well for Sector 7 Racing McCougar. Lemons coming through the middle sector, approaching the final one on racing lap 51 in P9. They may also on lap 51, a minute and 20 the gap to Lemons in P9, and Slugsy on racing lap 47 has a little bit to go before they can perform the handover. So once we see Yannis heading into pit lane, we will go full screen. Then for stint number 10 it will be GT45 Gaming again to cover that stint for us. And here we go. He's heading into pit lane. And then let's go full screen.
Alright, welcome back to everybody, and thank you, Jaeger, for the last 2 hours of coverage. I hope everybody enjoyed the musical stylings of Jaeger Oki during that last couple hour session. And well, if you missed out, I guess that means you're gonna have to rewatch the stream to catch all the singing action from the amazing Jaeger. Much love to Jaeger. He's always entertaining, and he always strives to keep the people glued to the edge of their seats here, so we appreciate that. But we are back. I'm going to be your host here for the next couple hours, GT45 Gaming, and well, let's get to business, shall we? We are in the middle of our driver swap process right now, and I'm just doing a quick health and safety check on the stream here to make sure we're doing okay. We have a slightly larger delay this time, but I mean, it's beyond our control, so we're just rolling with it as our 45 team is just coming out of pit lane here now. And I gotta tell you, we're 6 hours away from the end of this race here now, from the International Racing Organization, and the big hitters are coming out to play here now for majority of our racing teams here. And there's a sense of urgency at this point now for the teams on track, not maybe necessarily say for our top 2 or 3 teams that have been in control of this race for a large part of the race here now, especially through the overnight hours. We're back into daylight, early morning conditions here now at Spa. The track, is dry. It is overcast skies. And, I mean, the racers are feeling the way the racers are feeling. The teams are feeling the way the teams are feeling. But I got to tell you what, the pace of this race is only picking up. We've seen an additional 3 racing laps added to this stint over the last stint, which means that the pace has picked up overall, and we're slightly ahead of schedule. And I believe this is the longest amount of laps to date so far here in the race. So these teams have been hauling it up this racetrack here so far this weekend. So, I mean, round of applause to our racers, but we'll get through the field here as they start to come out. And again, welcome back, everybody. So the first most important thing is, how y'all doing? I hope you're all having a great morning for most right now, late evening for some of us, or early morning, and afternoon for the rest of us, depending on what part of the world that you hail from. That leads me to my next question. Let us know in the comments where you guys are watching from here today, as we have racers from all over the world competing here as well. Love to see where our fans are watching from. And I mean, let's get through the field a little bit here. So it is the number 44 GTR of Esports Race Asylum team in the lead of this race after, well, after 18 long grueling hours here so far at Spa. Some mixed conditions here over the last few hours, which has turned the race a little bit upside down in certain parts of the field, but for the most part not a whole lot has changed except for time gaps. But it is 43 seconds currently from the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR to our Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin. Now, they are looking to secure third place here in the championship point standings. It is the number 35 car that is chasing them for that third place overall here in the standings, and they need to finish ahead of that 35 car here today. Winning the race would just be an added bonus for them. They finish off the season. I mean, what team doesn't want to win the finale of the season? But lost my train of thought there for a second. It's not going to change the fact that I don't think they can finish any higher than third place here this season, as the real battle is between our 44 GTR and the next team we're going to go talk about here right now, as I just skip right past them, right? Who cares about the Lexus, right? The number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing team. I mean, this team came in as a brand new team this season, and I mean, they have been absolutely on top of the competition charts all season long. There was a couple of 2 or 3 rounds throughout this 10-round championship season this year that they had some disconnection issues that really set them back in the races and really hurt their finishing position. And I think if you factor out those races, they could possibly be a clear-cut winner here this championship season. But racing is racing, and DCs happen. In real life, racing is racing, and accidents happen. And usually in a big accident, that's essentially your day done or your weekend done. So it's essentially the same thing as a disconnect. That's exactly how we treat it, and it is what it is. You just put your hands up in the air and you focus on the next round of racing, and that's exactly what this number 5 team has done this season. And they find themselves with a very marginal 1-point championship lead coming into the 24 hours of Spa today. So with a little less than 6 hours remaining at this point, and some raindrops starting to hit the racetrack here, they have a 1-minute 43 gap from that 44 car that they need to finish ahead of. Because basically the way this works down, chat, and I mean, most of us probably know this now, but for our viewers that are unaware of this the championship point standings are separated by a measly 1 point. The number 5 car has a 1 point lead over the 44 car here this championship season, and whichever of these two racers finishes ahead of the other racer, regardless of podium position or not at this point, is going to be our championship season winner for 2025. And that means we will have a new champion here in the 2025 season, as our defending champions, the Overboost Racing Team, had to bow out of the championship season here and will not be able to defend that crown here nearing the end of the season. So, a little bit of a breakdown on that top three. It's an important breakdown. That does bring us into the 35 car here, the Loose Moose Racing Team. Now, this team has been the silent sleeper team here this season as far as Split 1 goes, in my opinion. They came in, they have some great racers here, but they've been very quiet, and they've just been putting in their time and putting in their races. And then they started to heat up here in the middle to the latter part of the season and really started to perform well as they got in behind the wheel as Aston Martin and got into some rhythm as a team and as a group of racers. And now they're sitting here with a potential third place overall season finish here in the championship season. I believe this is their return year. I think they came back from season 1 if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, experience is always key in any kind of championship racing, especially return championship events as an organization or a team like Loose Moose Racing is. And I mean, it's paying off this season. That experience and that time put in last season, that adversity faced last season, the competition has amped up this season, and yet they find themselves here literally fighting for an opportunity for that third place overall position here in the championship point standing. Is it these guys? Hold on, let me go verify that. Bear with. I think I'm giving you guys some miscued information. I was trying to put all this into my brain here before I went live, and I think I got something confused. I'm just going to go verify real quick, right while we're talking with you guys and gals. Just double check that information is correct. It is not correct. It's the 45 car fighting for third place overall with the 35 car. Pardon me, the Loose Moose Racing Team is fighting for an opportunity to potentially pick up a 5th place position over the number 3 cars. Number 45 car fighting with the number 20 car for that third place overall position, which means that the number 20 car is in a great position right now to potentially lock that in, as currently our 45 car is sitting in the 6th place, which we'll get to here in just a moment's time. But nonetheless, a late season charge here from the 35 team, which is not misdirected information. They've had a great last half of their season here, this championship season, and it's showing here with a good 4th place positioning right now on the racetrack. Now, with that being said, they got a 17-second gap to Snowman and the GT Finland Racing Team, which we're going to go talk about here right now. So I do apologize for the slightly miscued information there, but when you have two LMR teams on the racetrack, you tend to get them mixed up with each other a little bit. It does happen, and I do apologize for that, but we've got it all correct now. That happens, Payme. Shake it off, dude. Alright, so Snowman in behind the wheel here with the GT Finland Racing Team, the number 66 GTR, and these guys have been much of the same thing this season as the team up ahead that they're chasing right now in the 35 car. They've been cool, calm, collected. They've been pretty quiet out there. They've been just a shadow in the wind, so to speak. They've just been flying under the radar. They've been putting in their time in the racetracks. They've been having pretty good, strong finishes all season long as well for themselves. So, smooth sailing right here, right now for the 66 car and the GT Finland Racing Team, and I believe it is a full team of Finnish racers as well. So we love to, like I said, racers from all over the world. We love to see it. So, and this is a very diverse lobby here so far. I mean, we've got 5 different countries, 8 different countries represented just in the top 8 racers of our field here. Actually, that's quite incredible. So this next one, most of us need no introduction to, but for those of us who don't know who this is, of course I will make that introduction for everybody. This is the number 45 Last Minute Racing Team, and this is the other LMR abbreviated racing team, and that's why we keep getting that mixed up a little bit. This is the team that's fighting for third place overall in the championship, and they do need to finish based off the point spread. I think they need to finish at least 1 spot behind that 35 car. So they got some work to do here right now. They're a minute 18 in behind the GT Finland Racing Team. But if any man can start to pull that time back here for that 45 car, is the current pilot in behind the wheel of this car. Now, as I said, the sim racing community is well aware who the gentleman behind the wheel of this car is. But for those of us who don't know, Gran Turismo hosts an esports tournament every year. And that tournament is qualified for by online session races. These are online online legitimate races put on by Gran Turismo 7 and Polyphony Digital and his sponsors. And it's the Gran Turismo World Series live events, and it starts with online qualifiers, and it goes through a series of online qualifiers in about the late spring, early summer months of the year, and it's eligible to all players of Gran Turismo 7. You compete in a series of online events. It's based off of finishing and points, and then those the top driver or drivers, depending on how many they take in each of the either manufacturers in the manufacturer series or overall in the Nations Cup based off your region. And it's based, it's split into, I think, 5 different regions, if I'm not mistaken. Get an opportunity to go around the world on the tab of Gran Turismo 7 and PD, essentially, and race on a live stage event for a world championship over the fall and winter months. So this gentleman right here is a former world champion. He is the former world champion for Manufacturers Cup with Nissan, and I believe he's also a former Nations Cup world champion as well. He is Mehdi Hafidi. He's a French driver, and he is an honestly genuine awesome dude just to talk with as well. And he is a genuine GT7 celebrity in the world here. So if anybody knows how to pull a gap back, you would think it's going to be a Gran Turismo 7 world champion. And it just goes to show it how competitive at the same time that the International Racing Organization over its second season has become. And I can only imagine what is going to happen upon release for 2026. And see if it becomes even more competitive, because it's already mind-blowing to see a handful of World Tour drivers competing here in the International Racing Organization, and that's gone through that circle, that network, as these guys are just talking amongst each other, hanging out, racing against each other. My big question is, do we see a full team of World Series drivers come into the International Racing Organization in 2026 and take on the masses within the GT7 community for a 2026 title? I think that in itself would be probably one of the most epic things we could see here at IRO next season. So there you go. The challenge is put out by GT45 Gaming. Where's our World Tour drivers at? Let's see you guys put a team together, and let's see if you got what it takes to beat the GT7 community that sits there and roots you guys and gals on those live stage events every year. Because I got to tell you what, even though the big hitters are out here in the racetrack, they're not the guys that are in the championship points lead right now. It is obviously very caliber drivers that are equal or more than able to race against that caliber of driver. You could even say their pace is equal or just below, which allows them to compete with those drivers. But at the end of the day, this is a team event, and pace does matter, but at the end of the day, consistency matters, and how you manage a long distance race matters. Endurance racing is no joke, sim racing or real world racing, and even the best of the best might not be the ones that are going to win the championship. So that would be pretty epic to see, I think, honestly, moving into 2026 season. But for now, we've got some absolutely great racers all throughout Split 1 here, whether you're World Tour famous, well known in the GT7 community, or you're just a racer within the GT7 racing community. Every one of these racers is in Split 1 for a reason. They're absolutely blazing fast, skilled racers, and it's made for a great championship this season. So that takes us now down to our 7th place team. Here's the 764 Sector 7 Racing Boomer car. This is one of 3 entries in Split 1 for the Sector 7 Racing team, number 5 car being one of them, this being the second, and we'll cover the third one here in just a few moments as we go through our field. They started the season off really great, really hot. They had some great finishes. And then as the season progresses, the pace of the lobby started to pick up, and the teams with the big hitters started to really feel the groove. And you could feel the shift a little bit in the pace of some of the teams compared to the other teams. But the 764 team always puts their head down. They always put their foot into it. They always stick to the game plan. And it's resulted in good, solid mid-pack finishes for these guys all season long. With I think 1 or 2 tough races under the belt, like most of the teams I think in the championship this season. And currently sitting right in the middle of the pack with Visual Racer currently piloting this car as well. So let's keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as well, this is not an individual racing event. It's not one racer tackling the full 24 hours by themselves. This is a team event. These teams have up to 10 drivers per team allotted for their roster that you can have. And with 14 eligible teams per split, that means there's up to 140 racers between those 14 teams that are potentially going to be on and off the racetrack throughout a 10-month championship season. So it is really a team effort. So it's not an I sport, endurance racing. It is a we sport, and we do it together through the bad and the good, right? So when, if one racer has a tough stint or a tough day in general or a tough weekend in general, you know what, you do it together, and the other drivers are there to pick that up and then just dust it off and make it look like it's nothing, and you do it together, and as you start to go through those growing pains throughout the season, that typically makes teams stronger. So, and there's always something to learn from this kind of racing, but it's always interesting to see the team dynamic come into play in these championships, because it does play a factor into the overall finishing position of some of these teams as well. So there's a lot that plays into it, but it would be interesting to see if if a 6-man or 7-man World Tour roster could take the championship title from these absolutely high caliber racers here at the International Racing Organization. That takes us down to the third of the 3 Sector 7 entries here this season. It is Yagami currently piloting the car here from the US, and it is a number 64 Sector 7 Racing Me Cougar team. So we've got a little bit of a theme going on here, obviously, this with the split 1 cars. This is the Mercedes. This is their second car of the season. I believe they started in the Lexus as well this championship season, if I'm not mistaken, and moved to Mercedes about mid-season. They started off really well this season as well. They had a early mid-season race where disconnects were a problem and an issue, and it deflated that kind of race for them. And then they kind of just been riding in that mid-pack racing position for the remainder of the season. So they just haven't quite found their rhythm. Maybe it's just the car pick that has thrown them out of their rhythm a little bit. Maybe it wasn't an optional pick. Maybe it wasn't as good, or things aren't going as well with this particular car as another choice. I mean, there's so many things to consider in the championship season, but I mean, they're here and they're still moving and grooving, and they're having a pretty good race here this weekend so far with a 8th place finishes. We've seen them struggle a little bit there in the latter part of the mid-season with some lower end position finishes, but and a big wiggle right there from Yagami as he catches a little too much of the curb on the exit of that left-hander there, and as we head into Pouhon, it got a little bit crazy there for him, but he handled it really well and continues to move and groove. So sometimes you make a choice, and you have a car swap opportunity this season that was at no charge on championship points due to physics updates early on in the season. Some teams had opted to hold on to that car change for the latter part of the season, and some opted to change it right away, but some of the cars might not have just panned out the way that you anticipated upon making that change. Sometimes you still have 4 or 5 races to consider for that car, and you always have this dynamic weather to factor in too as well, and that always can change things up. But they're here every weekend. They're giving it everything they got, and I suspect we'll see them back next season as well, and looking stronger than ever. That takes us to our Apex Hunter racing team here, our 69 car. They started in the BMW M6 car this season and opted to move to the McLaren late season. I think they've had 2 or 3 races in this car, 2 for sure, I believe now, the more I think about it. And racing for a comrade, a member of the AHR racing team here today. They're carrying something a little extra special with them as they race in that McLaren here today. And we just send our support out to the Badger family and crew out there. I mean, we're thinking of you. We're hoping that things turn around, and hope you've enjoyed the race here so far tonight, my man, because they're giving it 110% out there in that absolutely gorgeous red, black, and white McLaren 650S here. And it's been an up and down season for the 69 crew. They've had some really great race finishes this season, and then they've had some really bad race struggles this season, and then they've had the races like today where they're just in their pace or in their rhythm, steady as it goes, and where it ends when the dust settles is where it ends, but they did it for a reason, and they did it for family. And I think that's really all that probably matters for them here today. I mean, would you love to win the race when you're racing for something a little extra special? Of course, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. It's a different feeling when you have a bigger purpose in the race itself on your mind throughout a 24-hour event, a 12-hour, 8-hour, 6, 2, 1. It doesn't really matter. When you got something a little extra special you carry with you during a big event like this, I mean, it's a special feeling at the end of it, irregardless of the position that you finish in. but it's been a pretty steady and calm season for these guys. I mean, you know, every team goes through its driver adversities and having to swap parts out sometimes, you know, as the season goes on, people's lives changes, people's schedules changes, you know, things get complicating, right? So, I mean, it really does take a huge team effort at the end of the day. And I mean, these racers aren't getting paid to pay, you know, based off of where they're going to finish at the end of the season. You know, all they're going to get is some recognition and some bragging rights essentially at the end of the season. And I believe there's some other things on the line that outside of that. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's just about family, community, and that friendly competition amongst your peers to see if you can beat them, right? And I mean, that's typically how we all get better. So our number 3 car here, the Grid Life Porsche here, have a little bit of a rough couple of hours here last time around there, and find themselves a little bit on the back foot here, minute 15 in behind the Apex Hunter Racing team currently, but they're still, like I said, a little less than 6 hours, 5.5 hours, ticking down a little bit beyond that right now, but lots of time here. You have to make positions up, and anything can happen. We still got 5.5 hours of unpredictable random weather, and that leads us to our number 77 Race Asylum Porsche here. You know, this team qualified really well in qualifying. They got into the championship season and found themselves a little bit off the pace of the lobby here this season, but they haven't given up. They've tried to adapt to the situation the best they can. They've swapped cars as well this season. I believe they started in the GTR or BMW, maybe. I think it was the BMW and have moved to the Porsche. Actually, I think they went GTR to the BMW to the Porsche, if I'm not mistaken. This season they may have actually used 3 cars at this point. But you know, this is a mixed bag group of drivers here. This is you got some of the regular Race Asylum drivers in this crew. You've got I believe one of the ERA drivers in the crew here, and then you've got some of the RAA, the Academy drivers in this crew as well. And you know, the one thing is they finish every single race every racing weekend, no matter what happens, and they do it with their heads held high. So there's something to be said about that, because I guarantee you every single one of these racers in this car this season, regardless of how tough the season may have looked to some, the learning experience that the Academy drivers especially have gotten from being in Split 1 in this kind of championship series is just absolutely priceless. I mean, it's experience you can't gain from a conversation. It's experience you can't gain from a couple of 1-hour races. It's just experience that you just can't. It's an opportunity of a lifetime to be able to be on track with the kind of drivers that are in this lobby sometimes, and you can't help but naturally learn from them, even when you don't realize it. The subtle little changes you make in your own driving style or your own driving habits, or just a little bit of a braking change based off of something you've seen from one of your fellow competitors, could completely change everything about how you race and your pace, your consistency. So regardless of how you look at it, I mean, every one of these racers is picking something up out of this championship season this year. And I mean, I think if you come out of a championship series that is as extensive and as grueling and as hard as this one is, and you say you haven't learned anything this season, I think you're in denial, you're just completely naive, or you're just not really willing to compete as a racer. I mean, you're not ready yet. That's what that would tell me, right? So I mean, every one of these racers is going to learn something out of this championship season, whether it's they're just going to learn something. Whether it's something about a car, whether it's something about a driving style, whether it's something about the game physics themselves, or something within the game that helps you understand something just a little bit better. It all relates to more pace, more consistency, and an improvement in your racing style. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we're all looking for out of these championships. And I mean, literally got one of the world's best drivers right here in the number 45 car on track right now. I mean, how could you not want to stop, take a look at that replay and watch it over and over and over again, and watch every single little thing he's doing with his telemetry, his throttle, his braking, his steering inputs. I mean, how can you not learn from something like that over time, right? I mean, that's how they do it in the real world. They watch tape, they watch video, they go over the technical data. I mean, the technical data tells a big story too as well, right? I mean, it's all part of the learning curve. It comes down to the racers at that point. How much of it do you want to pick up? How much of it do you want to absorb? And how much, I guess, honestly, do you really care? I suppose it comes down to that a little bit too as well. But a split one, it is a friendly competition, as I like to call it. It's very fierce competition between the teams. It gets a little bit spicy at times throughout the championship season in the chats, but you know, it's all for the sake of good, hearty competition, and we have had some absolutely great competition here on the racetrack all season. We're a little spread out right now, but like I said, as that 6 hour mark has encroached, we've seen a couple of last minute driver changes in some of the teams as well, as Jaeger said, and I mean, that means that the drivers are amping up the intensity. So I mean, we're a very flat 2:15, 2:16 pace here from the race leader. We're just at a slightly lower pace here from the number 20 Project 1 car currently, and Bombardier is the same thing, about the same pace as our second place car here at the moment. So no time really being gained or lost in between the top three right now. That puts Keplero here well, about 2 minutes and 8 seconds, just about a lap down, maybe a little over a lap down. To our top three here currently, so it is going to be tough, I guess, to get a top three position right now with that, but you never know, anything can happen. We got Snowman here in GT Finland Racing Team. He has 18.3 seconds now to fourth place, so there is potential right there for a position gain for that 66 car yet. We've got, again, the 45 car, minute 10 in behind that 66 car here, not really seeming to gain a lot of traction on that team right now either, and again, you know, that's what I say, that's one of the world's best drivers in the Gran Turismo 7 world right there and behind the wheel of that car, and he's barely picking away at the fifth place driver in a 66 car who I personally don't know, but I'm sure many people in the community do, and you know, especially in his sim racing communities and networks, and is very clearly a very fast driver. We've seen that all season long from him as well. They've always leaned on him as one of the clutch drivers this season, and he's always done very well for him. But we got Visual Racer behind the wheel here right now for, again, that 764 car here, and the gap is a little more than a lap. If we're not seeing live timing on the screen, that means it's usually over a lap between the cars, and it won't show us the actual time data. It's just the way the game is programmed, but it is a minute 30 between Visual Racer and Yagami, so let's see if we got a, yeah, no, they're over a lap down to the 44 car, or 45 car, pardon me. So the 64 car here, a minute and a half behind Team Car there, and about a minute ahead of the HR McLaren there, which we do see coming into pit lane here, and looks like a scheduled pit stop. They're coming out of pit lane. I don't know if that was a scheduled pit stop. I feel like that was a boo-boo. And there was a damage repair involved there, and they decided to make a pit stop out of it, potentially. So we'll wait and see how that plays out there for the 69 car. But with that being said, that does put the number 3 car right on the doorstep here for a potential 9th place position here. So Jakey in the number 3 Grid Life car here right now, closing in on Official, aka Redacted, from AHR. And potential battle here. So we're going to sit with this for a moment here as Jakey tries to close in on the 69 car. Now, we just seen the 69 car come out of pit lane, and I just verified that a service was done to that car. I just theorized that there was a damage service that needed to be done that created that pit stop for that car, and that is just speculation because we don't know for sure without seeing it happen, obviously, but that does mean that they came out on fresh racing rubber, which means he should essentially be able to start to open a gap back up to the number 3 Grid Life car that has a slightly more worn out rubber than themselves currently. No, I wouldn't say a ton, but definitely enough to affect the overall pace of the car potentially. So we'll wait and see if Jakey can continue to close that gap up on Redacted here, or if he's going to start to open that gap up as he starts to build up the tire temperature in those cold racing tires. We do have Valkyrie coming in here for a stop now here in the number 20 car, and that is most certainly an unscheduled pit stop here coming from the 20 car, and we're not going to be able to get a replay because they have already made it to their pit box, which means we're well past that replay distance. So I need to be a little more alert on what's going on with that track radar right now, because I am missing some oopsie moments here coming from our racers, and as the pressure mounts here, some changes here now. So that puts the number 5 Sector 7 Esports car back into second place, a few seconds ahead of the number 20 car currently, and we got the 77 car there not trying to actually navigate around the 5 car there, and the 5 car, and I'm not sure how that'll happen there, but nonetheless they are very close together with each other, and we can see a little side-to-side motion there from the 5 car. I think he was just trying to scrub his tires off. Felt like they might have been a little dirty there, making sure he had any dirt or sand or grass off them tires before the entry of the corner. And you can see Frosty there is just doing what he can to try and stay behind the 5 car, but it looks like he potentially has a little pace over it at the moment here. Let's go to our 11th place driver and see what we see here for a moment. That would most certainly probably be the case here from what I'm seeing, as there's definitely a difference in the amount of rubber on the car. So it's Adriano here in first place, is Bardier in second. Now, I mean, that gap is a minute 57 between the 2 cars here still, and Frosty, the Porsche, is a blue flag car there that's just kind of mixed in behind the number 5 car. But this is kind of good news for Frosty there, because he can hang out in behind that 5 car if he needs to, and just allow that 5 car to pull him across the racetrack. He can save a little bit of tire and fuel while he sits there as well. That Porsche definitely needs a little help on the fuel saving department here around the big track like Spa. You got to keep it, you really got to keep that Porsche in high RPMs to really get the power output out of the car, and that means unfortunately you're going to be in high RPMs for a lot of the car's duration of the race, which means it's going to eat a lot of fuel. So the Porsche isn't necessarily the best fuel economy-wise car around Spa, so any little bit of help that you can get, an opportunity to short shift without losing mile per hour is always great for the Porsche, to give you a couple extra liters of fuel here and there as well. So it could be a smart strategy there to just sitting behind that 5 car till they decide to make their pit stop. And I was just going to speculate that when you add laps to a race stint beyond above what the starting lap count is, that's not typically something drivers practice for, I don't think. I mean, maybe they do, I'm not sure. I haven't really heard anybody say that that's something they do in their practice regimens towards these races, but we don't also know all the secrets of what the team's doing behind the scenes there, to practice for their races either. So with that being said, I mean, a one-stop soft strategy seemed to be working quite well in the second split. Now, the pace of that split was a little bit off of what the overall pace of this split is, and that may also factor into a one-stop strategy in this particular weekend of racing. But I mean, that was a 25 to 26 lap push you had to put on these soft tires. I mean, we're seeing these guys put in 14, 15 laps on these tires, and they're getting pretty rough on some of these cars. So I don't know if they would actually be able to get 25 or 26 laps out of their tires and some at the pace that some of these guys are running at here today. So when you add laps to a racing stint above beyond what the starting lap count is, because you got the pace of the race has picked up that much, then that means that you might have to change your overall pit strategy as well. And I think anybody that might have been thinking about a one-stop strategy coming into the 6-hour remaining mark of this race very quickly was disappointed when they seen an overall 55 racing lap count. So it's going to put you 27, 28 racing laps to one-stop soft tires. And again, at the pace that these guys are running here this weekend around Spa right now, I just don't think that is a tire life that those soft tires are going to give these racers. So I think the two-stop is in a sense kind of a forced strategy here with the lap count right now. Now, when you are behind schedule a little bit, you have to lower the lap count down to 2 or 3 racing laps as opposed to what the starting lap count is per 2-hour driver stint, and that's a different story. That allows that one stop to become more feasible in a sense, because it's putting less lap time on those tires, which makes it more feasible to stretch those tires out enough to what you need. But like I said, at the pace of this lobby this weekend, about a second to a second and a half faster overall than lobby 2 from last weekend in that overall race pace, I just don't know if it's feasible to even get 25 soft tire laps out of probably any of these cars, if not all of these cars. So 18 laps here as Adriano comes in and definitely has tire left there, but does he have enough tire left there is a bigger question to maintain a reasonable pace, right? And that's what it comes down to when you're in the level of competition that these guys are racing in this weekend. I mean, it doesn't come down to whether or not you can make those tires last that long. It surely comes down to the overall pace of your car throughout that 2-hour stint. When are you giving away free time to your opponents because they've just opted to take a two-stop strategy and remain 3 or 4 seconds a lap faster at the end of your tire life on the one-stop strategy. Now, yes, the argument is you gain a free pit stop, but in the case of Spa, it's easily a solid minute. But if you're going to lose 4 or 5 seconds a lap over the duration of, say, 20 laps, I mean, you're giving that minute back anyways, so it just makes sense to stay on a more rubber-filled tire and run faster laps and just take the extra stop, because at the end of the day, the two-stop versus the one-stop strategy, although it proved that the one-stop strategy was quite strong in Split 2, the pace of Split 1 is a lot closer in a sense and a lot more consistent. So I think really at the end of the day, I think the time loss would probably relate to fairly close. It would be within maybe a dozen seconds one way or the other. So again, it comes down to the skill of the driver. A one-stop strategy has to be done flawlessly. It has to be done perfectly. It has to be done without incident. You know, you can't spin, you can't get in contact, you can't really get held up too much. You just need to be able to run a good, nice, clean, fluent, 24, 25, 26, 27 laps. And it's so hard when you're in a competition of a race to this caliber. It's the last race of the season. The urgency is amping up because the timer is ticking down. Tire saving is really one of those things that's kind of the last thing on the driver's minds right now, as, I mean, gaps need to be closed up in order to even be battling for positions in a lot of cases. So it is full send mentality here as we start to grind down towards the checkered flag. Alright, we're doing a quick stream health check here. It looks like we have a warning. I'm not sure what that warning is. We'll check it real quick. Warning because I had my microphone muted before the transition from the stream, so we are good, nothing going on. That's a good sign. It actually seems like the new audio setup seems to be less taxing on the computer as well. Imagine that. Valkyrie here in second place, a minute 10 in behind that number 44 car here, and now that Bombardier is making a pit stop here, we'll see what that time gap between the number 20 and number 5 car is in second and third place here. Now, the number 5 car did gain that position back after that unscheduled pit stop, I want to call it, because there was damage on the 20 car there, so that was definitely an early pit stop coming from them, which means they're most likely going to be stretching out either 1 of the 2 stints remaining, tire stints, or they're going to be stretching like I said, 1 or 2. They'll have to calculate how many laps that were left on what should have been the scheduled pit stop. They're going to have to add them to the remainder of either 1 or 2 stints, depending on the lap count. Will probably depend on how they spread that out. So they should or could potentially give the number 5 car an opportunity to pick time up here, and we're at 55 seconds currently on the track. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was a little over a minute. So whatever caused the damage on the number 20 car most certainly did cost them some time to the number 5 car there as well. So the number 35 car here is exactly 2 minutes and 1 second in behind Bombardier there in third place. So most of the field is a lap down at this point. Snowman here is 17 seconds in behind the Loose Moose Racing Team here right now, and GT Finland Racing Team is slowly but surely trying to close that gap up. It was like 18.8 seconds last time we checked, 17.9, so I mean they are gaining. It's not leaps and bounds, but over 6 hours, a tenth or two a lap starts to add up near the end of that 6 hour period. So consistency is key. We've said it lots of times this season. We've said it plenty of times in our short broadcasting time here so far this weekend. And I'm probably going to say it a couple more times in our next broadcasting stint as well. So, I mean, it's just the way it goes sometimes. Alright, so it is Mehdi for the last minute racing team, the number 45 car here. They're currently sitting in 6th place. He's a minute 4 in behind Snowman now, so gaining some time here. Overall 10 seconds gained on the 66 car, I believe, from driver swap. So definitely closing the gap up, but again, not huge increments, maybe 2 tenths, maybe a tenth and a half, 2 tenths a second a lap over the last 18 laps would probably about make up that 10 seconds right now. So just a little bit quicker than the 66 car out in front. Now, keeping in mind they are in the same piece of machinery, so really the only difference is, of course, their front and rear aero settings and the pilots behind the wheel. So Visual Racer here is in 7th place and a little bit further behind. I keep catching something on my mic and it's driving me nuts. I don't know where it's coming from, but yeah, sorry, I keep bumping the mic. Visual Racer here in 7th place, 8:27 behind the leader, which puts them about 4 minutes in behind 6th place. So they are almost 2 laps down, a lap and 2/3 down essentially to that number 45 car up ahead of them here right now, and that has Yagami a minute 25 in behind. So the 64 Mercedes here, again, just trying to close up the gap, gain another position here before the end of the race. Ideally not give one up. That leads us to the AHR car here, Apex Hunter Racing, or 69 McLaren here, currently sitting in 9th place here, but Jakey is still kind of right there. I mean, he hasn't really lost Jakey that much since he came out of pit lane there. I mean, that gap was 1.8 seconds, is 4.8 seconds, so about a 3-second gap that he's opened up on the number 3 car chasing in behind here as they continue to head up and around the racetrack here. So his number 3 car here, currently 5th place in the overall championship point standings, I believe. Again, like I said, we're just 4.8 seconds in behind that AHR McLaren. So potential battles brewing or developing over time here over the next little while on the racetrack. And then we've got our 77 car. It is an absolutely beautiful car. I'm going to add. Here in 11th place, and a little bit behind here right now, but they've been doing a pretty good job, in all honesty, of keeping that gap right around that the 2:20-minute mark at this point. They've been kind of right hovering around that mark for the last 5.5-ish hours, give or take. Alright, chat, you're not very spicy right now. What's the problem? Have we not had our morning tea or coffee yet? Get on it. Get the kettles bubbling, or get the pot brewing. I mean, get that dark roast rolling here, because gotta tell you what, that chat's awfully quiet right now. No sleeping. We racing. Alright, Valkyrie here in 2nd position in that 20. I know, right? There's not a lot of battling happening on the racetrack right now. I get it. I get it. But it's all about the stories, right? It's all about getting that breakdown, figuring out who's on the move and who's falling off the pace. You know, it's about trying to figure out who's setting up for what coming into the next stint. You know, that's kind of half the fun. And I mean, and we have a pit stop there. Yes, we had a pit stop here from our 35 car here. I was just a little perplexed as all of a sudden I'm seeing our GT Finland racing team here sitting in 4th place, but they are still waiting to make that scheduled pit stop. And as I go to mention that, they do go ahead and pull right into pit lane there to make that pit stop. So that should get the position back to the 35 car here as they come around. They are just entering up out of the Paul Frere curve, leading in towards Blois here. So yeah, I can't see why they wouldn't be grabbing that position back. What that gap is going to be, though, it'd be interesting to see. So that has our 45 car currently 28 seconds in behind the 35 car. But again, another one of those cars that is going to be making a scheduled pit stop here in the next probably lap or two, if not at the end of this lap here. We'll have to wait and see what they opt to do. But we will sit with the 45 car here for a moment as they are just entering into Blois here, heading into that chicane, and that is where we'll see them either make the hard right-hand hook into pit lane, or they'll just continue on and make that the second part of the chicane and mosey right out around towards La Source here. But I suspect they're going to be coming into pit lane here. No, they are going to go around again. Well, look at that. Make a liar out of me. Visual Racer here in 7th place. I really thought they would just follow suit and make the stop there, but I mean, if you're not losing any pace, I guess it doesn't really make sense to break that rhythm at the same time either. AHR here is in 9th place. They have stopped, and Yagami stopping, so that should put the AHR team, roughly within, I want to say, 45 to 38 seconds in behind the 64 car with that pit stop once they make it. With that being said, though, we are going to be seeing a pit stop coming from the number 3 car here shortly, and that is actually going to put them further behind the AHR team here as well. So, interesting. Different strategies are definitely at play here, and you know, the teams that are maybe falling behind the pace of the race a little bit here in the latter half of the pack, attempting the one-stop strategy, maybe not the worst ideas, because you know, maybe they're not gaining on the overall race leader in a sense, but maybe they are definitely gaining that important time on positions up ahead, right? So I mean, you eliminate a little over a minute pit stop, maybe at the end of the day you've gained 30 or 35 seconds, but I mean, you've gained 30 or 35 seconds potentially on 3 or 4 of the cars ahead you're chasing in the pack, right? Depending on where you are, the gap between you and the positioning, I mean, that could make or break a position by the end of the 6 hours. Call it a little less than 5 hours remaining in the race at this point. Plus or minus about 5 minutes at this point right now. Alright, so we're just kind of keying in on the situation here as the pit stop sequence essentially has filtered through. There's still a couple of racers we're going to see make a stop here yet in the next lap or two, like I said, sorry. So we'll see how that changes the race, and I feel like we were seeing a potential one-stop attempt coming from the 45 crew there, but not quite at that mark in the stint, just a little shy. So it'll be interesting to see if they take a little extra fuel on in this pit stop and attempt to make up that extra 1.5 laps on this next stint and really try to stretch a one-stop out. That could pay off for them if they can make it work, as I believe that the drivers in front are on a 2-stop style strategy here and they are going to make one more pit stop. So I mean, that is a potential minute to be gained there for the 45 crew if they can somehow make that work. But I mean, we're looking at a 24. Yeah, it's not going to work. It's going to be a 2-stop here. The lap count just ain't going to add up. It was a good idea while it was brewing in my head there, but as reality started to set in and the math started to calculate, and we're realizing that ain't there right now. So we'll just take that back. Like I said, at the pace of this lobby, a one-stop strategy is not overly feasible at the lap count, I think, for the stint. Make a liar out of me, and I mean, I believe there is 1 or 2 teams on that strategy, and that's potentially could pay dividends for them if they can pull it off, but I don't know. You're going to see that 3 car come in here for a pit stop. I know for a fact that Porsche does not have the fuel to go around one more time, as we were in that car last weekend in this exact same race, so definitely wasn't going to happen there. Yeah, I can see the fuel in the tires. I can see what's going on. I try not to give away too much free information while we're broadcasting, when we've got that information purposely disbanded from the live stream, as I like to call it. So it's a fair play thing. Obviously, very clearly that the teams are watching the races, and I mean, you know, they're smart. They're more than well aware and taking very good guesses or educated guesses at what each of the drivers on track are doing for strategy wise as things are progressing, right? I mean, you just gotta take a look at the pit stop sequences and just, you know, you can kind of make a pretty educated guess at these guys' experience level on what's going on anyways. But you know, we do it for that purpose, you know, just to keep the tire and the fuel information hidden just for the people that need to see it, essentially. And it gives us a little extra fighting power on a commentary side of thing, in a sense, because we can kind of start to hype up a situation that you guys and gals may not even be aware is brewing, because you can't see what we can see as well, right? And oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. Forgot about that. Alright. Right. We seen that play out a little bit in stint 2 or split 2 last weekend as well. Interesting things are brewing here in stint number 10, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm going to say about it for now. We'll just let the race develop here and see. That was an interesting look through at the grid there for me. And we got some interesting data there. So let's keep an eye on these gaps. Minute 13, 56 seconds between second and third place. Not a lot really changing there. Fourth place is a little over a lap in behind the podium currently. Has 32 seconds in between themselves and the 66 car, so a pretty comfortable little gap there. Then it's a minute 9 between themselves and the 45 car, which is about par for where it was. Be interesting to see how these gaps shape up in this mid-pack here. Seems like our best opportunities were in the mid-pack here, but we're starting to get these gaps out a little bit here, so I think it's... I mean, we're a little over a lap here between 7th and 6th place. We're a minute 20 between 7th and 8th place right now. We are 48 seconds between 8th and 9th place. We have a minute 9 between 9th and 10th place, and then it's roughly about 3 laps between 10th and 11th place currently right now. 4 laps. So the pit stop strategies, again, the varying strategies on the racetrack always really seem to spread the middle part of the stint out, and we've seen a lot of that last weekend as well, but that doesn't mean that by the end of the stint things change. I mean, as we get it, the one-stop versus two-stop strategies, we get the drivers that have made mistakes on the racetrack, weather still potentially to come into factor and play here. When you factor in all of those mild details, it can really change things quickly. So the race is far from over. All we can do is just theorize, speculate, and throw out possibilities and see what happens at the end of the day. I guess that's our job. Keep y'all entertained. So we're urging the racers to hurry up and catch up to each other so we can see battles. We are urging, patiently urging. And, you know, every team looking for some kind of advantage over the next team in every stint too, right? You know, we see, like I said, we heard Jaeger say that there was a couple of last-minute driver replacements in a couple of the teams heading into stint number 10 here, which means that the driver that they had scheduled to be in the car at this particular time slot has been, you know, changed at some point between stint 9 and the start of stint 10. So, we've done it ourselves at 10/10 and split 2. We've done that 2 or 3 times this season, or 4 times this season maybe even, where you just make an audible based off of how things are happening and shaping up on the race. Totally cool and okay and par for the course, as long as, of course, that replacement driver has the lobby host added already. Otherwise, then there might be a slight problem for him, but so yeah, I mean, you know, the teams are trying to find any way they can to try and get an advantage over their opponents on the racetrack. But when you have a whole stint of a heavy stack lineup, where it's a lot of the top tier drivers in each of the teams behind the wheel of the cars, it's really hard to gain that advantage in overall pace on the racetrack, I guess, is where I'm leading with this. So I mean, let's see how it all works out. One-stop versus two-stop strategies here. We've got officially 3 different strategies currently right now on this racetrack. And it's going to be interesting to see how all of that plays out. I mean, what else am I going to say? I mean, we may need Ray to do the coveted rain dance or something here to change things up. I don't know, but I don't know if Ray's gonna do the rain dance. She's got her boys up in the lead of this race right now. She might not want to compromise that with a rain dance, so we might not get the rain dance, chat. Get the rain dances on. Let's get some change in the lobby going here. Couple ticks. We are still fine-tuning the audio adjustment we had to make today. We had some fairly large technical difficulties in the earlier part of our day here today, which actually didn't allow us to get into our first commentary obligation here this weekend. We had to get Nolander Gaming to come in and cover for us. Thankfully, he was available and able to do so and ready to go. So thank you to him for that, and we've since been able to get back on for our own scheduled stint since then, but we've had to completely revamp our stream and the way that everything kind of transfers through to the stream. So with that being completely untested and essentially dry run here this weekend, we're still making some fine-tuned adjustments. So I do apologize if things are slightly changing, but again, if you guys notice something while you're watching, then just let me know. We can adapt some changes on the fly while we're live. Some will have to wait till we shut the broadcast down, but simple little audio tweaks and adjustments we can do on the fly. So we just want to make sure everybody has a great viewing experience, I guess, at the end of the day. Kind of testing things out right now. We have you get used to doing something one way, and then something happens, and it doesn't allow you to do it that way you're used to and educated on, and you've got to completely change everything up. And I mean, I'm very unfamiliar with this style of audio setup, so it's a bit of a learning curve on the fly. And what better way to do it than a 24-hour finale, right? So I mean, we've still got one question mark yet remaining, and that's whether or not we're going to be able to pull off interviews at the end of the race here today, but I don't foresee that being an issue. Right, we're just giving some love to each of the teams on track here, since there's not really a whole lot happening. Now it's kind of a time to just hang out, give each one of the drivers a few corners of the racetrack, and just take a look at the machinery and reminisce on the great season we've had here in the 2025 championship season. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we won't have a defending champion here at the end of the race today. Unfortunately, our Overboost Racing team, our defending champions, had to pull out the championship season near the end of the season here. So that does mean we will have a new champion here in the 2025 season, and that championship really is down between the first place 44 Esports Race Asylum team and the third place number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing team here. So whichever one of those two teams finishes ahead of the other basically is who wins the championship here this championship season, pending officiating results, of course. Still there is still a process that goes on behind the scenes. You got to check the driver swaps, timing, obviously any stewarding incidents that need to be looked at and reviewed. There's quite a few things that are going to happen in behind the scenes to finalize those results, but without knowing all that information, what we do know is there's only 1 point that separates first and third place for the overall championship title this season in 2025, and I mean, that's a pretty slim margin to only be separated by 1 point after 9 rounds of endurance racing. It's almost a storybook ending. For one team it will be this season, for one team it won't be. One team will feel a little bit of heartbreak at the end of the race here today, and one team will be extremely excited. So however that breaks down for whichever team it is, it's going to be a similar result, I think, on either end of the spectrum if that's where they end up. So we'll have to wait and see over the next 4 hours and 45 minutes of racing left how that all develops and break down. But like I said, every team's looking for some form of advantage over the rest of the field here right now, and boy, we just lost a racer right there. We just had a disconnect, and I believe that was actually our 11th place driver. And it most certainly was our 11th place driver, so it was the 77 car of Frosty disconnecting what would be on lap 28 of their race. 18. Pardon me. No. Yeah. 18 or 19. Leader's lap 29. Anyways, right before the end of it. So, unfortunate there for the 77 car, but we will see them back in hours number 21 and 22. That's unfortunate. That's just going to be another setback, obviously, for that team here this season, but we didn't even say it. We haven't even said it in like 4 hours of broadcasting almost, we haven't seen the issue with the DCs this weekend like we've seen last weekend. One of the viewers definitely said something, and I guess we did comment on that, so I guess we did technically say something about it, but I haven't said anything about it in this particular stint. And we're not trying to, send that bad juju the racers away, so it's unfortunate to finally see one here today that I've seen. There may have been one before or more, but definitely the first one I've seen so far here this weekend, and you just hate to see it. You hate to see it. Alright, so the way that typically works too, ladies and gentlemen, is there's a formula. So it gets calculated how many miles of the race are left based off of when the team DC'd. They have obviously the gap to the race leader at the time of the disconnect, or the most recent time that they could show to the disconnect. If need be, I believe they could probably reflect back on the stream for that too, but it depends on the last time the commentator was on that car as well. So another reason why I try to flip through the cars fairly frequently throughout the grid, it does also give us that backup information in a sense. It's not intentional for that, that's just the way I like to do my commentary, but it does help the racing officials behind the scenes help narrow things down when they need to sometimes as well. So it's miles left in the stints plus the gap to the race leader at the time of the disconnect, and the amount of miles left is formulated by a formula, a math calculation that's been designed and developed over time from wherever it came from, whether it be the IRO officials or from another entity that has perfected a formula to such degree for such circumstance, right? But at the end of the day, it relates to a time penalty added on top of the gap to the race leader at the time of the disconnect. So in their case, it was like 20 minutes, and somewhere around 20 and a half minutes, I believe. This early in the stint, they're probably going to suffer about a 2.5 minute time penalty. So what'll happen is, instead of being released to the pit lane at 20 and a half minutes after the race leader driver swaps, they'll be released and go to pit lane, say at 23 or 24 minutes. I guess that would be, if it was say a minute, 2.5 minutes, it would be 24 minutes after the race leader, just to essentially penalize for having to go behind pit wall, make a mechanical repair, go back through safety tech inspection before you're allowed to go back into pit lane, before you're allowed to re-enter the racetrack, essentially, right? So it's kind of the sim racing way of calculating how many quote unquote laps down a racer should be, based off of this situation. So because a disconnect is treated like a mechanical failure or a car crash in a sense, a time penalty is allocated to reflect the fact that, that team wasn't on track for 30 laps of the racing stint per se in this situation. My brain's a little tired, so I can't really break down how the formula works. I can almost do the math in my head. I can see the formula in my head. For some reason, I just can't put that to words. That's just a sign I'm getting tired. That's all that is. I haven't been broadcasting all day this weekend like I was last weekend. However, when you're dealing with technical issues and new pieces of equipment and stuff like that, it can be just as taxing as commentating for 20 hours straight, to be honest. So, I'm tired in a different way today. It's definitely not from being in a booth all day long today. It is definitely trying to be in the booth for as long as we can today. Kind of the irony in that one, right? Very quiet in the YouTube land. What can I say? Or everybody's just enjoying a good wholesome family breakfast with the fam jam, and that's cool too. Definitely spend time with the fam jam. That's always important. Alright, minute 19 separating first and second place. But the gap is growing slightly. 58 seconds between second and third place. The gap is growing just a tiny little bit, but staying fairly constant. The gap between third and fourth place staying fairly constant right now. 32 second gap between the 66 and the 35 car. That hasn't really changed much. A minute 12 between the 45 and the 5 car. That's changed just a tiny little bit in the favor of the 66 car. The 764 is... can't really tell. I'm not sure. 2 minutes 44 seconds. We'll keep our eye on that. Not sure if they're gaining or losing. I feel like they're just kind of maintaining right now. Yagami is a minute 15 and behind Visual Razor, and exactly 10 minutes behind the race leader right now. 54 seconds ahead of AHR, and a minute 7 ahead of the Grid Life car is the 69 car. So not a whole lot of change over the last couple of laps here, as far as is somebody gaining or really growing the gap, I guess. And I believe this is so the leader has just lapped the number 3 car here recently on track. Now, is that the case, or has that 5 car just caught up to the 44? No, that's definitely the case. The 44 has lapped the 5 car here, just based off of the lap times. Is definitely going to tell me that story. A little off the pace here is Bombardier in this number 5 car here compared to the overall race leader here. Now, it's not by a lot, but it is by enough. And I mean, with the scope of the championship and everything on the line here right now in this race, with 4.5 hours plus about 5 minutes, I mean, ERA just lapped the car that they need to beat in the race to win the overall championship this season. So that's got to be a pretty good feeling here for that 44 car right now. But he's, they got to keep those emotions underneath of him and keep that under wraps right now, and just put it in the back of their minds, because you don't want to count all the eggs before they're hatched to start with. There's an old saying, and there's still a lot of racing left yet. So I mean, we've seen these front runners make the mistakes here today too, so anything can happen. on the other side of the coin, being number 5 car here, knowing what's on the line, it's just knowing that, you know, the car you need to beat just put you a lap down. I'm sure that, you know, that could have an adverse effect as well, right? They need to do the same thing. They need to keep their head in the game here. They need to keep the game plan exactly where it is. They need to stay on their rhythm and on their pace, and they need to just keep trying to push forward, and exactly with that mentality. There's a lot of race left, and anything can happen here yet. So it's not all over, right? But, you know, you let that fact that 44 car just got around, and you let that get into your mind, and you let it start to deflate the rhythm and the momentum that the team has in behind the wheel of the car and in behind the pit wall there. I mean, you know, that's just a recipe for disaster. So it's really important there for the 5 car and the crew right now to just stay focused and task at hand. The 35 car here, I mean, in no man's land. I mean, when you're plus minus 30 seconds in each direction, you're just kind of chilling, putting in your time. Much of the same thing here for the 45 car right now. Visual Racer, Yagami. I mean, just large gaps all across the board here at this point right now. The smallest gap actually is 32 seconds, separating 4th and 5th place at the moment. So, yeesh. Pit strategies really spread the field out here in the middle part of the stint. Alright, chat, tell me stories. Tell me something good. What are we eating for breakfast or lunch, I guess? Brunch, maybe, for some. You know, what is brunch exactly? You know, I've never, I guess, really had a brunch, official brunch, quote unquote. I'm not high class enough for such a thing. Just a joke. But, I mean, what is exactly brunch? I mean, I know it's supposed to be a combination of like breakfast and lunch, which is where brunch comes from. Breakfast and lunch, but I mean, what exactly is the point of it? I mean, what's the basis of a menu for something like that? I mean, very, very curious, weird, random thought that comes into my mind, but yeah, there we go. Maybe my chat just wasn't updated. Did you have a DC right now, the 45 car? Alright, my chat wasn't updated, so that would be why I couldn't see anything. That's like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. Alright, now that my chat's updating, I apologize. I'm sitting here looking at the chat as it's not moving at all for the last like 30 minutes. I'm like, really? Is the chat that dead? Yeah, no, my chat just didn't update. Streamer issues. Noob, I know. Right, Ghost? Get it right. Come on, man. Give it a program. In my defense, it's like 2:30 in the morning. Does that count? I'm gonna stick to it. Now I'm gonna catch up on the chat. Wow, that was a lot of chat I missed. My god. I'm sorry, chat. Chat's just been a giving her, my goodness. Alright. Alright, well, there we go. I thought I was just all alone in this lonely little world of IRO 24 hours of Spa. I was getting a little nervous, a little anxious. But then there they are, the fans, the reason why we're here, the reason why we continue to do what we do here at IRO. Appreciate y'all. Oh, wow, we just lost our second driver of the session here, and oh boy, going from bad to worse. It is the number 5 car disconnecting here on lap number 35 of the race, and now going to suffer that same time penalty going into the race with 4 hours remaining. And that has been a lot of story for the 5 car this season. A lot of the setbacks for that car has been from disconnected drivers, and we're seeing it here again in stint number 10. You hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it. And boy, oh boy, that changes the way things are shaping up here right now for that 44 car. But that changes things up slightly a little bit here for a couple of these other teams here now as well. I mean, that puts the 35 car currently in 3rd position, and I believe that they will grab that position after the officials sort all that out in behind the scenes for stint number 11. Snowman will also potentially grab his position over that number 5 car as well and remain in 4th position. And then it's a little up in the air for the 45 car whether or not they're going to grab another position, but it is going to bring them a lot closer to that 5 car. It doesn't change the fact that they're still looking at that 3rd place finish with P1R sitting in 2nd place right now. They definitely got some spots to pick up still, but I mean, there's a glimmer of hope there to potentially grab another position here moving into the next stint, just due to the fact that we had a disconnect on the racetrack. So I mean, the race isn't over till it's over. I mean, we hate to see that. I hate disconnects. It's the bane of my existence as a league organizer and a commentator, because we just sheerly hate to see it. But I mean, it's the unfortunate reality of online gaming at the same time, and we also understand that, you know, DCs are no different than having drop frames in Call of Duty or a first-person shooter game, or you know, having lag in a different other game that you're playing online with your friends, right? You know, it happens. We're at the mercy of internet connections and servers, and all of those things are really beyond our control at the end of the day. Sure, we pay for the service, but it doesn't mean that the service will be provided 100% of the time, perfectly all the time. We're human beings. We're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and that means that our technologies and everything we rely on is not perfect either, and is going to have moments of failure. And unfortunately, the internet, when it decides to have a moment in a game like GT7, in a race like what we're doing here, I mean, all it takes is a moment for your internet to, you know, nod its eyes off for a second, and that's enough to disconnect you from a lobby. So, you hate to see it, but it's the way it is. Oof, is the general consensus in chat. I couldn't agree more. Alright, so the 20 car coming in for a scheduled pit stop here. We're going to start seeing that final round of pit stops starting to kind of filter through over the next, I want to say at least a half a dozen laps, because like I said, there are varying strategies on this racetrack right now. No, it's definitely not anything we ever want to see. Interesting. So there is room to gain a decent amount of points, even if you finish more than a position in behind. But in the case of the championship, it's still irrelevant because whichever driver finishes in front of the other, that's basically the end of the story there. But for the conversation as far as P3 through like P6 goes, maybe even P7, that point spread is enough to still fall 1 or 2 positions in behind and grab or maintain a position here. So there's definitely lots of stories still unfolding here in this race for sure right now. And like I said, there's still there will be 4 hours of racing remaining when the 5 car gets back on grid with the 77 car as well. So anything can still happen in those 4 hours, but I remember Jaeger saying something about there should be rain in the last part of the race, and we haven't really seen rain in this stint at all. We had a couple of drops here and there early on, and that was literally it. So, I mean, it's still light overcast skies right now, I would call it, here at Spa, and cooperating quite well with the racers at this point. Pit stop for the 69 team. This is scheduled. This is definitely a regular pit stop here coming from the 69 car, and that will put the number 3 car relatively in striking distance or just ahead of once that pit stop is done. But it does appear that there will be another pit stop needing to be made potentially there from the 3 car as well. I could be wrong. As I said, we are looking at 3 different strategies currently on the racetrack, so I don't want to really give too much away other than that right now. Near the end of the stint, we'll break that down a little bit better for everybody, I think, but right now we're going to leave it as is. Race leader now coming into pit lane to make that scheduled pit stop there, so our 20 car has already made their scheduled pit stop, so they did that a lap ago. So it does explain why there's a 2-minute gap there now. And that gap will return back to fairly close to what it was before those 2 drivers did this pit stop sequence. So, I mean, we're just sticking with it. That's all we can do. Essentially a lap down right now is that number 20 car because of that pit stop, but again, that will change once our first place team comes out and these guys get across the start finish line or live timing sector. Usually just the first live timing sector they come across. Once they're up to race pace from the pit stop is usually when it readjusts everything, so we'll see a change in that timing gap here shortly. Ooh, got a moment right there from Adriano on those cold new racing tires. There is maybe a little bit of a lag spike potentially we saw right there, and insult to injury with a 1 second penalty from track officials on top of. So that's about 5 seconds lost right there, all said and done, to the 20 car. But I mean, when you got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to the good, and that's definitely not the case, it's less than that. We'll find out what that gap really is once the 20 car gets past the start finish line here, I believe. Oh, for sure. No, the number 5 team has definitely had a rough go at disconnects this season, without a question of a doubt. I mean, you know, it's hard to say what's really causing it. In some cases, yes, it's just, you know, the racer's internet craps the bed, and it just blips out, and that's enough to disconnect you from the lobby, right? I mean, that's all it takes. However, that's not always the case. I mean, I've been hosting lobbies and live streaming while hosting those lobbies for almost 5 years. Now, you guys would assume that I'm a hardline connection in when it comes down to the whole setup, but in reality, with the way that my current setup is, the only thing hardlined into my internet connection actually is my PlayStation 5. So my PlayStation 5 is the only thing getting really a hardwired connection, and that is for the sole purpose of hosting lobbies. Now, with that being said, I've got 1 gig internet and 1.5 gig internet, as I just upgraded actually, so pardon me, I've got 1.5 gig internet currently. And I mean, my PlayStation is running insane speeds, so I mean, I have more than enough bandwidth to be hosting a lobby per se, right? And my laptop, which is what you guys are literally watching from right now, essentially is literally running on Wi-Fi. So, I mean, plus I'm running my TV on the Wi-Fi currently right now, plus my cell phone, because that's what I'm using to keep up with the chat. So, I mean, can you say really that that's the problem? It's hard. I don't know, because I mean, I have drivers disconnect from my host plenty of times throughout my leagues and whatever lobbies I'm hosting for other organizations as well. So, what the real issue is really hard to say. It's a combination of servers, it's a combination of internet connections, and I don't know, the speculation of distance from racing host. May have a small amount of validity to it in some circumstances, but for the most part, I don't think that really has a whole lot to do with it, because at the end of the day, we're all racing off of the PD servers, so, and our internet connection. So I think at the end of the day, I mean, it really comes down to those two things, and when they're not jiving together, I mean, that's what happens. We lose racers on the track, and we still had way less disconnects so far this weekend in comparison to last weekend, significantly less, in my opinion. But, I mean, it's hard to say what's causing it. It really is. If we knew the answers to those questions, we'd be able to help them fix the problem, you know what I mean? Oh, for sure. No, for sure. Wireless connection is never the best connection, but I mean, not everybody has the capability to hardline in to directly to their internet router. I mean, in most cases, in most homes, the internet router is, the home base is either in the mechanical room, where all the, you know, technical data is all strapped and plugged and attached to the walls, here in North America anyways, and or it's set up in, you know, the living room, you know, the main living area where the main TV and then sitting room is in the house, right, the grand room, whatever you want to call it. So I mean, obviously the further away you are from the router, the less Wi-Fi signal you're going to get as well, right? But I mean, you also, you know, a lot of people don't want 150 feet of LAN cable running through their house and drilling holes through walls and baseboards and floorboards just to get it down to where you need it to get, right? So, I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, there's some solutions out there to try and help that out. You can set up gaming routers to your official home router, and you can use those gaming routers as a Wi-Fi booster, and you can also use those gaming routers as a hardline connection. But what a gaming router can do is it also can allow you to go on a phone app, which is how you can, you know, operate the router system, and you can actually, you know, designate bandwidth in a certain amount of data, you know, megabytes per second to certain devices in gaming situations as well. So, you know, one solution for people that are running off of Wi-Fi is exactly that. Go and spend a few $100s on a good gaming router, and just boost your signal. You know, everybody's like, well, that doesn't work. Well, I don't know, boosting your signal by 150 or 200 megabytes a second just from a booster, that's a pretty significant amount of data or bandwidth that you're boosting, and may make the difference of disconnecting or not disconnecting from a GT7 lobby, in all honesty. I mean, the minimum stat required to host a lobby in GT7 is 400 megabytes download per second, and I think it's like 4 megabytes upload per second. I mean, it's not a huge amount of resources required to host a lobby based off of Gran Turismo specs, right? So, I mean, in reality, to race in an open lobby, you should need at least that same amount of minimum specs, right? And if you're running off of Wi-Fi, chances are you're only running off of a 500 megabyte maximum connection off a home router system from the internet company. You can change that 500 megabytes to a gig easily with a Wi-Fi booster, a proper gaming router. And that is one way that you can change potentially your internet connection in this situation. But I mean, if you're not going to hardline your system in, then you are putting yourself at a very high risk of potentially disconnecting on a Wi-Fi connection, not just in GT7, but most likely in any multiplayer heavy resource game scenario, really, at the end of the day. I mean, we all seem to forget something. We're so used to playing the game, but what we also forget is it's super resource heavy. The graphics and everything involved in the game, the moving parts, the live timing information, all of these things that are data processing through the game require a ton of resources from our equipment. And when we're eating up our resources, that means we're eating up our bandwidth. So that also needs to be factored in. You know, Gran Turismo 7 is not a small game. It's not a graphic light game. It's a very graphic intensive game. And the higher your settings are for the game, you know, if you're running the game in 4K, you're running 3D audio systems, if you're running all those things in the game on top of trying to race online on a Wi-Fi data connection, that most likely is probably a large part of your problem, yes, but it still doesn't shrug off the fact that it's easily 45 to 50% of the servers that the game is based on as well. I mean, it's very evident at times that the PD servers are not in great shape. It was very evident last weekend. So, I mean, you know, those are the two major factors, really, when push comes to shove about disconnecting in GT7. No, I mean, each individual case is a different situation and a different scenario, and is either, you know, their internet connection is just not up to par, or you know, the PD servers just don't agree with them in that particular moment. But I mean, there is the case where you have drivers that have consistently DC from races, and those are the drivers that should really stop and probably take a look at what's going on with their setup, how many people are using the Wi-Fi while they're racing. You know, minimalizing the amount of devices that are using the Wi-Fi connection while you're racing could also help the bandwidth issue as well. So as racers, we have to also do our due diligence to make sure we're not the problem of our internet disconnecting. I know it's easy for us to blame everything else and not really realize it's probably something on our end, but we do have to, we can't factor out or disclaim any of it, right? But I know for a fact that one of the two drivers that's disconnected in this particular lobby has a pretty good history of disconnects in other championships that I've been a part of as well. So I'm not going to throw people under the bus, and I'm not going to throw names out there, but you know, there are repeat offenders, as I like to call it, when it comes to DC history, and that tells me that it is not the PD server. It's clearly a driver issue, and it's their end of it there for sure. So, you know, those drivers need to really stop and take a look at what's going on in their household at race time, because, you know, there's something affecting their internet connection, which is affecting it enough to drop you out of the lobby. And I mean, I have drivers on 1010s that have gone through this. I have a driver that lives in a rural part of Canada. They were on rural internet, which is like literally like 150 megabytes a second at best on a good day. You know, and he was trying to online race and kept disconnecting. So, you know, they switched internet company, got to a higher Wi-Fi connection of like 450, 500 megabytes per second, and you know, lag was much better, but it was still disconnecting fairly regularly from races, and then has since again yet changed the internet to a different type of internet and has hardlined since then. And the one thing that I haven't seen come from him is DC in a little while. So, you know, that part of the racing situation for him has most certainly changed, right? I mean, that's just one of a couple of drivers that I've seen over in my racing team at 1010 Sim Racing that have, you know, had to go through that process of really stopping and taking a look at what's going on in their own side of the connection to see if there's something they can do to make it better. And in this case, you know, that exactly was the case. It was definitely on the driver's end, right? So that's why I say, you know, people that are repeatedly disconnected disconnecting from races, you need to stop. You need to take a look at what's going on in your own four walls where you live or where you race from, because there's most likely something on your end that's causing it. You need to fix it. If you're not on a NAT Type 2 connection, you're not going to have a easy time staying connected on GT7 lobbies. That's just pure and simple, plain and simple, straight logic 101. NAT Type 2 connection is needed to play online racing or any online multiplayer game, period, if you want to do it efficiently. So, those are two definitely things that racers can stop and take a look at in their own backyard before we start to outstretch and really figure out why it's doing that. And I mean, like I said, on the other end of things is we're still at the mercy of game servers, and they do what they do as well. Like I said, we're human. We build everything that we rely on, and that means it doesn't run perfectly. So we gotta be careful about that. I mean, it's an age-old discussion, and I hate seeing disconnects. It's something that I absolutely despise as a league organizer and as a commentator. I hate it, but I also understand that it's kind of a two-way street. I've seen people on Wi-Fi connection with 500 megabyte host a lobby and run a race flawlessly without anybody disconnecting. I mean, how do you explain that, right? So, yeah. Who really knows what the root cause is? But I can definitely say with some certainty that every racer that's having disconnect issues really does need to take a look at what's going on within their own four walls, because there's a reason why you can't stay connected. Either it's just too many devices are being on the Wi-Fi at the same time, and your Wi-Fi can't handle everything that's going on. The Wi-Fi is naturally going to disperse that bandwidth evenly to every single device that's being operated on it. And if you've got 10 or 12 devices operating Wi-Fi, and you've got a 500 megabyte connection, I mean, you're essentially giving yourself 60 megabytes a second to race with, and that does not meet that 400 megabyte per second requirement. So, I mean, if you need numbers to help you determine whether or not you're up to snuff, that's the numbers. You need 400 megabyte download, you need at least a minimum 4 upload to essentially not be laggy in Gran Turismo 7 lobbies. Yeah, I mean, hey. Let's see what's shaking. Minute 18. Nothing changing. Nothing changing. Nothing really changing. That has changed slightly. Alright. So, we're, 3 or 4 laps past that full set of pit stop sequences now, so we'll kind of break down a little bit of what the strategies are looking like here. So 2-stop strategy here, this stint from our race leaders, the 44 GTR here, still a minute 18 gap over the number 20 Project 1 racing team, Aston Martin here. They basically grandfathered up into P2 a little while ago due to a driver error in a number 5 car and didn't have to battle for it, so they got a free pass in second place. They slowly kept working on opening up the gap, and a little combination of driver error and a disconnect here this time around has really kind of taken number 5 out of the charge for P2, as they were within a minute at the time of the disconnect, and that now puts our 35 Loose Moose Racing team sitting here in 3rd place, but they are about 3 minutes in behind that second place car right now, so at a lap and a quarter, we'll call it, in behind that podium, the next podium position. So at least a 66 car currently sitting in 4th place, 37 seconds in behind that podium, and that gap was about 32 seconds a little while ago before I went on my whole ramble about disconnects. But not a whole lot's changed except for the fact that one stop attempt here from the 45 car is now only 7 seconds in behind GT Finland Racing Team here. So we did say when we seen the 45 car make the pit stop here that if they could find a way to make the one-stop strategy work here, it could be very beneficial to them in overall track time and potential position. And if that is the case, I mean, they've got themselves now from a minute 10 in behind the 66 car down to 7.1 seconds. So if they can continue to make this one-stop attempt work here in stint number 10, they will have gained a massive amount of time on that 4th place team and that 66 car up in front of them, which means they now put themselves also in a position to potentially end up ahead of the number 5 car depending on the penalty. But as I'm starting to look at the time gap to the race leaders, I kind of feel like that number 5 car is going to settle right in somewhere either ahead or behind of Keplero at this point in the stint right now, based off of the point that they disconnected. I mean, 4:28 behind the race leader, and I believe the 5 car was like 2 minutes and 21 seconds. I mean, somewhere in between third and 5th place for sure. That number 5 is going to come out here in stint number 11. Now as the stint progresses and we start to get some relative time gaps after all the pit stops have started to sequence through, we get a little bit of a better look. But what that has done is it really pinches up 3rd through like 5th or 6th place at that point in the race. It's going to put the gaps quite a bit smaller in between the cars, and should make for a decent little at least early portion of stint number 11, as you know the number 5 car is going to be looking to make up track position in time as quickly as possible. And there's a very good possibility that we're going to see what I like to call an audible when we're endurance racing from the behind the scenes crew over there at the number 5 team, and we may see a potential driver change maybe leading into stint number 11 as well, just to put a faster driver in potentially than the one that may already be slotted to be in. Now it's kind of funny to say that because they all have quite crazy fast drivers over there at number 5 garage, but you know, when you got to make a pecking order, there's still one a little bit better than the next, right? So, you know, there could be decisions having to be made here in some of these garages here now heading into the 4-hour mark. Except to scam your race was better. Oh, come on, guys. We all make mistakes. That's what makes us human, man. Imagine how boring the world would be if seems to be an issue here with the 3 car. Keep our eyes on that. Currently sitting in pit lane, no tires being changed, no fuel going into the car, and we don't see a service being done to the car. So, yep, that is a possibility. We could see a retirement there from the number 3 car. Don't do it, boys. Don't do it. Come on, boys, finish her up. It's coming from a friend, no, not from a broadcaster. Get back on track, finish her up, boys. You got this. Heads up. Bring that car across the finish line. You can't put so much effort and so much work into the season to retire it. Get that thing on track, get that thing moving. I know how it feels, guys. I do. I mean, it's Road Atlanta for 10/10 all over again right there. We had to make that tough call, and I regret every second of having to retire from that race and retire the team from that race. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Oh, man. Just don't want to see my boys not finish the season. It breaks my heart to see it end that way for them, that's all. It's no secret that we've been rooting for the number 3 car all season long here in Split 3. I mean, those are my guys, those are my community. A lot of them are my admin team in GT45 gaming. I've been rooting for them all season behind the scenes. I guess it just breaks my heart for them to see it end this way for them. That's all. Just trying to encourage a little bit, but I mean, if there's a legitimate reason, there's a legitimate reason. There's nothing that can be done about it. I fully understand that, but it doesn't mean I'm still not gonna be the content creator and the community leader and say, come on, boys, just make sure you're not doing something you're gonna regret, because I know how this can play on drivers mentally, right? So I don't want to see it affect any of them in that way. That's all. No, yeah, no. I mean, Ray's right. I mean, the rules can't be bent for that reason. I mean, the rules are the rules. We were talking about fair play of competition a little bit earlier with the banner on the screen. That falls under the same lines of fair play competition, right? Irregardless of the situation. That's just me as a content creator talking to my community members. I mean, that really is what that was. It was just me trying to encourage the boys. You know, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes because I'm obviously in the booth right now, so I can't be behind the scenes with the guys to find out what's going on. And, you know, if I could get one of the 10-10 drivers to step in right now and fill in for him, I most certainly would. But unfortunately, I can't because we all raced in split too, so it breaks the rules. I mean, you know, I'm sure they're trying to do everything they can. Luxy. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. This is minute 22 separating first and second place here. Where are we? We're at 49 to 57. Let me check that lap count real quick. We got Capolero here in third place. He's getting away with the blue flag. I'm not sure who it is in behind. It will be the race leader closing in on the 35 car here. So about to go another lap down here. Potentially is the Loose Moose Racing Team car there. We got Snowman here. It's 37 seconds in behind and 10 seconds now between him and the 45 car as well. I'm just going to check that message in case it's something relevant. He's drugged the Grid Life team. Foul play. We're gonna call foul play. Right now, yeah, everybody's tired. Nobody wants to be just freely racing right now. Come on. Well, I mean, strategies have definitely changed things up a little bit. Right now, that's allowed the 45 car to really gain some good track position. We have about 10 racing laps left, 9, I think, including the lap we're on currently. So, I mean, you know, they may pull that one-stop strategy off there. That's a huge strategy coming there from them guys. And tough stint number 10, absolutely just wrecking the field here. We're gonna have to give the aggressive driver of the stint award to the track of Spa Franchorchamps here, because boy, it is really taking its toll on the race teams here in stint number 10. I tell you what, 3 cars now currently immobile here in the stint now as we near the end in towards the driver swaps here, and potentially one team down and out of the race here for the last 4 hours as well. So I mean, Spa is laying a licking on our racing field here today. And I mean, Spa seems simple enough, right? Oh, it's Spa. Everybody loves Spa. Oh, we know how to race Spa. Well, do you know how to race Spa, really, truly, for 24 hours in mixed raining conditions through the day and the night, and through completely unpredictable events happening in front of you, and with some of the fastest racers on the platform? I mean, I don't know. Do you have what it takes? If you think you have what it takes, registration will be open for the 2026 season in just a short few weeks' time. You definitely want to stay in tune to the IRO Discord and all their socials for upcoming announcements. And if you are an active racer or in the sim racing community, definitely pay attention to your Discord servers that you're a part of, because when they make the announcement, everybody is going to know about what IRO is doing in 2026, and I think that the registration is going to fill up extremely fast, and I think it's going to be very competitive for both splits next season, if that's the route that they are opting to take moving into 2026. I do not know what they have planned for 2026. That's not something that I am involved in over here in IRO. That's beyond my pay grade, so to speak, quote unquote. That's above my pay grade. The big wigs handle those decisions. I just try to entertain the masses while they do the hard work and behind the scenes. Alright. Not sure what we got going down there in the chat, but we got some form of lobby going up there. Do we got like some 1v1 action going on? Should we swap over to the 1v1 action? I mean, what we got going down here? We got some action going on here? We want action. They're surviving much better this time around than last weekend at this point in the race. With that being said, however, we still got almost stint to go, and that's always the hardest one, it seems like. Look at me just trying to find a battle right now on the racetrack. I mean, I've been in this booth for like 2 hours now, and I have barely seen a battle on this stint, man. These racers are slacking. I'm kidding. Come on, boys, pick up the socks. Let's get them tires moving, shall we? I swear I won't look if you pull that restrictor plate back an extra half an inch. Let's pick this up a little bit, shall we? Eh? I like this strategy coming from the 45 car here. I think it was big. I think it was a bold move, and I think by the end of the stint is actually going to pay off for him here. So like I said, I mean, it was a minute 18 separating the 45 car and the 66 car at the beginning of the stint at the driver swap, and now that gap is down to 10.5 seconds. It hasn't been sheer pace by Medi in behind the wheel of this 45 car. No, not at all. That hasn't been the case. Snowman has been showing incredible pace in front of Medi here, barely allowing Medi really to chip away any seconds in an equal pit stop strategy situation. And I think that Medi probably clued into that fairly quickly in the first part of his stint. And as the race progressed through that first portion of his tire stint, we've seen a pit stop come in. And I did maybe speculate that he was going to potentially, maybe they'd be thinking about stretching this out into a one-stop style strategy here. And lo and behold, they pull into pit lane and they loaded that tank full of racing fuel and threw on their second set of tires and are going for that one-stop strategy here. And I got to tell you what, he has been making that work. He has not really given up a whole lot of pace on that 66 car in front. I mean, he's only given up 3 seconds of pace since they took fresh tires. And in the transition of the second to the third set of soft tires for the 66 car, I mean, he only gave away maybe 4 or 5 overall seconds as well. And I said we've seen 3 different strategies at play. That's because we see 2 different tire compounds at play here currently on the racetrack as well. So I don't know if we've seen that strategy used yet this weekend here in Split 1, but definitely a different strategy coming from the 45 garage here, and it really looks like it's paid off for him here in this stint. So great call. We talked about that in stint number 7. That in the middle part of the race is about staying consistent, trying to chip away at gaps, trying to open up the gaps the best you can. But the big important thing is to make the important decisions at the important moments in that stint, right? Whether it be weather coming in or, in this case, making a strategy call. And for the most part, it's probably been a 2-stop heavy race for this field because of the sheer pace and tire wear on the cars on this field due to how fast they're driving these cars and how hard they're driving them. The 2-stop strategy has been a fairly dominant strategy here this weekend. So to see that 1-stop strategy come out so late in the race out of just a sheer decision, knowing that you're going to gain a minute in pit lane bare minimum if everything goes right with the strategy. I mean, that's a ton of track time in position. That's almost half a lap here at Spa. So it's a moment in the race when your crew makes a decision, and boy, is it rewarding when that decision pays off. And I really think that decision paid off for the 45 crew there. I mean, it's put them in a much better position than they were in an hour ago. 45-second gap here between AHR and the 64 car being piloted by Yagami here right now as well. So there's definitely some time being gained there from the AHR crew, currently sitting in 8th place. Now this will change a little bit once we get a couple of the teams back on track in the next stint here. We will see two of the cars come back into the field, which will change the overall standings of the current field as it stands right now here in this stint. It took me a minute to collect my thoughts on what I was going to say there, so I obviously don't want to misinform on the situation. So no, it wasn't the water. We can force it to rain, I suppose, in a sense, here in Gran Turismo 7, but we can't force it to stay raining, if that makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, the dynamic weather is the dynamic weather, and even on rain settings without dynamic weather and IRO wage settings doesn't necessarily mean you can get full rain all the time either, ironically enough. Yeah, it's hard to promise wet conditions. You can do the best you can to promise wet conditions, but even then, it's not guaranteed. And I mean, I can almost probably prove it. I have a race on my page tomorrow for a championship that I host, and it is actually a wet set race at Suzuka tomorrow for the Vegas Cup Series on my page. So, and I mean, we're talking RO3, between RO3 and RO5 settings for the whole duration of the race. So I mean, it should stay at a steady rain all race at those settings. But that's definitely not guaranteed to be the case. It could potentially be a dry race the whole time on those settings. I mean, you just never know, right? I mean, it's not something you can just sheerly outright guarantee, unfortunately. You would think so, but not necessarily. 11.6 seconds to Snowman, starting to open the gap up just a small tidbit here on the 45 car. So we're actually getting close to our driver swap here. I didn't realize we had already creeped up 6 or 7 racing laps there in that short, what seemed to be that short amount of time. How the time flies when you're having fun. So Adriano here, just one more time around, and we'll see driver swaps start to take place here. And our number 20 car as well, just about a minute in behind here. Other than that, everybody else is at least a lap down to the field. So only the top 2 drivers currently on the lead lap. Now, even at the point that a number 5 car disconnected there, they were last remembered at 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and I remember the live timing from the race leader there as well. So I mean, even they were just a lap down, and that was happened not too long before the disconnect happened. Maybe three or 4 laps before the disconnect that Adriano had made his way around Bargier there. Sure the YouTube chat is updating again. Definitely like to keep an eye on that chat the best we can. Alright, let's stick with our 44 car here, our race leader, as they just head into Lacombe to start that lap 56. So this will be the lap that they will now come into pit lane and start that driver swap sequence. So all the racers will have to do that at the end of lap 56. Having a nice little aerodynamic discussion in the chat right now. I love it. I mean, we were running the Porsche at, what was it, like 400 and 515 last weekend in Split 2. I mean, we were doing much of the same thing. We had pretty much stock front aero on the car, but it almost took all the aero off the rear end. And I mean, that was what honestly even kept the Porsche somewhat in the times that the rest of the guys were putting in. The Porsche was kind of picked for a sense for us for the last part of the season, because it was almost speculated that the last 2 to 3 races of the season were going to be fairly wet condition races, so we were kind of relying on that fact with the Porsche, that we were going to be doing a lot of wet driving as opposed to dry driving, and it didn't quite work out that way for us. So I mean, Fuji was so sporadic. It was a crazy unpredictable race as far as the weather went, and we got lots of rain in the race, but we got rain that was way heavier than anybody would have expected. So I mean, it caught a lot of us out, and in Spa it really produced just sporadic little bits of rain. It wasn't a lot of constant wet conditions, so unfortunately we didn't have our plan work out in our favor in a sense. So I mean, other than that, we probably would have just stuck with the Lexus for the remainder of the season if we knew that, you know, the conditions were going to be fairly dry for the final race of the season ourselves, right? But again, you know, it comes down to those key decisions, and when you make those decisions, and you know, we tried to make a strategic decision in our case for a car that's better suited for wet conditions than the car we were currently running, and it turned out that we didn't get a whole lot of wet conditions in a sense. So all right, slacking here, our race leader into pit lane here, putting P1R a minute 25 in behind the race leader here, and they're just heading around Lochamal right now into the final chicane. Don't mind me, I'm just reading chat and not paying attention to what's going on in front of me, you know. Chat's more amusing right now than the race, apparently. What can I say? There's just lots of gaps. It was an uneventful stint number 10 for the most part, with the exception of 2 disconnects and apparently a mechanical failure in the car. So Luis Caballero, the 35 Loose Moves Racing Aston Martin here next. And now this is the bigger question. So the smaller screen on the right-hand side of the viewing screen there is our stint 11. That is the beginning of the driver swap. So as we're seeing our drivers come into pit lane here, we're seeing our drivers start their pit stop services on that smaller screen on the top right-hand side of the viewing section. And so what you're seeing there is what's going to be Jaeger taking over for stint number 11 for the next 2 hours as those drivers now continue on with the race. So we'll see the 35 car go around one more time here, and then we'll see this Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin come in for their driver swap, and then we'll see them either leave next in that smaller screen in the visual area, or we will see that number 5 car come out just before them, if my mental calculations are correct. So let's see where that number 5 car settles in here into the mix now after the disconnect there. About midway through stint number 10 here, I guesstimate that is at least a 2-minute penalty there. However, with that being said, they had a good 2 minutes, I think, to the 35 car, so it's going to be, I want to say plus or minus probably 15 seconds one way or the other between the two. At first, initially, I thought it might cost them a couple of positions, but they might still just hold on to that podium. So we'll have to wait and see what Jaeger's got in store in his stint here once everybody gets moving. But we will see Caballero come in here in the next 45 seconds here as we're just heading out of Brussels and in towards Pouan here. So. Again, I'm just going to keep my eye on that top screen myself a little bit here while I'm keeping an eye on what's going on in my own stint at the same time to see exactly where that 5 car comes into play here. This is the best part about driver swaps if you're one of the racers. I mean, your car gets to camera time until you bring it into pit lane, right? It's great. So it looks like that 5 car is going to come out just ahead of that 35 car here. I did just see race control give the word there to the 5 car to go ahead and start their driver swap just as our number 35 car was coming into pit lane. Now there is a slight delay on the stream with that being said, so if I had to guess, there is like I said, about a 15 to 20 second gap between the 35 and the 5 car here in stint number 11 once they get settled in. So we'll have that stint number 11 for you in just a few minutes time here. We usually get through about the first 5 or 6 drivers into the driver swap, and then we usually see that transition kick on over. So we'll be hanging out with Jaeger here next as the number 45 last minute racing team now comes in for the driver swap. And you can see he was on that medium tire and out of fuel entering pit lane, so it does make that one stop work, and it was a massive gain there for the 45 car on that 66 car of the GT Finland racing team. So huge strategy call coming from the last minute racing team there, and it paid off big time in time gained on the car in front. So it is Visual Racer here now. Is sitting currently in 6th place. I will put them back into P7 in the next lobby as the number 5 has re-entered the race there in their respective positions. So we will still have a lap to go here yet next time around from our 764 car, and that will be half the field essentially now maintained through driver swap after 20 hours of racing. 20 hours already gone, just like that. Yeah, it seems like a long time, but at the same time, it kind of goes by fast. Bring it home within the white lines. So we are definitely now well into early morning hours. We would call this breakfast time here now, I would say around Spa, and that means that we should start seeing a little bit of a small rise in outside temperature, which means we should potentially be seeing a small rise in track temperature, but we still see that it is lightly overcast in the sky. It's kind of stayed that way for the whole stint really. Here throughout the last couple of hours we had just a couple of little droplets of rain, and that was it here in stint number 10. So the racers have had a relatively fair play weather stint.
Yo, stint 11 is on the way, so less than 4 hours to go. It's the final stretch of the race and the season. So we have the 44 car in the lead, 1 minute 30. That gap to P1R Project 1 Racing, the number 20, Aston Martin P3, and we have Sector 7 Racing Esports back on track after the disconnect on the previous stint. P3 3:55 the gap to the leaders. In P4 it is Loose Moose Racing. It's the GOAT driving once again, TRL Lightning, Mick Hizal, second stint for him today. So interested what he can achieve. Nearly a minute again to P3. That could be a big ask and task. P5 we see GT Finland Racers 66 Nissan GTR Puntoni out on the track. And currently running in P6, we have last minute racing. The 45 Nissan GTR with River Ruckus on his second stint as well. So everyone is on the soft tire compound at this stage. So it is pretty much dry. A little bit of rain was falling before the race started. Well, this stint started. Now, all dry. No worries. People can push. Yeah, Roses. Mikael usually doesn't have the greatest internet connection. It doesn't prevent him from driving very fast. So Evo is setting the record straight early at 2:15.8 for so that's a blistering lap early on the race. The fastest lap so far in the 24 hours is a 2 minute 15.6. That was recorded earlier on. Stint 4.56 somewhere in that area. It was Antonio for 7 Sector Racing Esports. So will we see an improvement on that time? Not quite. Roses is not living next to the Nürburgring. I think he's more towards the south of Germany. But yeah, not the best internet connection for sure. Also, Gregu for the number 5 with a 17.072, getting slowly up to pace. What about Lightning? 17.0 comes round his second flying lap. Will be a 16.8. So yeah, slowly increasing the pace. It looks slightly overcast as well. .66 showing some good pace as well. 17s. What about River 4? Last minute racing. Also slowly getting into the 2:17 area. So next drivers on track. We have Hide for Sector 7 Racing. Boomers in P7. In P8 we have the Mekuga AMG, the 64 car, also run by Sector 7 Racing. P9 out on track. It is Bruce for Apex Hunter Racing in that 69 McLaren. And we're waiting in for Sluxy in the 77 to take the track. Unfortunately, the number 3 car, Crit Life Racing, they had to retire the car. So illness caught the driver lineup, and they have no driver available for the stint, and they are pretty much exhausted at this stage. So that's why it's a big oof for the team. So they did so well throughout the entire season. We're like running on a podium up until the penultimate round, and then devastated, as Ray states in chat. So they I mean, you, as a team, doing 10 rounds in this long season, and then you're unable to finish the final race. That's gonna hurt for a while, pretty sure. Let's hope they can regroup and hope we see them competing in the 2026 season next year again. Yep. Evo is still very quick around the track. Not into the 2:15s, but low 2 minute 16s for the 44. Kevin for P1R doing now 2:17s all the way. What about Gregu? Went into the 2 minute 16s, just to the 2 minute 16.999. Lightning also hovering around the 2:16s, 2:17s. At personal best, 16.8. The Finnish team in P5, low 2 minute 17s. River with a flying lap 2:16.9. So after a bit of a slow start out of the pits, River is putting the hammer down. Less than 9 seconds in the gap to P5. Nearly with a good start through his stint as well. Low 2 minute 17s. And the two Australian drivers on the grid, GTR4, the 64 AMG, and Bruce for the 69 McLaren. So we are still waiting for the little homeless snail to be released onto the track and join the racing action in this penultimate driver stint of the IRO GTEC 2025 edition of the Spa 24 Hours Round 10 this season finale. So let's have a look. We confirm he's waiting. He's sitting in the pits. He's there. We haven't lost him. Evo is really on a mission this weekend. I think that's stint 3 or even 4 for for Evo. I have lost count, to be honest. But yeah, Evo, Adriano, oh, they've been smashing it today. Kaza with solid performance as well for the team, and Lugi as well, and on the lineup. So, I mean, they knew what was to play for today. We bring up the championship standings once again for you, just in case you have forgotten. So the Sector 7 Racing Esports team, the number 5 car, leading by 1 point, and the Esports Race Asylum team in P2. So whoever finishes in front will be crowned the GT Endurance champion in 2025, and for now it's a dominant run for the 44 crew. So 1 minute 40 the gap to Kevin. Gregu right behind on track. There's a big but 1 lap down, so needs to perform the overtake twice to actually gain that position. The 35, Aston Martin, or Loose Moose Racing with another strong run for the season finale. P4 currently, the gap to P3 is coming down a little bit, not by much. And yeah, wait, where is, here he is. Slugsy is finally moving. And he joins the track for his final stint of the race and the season. Yeah, we shall not forget Slugsy was leading the race in the early stages. So that's a moment and an achievement no one can take away. So go up the order and have a look at the gaps and the lap times. Also have a look at tire wear and the fuel. So we're still early into the first stint, so nothing to worry about. So into the mid 217s now. More the 64. What about the 764? 16.6. Here they're picking up the pace. The 45. Now 2:17s all the way. Keeping that gap. Round about 9 to 10 seconds to the car in front. That's the 66 machine. Then another 31 seconds to the 35 Aston. P3, we have the number 5 Lexus running. And just that one lap behind P2, the number 20 Aston Martin. P1. We have Evo still in total command. I think he's still the fastest driver on track at this stage of the race, on lap 13 currently. The tire wear slowly kicking in. Will we see a move at some point to get the lap back for the number 5 car? It's close, but not close enough. So, the end of the Camel Straight, we are braking for the comp, and the gap probably 3/10 now. So, as a lapped car, you are allowed to unlap yourself. You have to do it in a safe way, of course, and then you also have to prove that you are quicker. If this doesn't happen, then you have to fall back again and give up that advantage. So maybe Gregu feels quite happy staying behind Kevin. For the moment, at least. Lightning's car all over the place with the connection. Here's a bit hard to follow, unfortunately. Lap times very consistent, 2/16 all the way. So the gap 2 P5, Pontoni going up slightly. And now the gap between P5 and P6 just over 10 seconds. River Ruckus lost a little bit. Now to 18 last time around, so he ideally needs to get back into the 217s. Here after 2 laps to the 216s, now running 217s. What is the gap to P6? Let's have a look. 9:37. That's 4 minutes. Bang on the money. A long way. A minute and 5 seconds separating the two Sector 7 racing cars. The 764 and the 64. On track cruise 51 seconds. We see a couple of laps that are into the 218s. And Slugsy into the 218s as well after 2 completed flying laps in this stint. Pretty sure he can bring those times down a bit more into the 217s. Oh, a bit wide on the exit. 218.0 would have been a 217. Ooh, and picks up a nice little penalty on top. And drifts it through La Source. Ooh, dirty tires. And he's entertaining the fans on track and also on the stream. Some nice little drifto. So roughly 30 minutes into stint 11. And what is the strategy with tires, fuel, pit stops? So with the lurking rain all the time, always you have to keep that in mind. But if it's a dry stint, then we had 2 different strategies. So those who could make the tires last went for soft, and we had aggressive strategies with soft. I think on the previous stint we had an outlier where we had a long stint on the medium tire compound. It was Maddie in the 45 car, but that was, I think, really the outlier. Usually it's just the racing softs that's being used throughout this race if it's dry, and then if we get a wet track, it is the intermediate tire. Okay, so we missed that unlapping move. Craigu got past. And he seems to be opening up that gap, so think he should be allowed to keep that position, and now push, I reckon. Push, push, push. So with the tire wear now kicking in slowly, the lap times are dropping as well. I think no one into the 2:16s at this stage. Still low 2:17s for Lightning. Mid to high 17s for Puntoni in the 66 machine. River hovering between 2:18s and 2:17s. 12-13 seconds now, that gap. Here they keep it up with the pace at the front of the race. Mid to low 2:17s. Not really losing. And the GTR also still running 2:17s so far. The weather's still overcast and dizzy, but don't expect to see any rain soon, looking at the sky. What about Sluxy? Can he get into the 2:17s? Through Puron. No drama, good exit speed. Let's stay with him and wait for the next sector time to appear. A bit down on his personal best, so probably no 2:17 on this lap incoming. Evo's fuel getting low. He probably do one more. And still doing, was doing 2:17s, 18 point flat. Previous round. Kevin dropped into the 2:18s a bit earlier. He's losing some time to Evo. And also Gregu, the blue flags are still showing in game. But the gap is big enough so he can mind his own business now and just do his race and pace. Lightning gained 4-5 seconds since the start of the stint, the driver swap. Let's quickly compare the fuel. Aha! Aha! So there's still plenty of fuel remaining in that 35 Aston Martin, but the Lexus is quite low on fuel. So there's a little bit of a strategy difference involved. '66 also with less fuel than the 35 in front, but has a bit more than the 45 behind. So I reckon the 66 and the 45 with cars running in P5 and P6, but a fairly similar strategy. This looks like soft. And Evo coming in. 18 racing laps. This also looks to be the two-stopper. The scheduled two-stopper, of course. So you never know if, and that's a big if, rain hits the track, then the strategy needs to be adjusted on the fly. So yeah, but leader is in now, changing tires, putting in some fuel, probably up to the halfway mark. Yeah, just about that. Bang on. Kevin might be opting for the one-stopper. Looking at the fuel and tires. The number 5 car will be pitting soon. It's not about the tires, it's more about the fuel. So they didn't put in that much fuel at all, and here they come into pit lane. We go, so the 35 will move up one position onto the podium. Probably. Yeah, looking at the fuel, 50 plus second pit stop incoming for the number 5, and we see the 35. Yeah, I think the idea is to go for the one stop. So we see the fuel now getting into the Lexus, and Lightning coming out of the La Source down into Eau Rouge. There's Gregu, he's on pit exit, and through goes Lightning. So moving up one spot, P3. And Number 5 now on fresh soft tires. Just under 5 seconds the gap. And so they should be catching. Now they should be able to do at least 2:17s, probably 2:16s. While we have the 35 now running low 2:18s. Next drivers I expect to pit this one, River Ruckus in the 45 machine and Puntoni in the 66. So the two GTRs and probably not going for that much longer. So Evo after the pit stop still in the lead. Nearly a minute to Kevin for Project 1 Racing. Both Kevin and Lightning, they are at least trying to make the one stop work. Well, 3.5 gained nearly a second on the outlap. Now with full speed through Eau Rouge and Radion. Not gaining that much for now, and here we go. The 66 is in. Pretty sure the 45 will follow. No! River Ruckus, he is known also as the strategy king. He has something different in mind. We're going for one more. But he's not close on view to make a one-stop work. That's just one more. And for the German driver. 2.5. So through the middle sector, the number 5 car is gaining. Let's get a little bit on board. Riding the curb. That was Tony Hawk style. 50-50 grind. Didn't lose too much time. Oh no! Disconnect. Another one. AHR. With a DC on the penultimate stint of the race. So they will get the chance to rejoin in stint number 12, of course. So maybe it's better to have to disconnect now. Getting a DC on the final stint is like the worst thing, really, in a 24-hour race. So yeah. If you really have to DC, then don't do it on the final stint. So River is in, as expected, and Craigu now into slipstream range. Car a bit sketchy. Did a 216 last time around. Now I think he is already losing a little bit of time behind Lightning at this stage. Let's see, half a second. Slowly bringing that gap down though. Gaining into the chicane massively. That's the tire advantage. Can brake definitely later. Well, let's see if the Aston still has that good traction, acceleration out of the slow corners. Yep. Opening up the gap again, 6.5 tenths. Now the slipstream should help Pregu to bring that gap down to less than half a second. Oh, there was someone coming out of the pits. Ooh, it's getting spicy. So also an additional challenge for the Sector 7 racing car. It's like to judge the car in front with that laggy connection. So where to go for a move, how to anticipate where the car is actually on track. Not easy. Not easy. I reckon the safest overtake spot would be the end of the Camel Straight. He's looking down the inside at the chicane, so giving himself quite a room next to Lightning, so that was a clean overtake and avoided accidental netcode contact. Oh, well played. Can he keep that position? So this time Lightning with the slipstream. I think he's staying behind. Yep, indicating he's on a different strategy now. If we look at the tires, they're not in a really good shape anymore, but I think he still needs to run them for 3-4 laps. And maybe Lightning can use Gregu's pace a little bit. Oh, the second driver with that one stop attempt, Kevin, also on very second-hand tires now. A minute and 11. Unable to keep up with Evo, of course, who is on fresh softs and running 2 minutes 16s. Ooh, Evo with a massive leg spike. Let's hope this is not a bad omen. Don't want to jinx anyone, so not saying anything. As soon as I see something weird, I just move on, and pretend nothing has happened. Yeah, Lightning unable to keep up with Gregu's pace, and there's also a... who's that GTR? I think the 64 AMG on fresh tires also has the pace advantage, the grip advantage at this stage. Inside for the Piff Puff chicane. Easy overtake. That's how it's being played. Here they after the pit stop fresh softs to 17s again to start with. The River Rock is struggling. Now, ooh, didn't see that, but the 45 car is on the racing medium tire compound. Again, nearly maximum fuel went into that car, so River doesn't want to see his pit crew again for a long time, just at the end of the stint, to hand that car over. So that's why we see a 2:19 lap time. Oh, Puntoni in the 66 on the softs again, pushing for the two-stopper. And then here we had AHR with a disconnect. So this leaves us with 9 cars on the track. Sluxy currently P9. I think the gap was quite big between AHR and Racer Black, so my guess is the HR team will rejoin in P9 for the final stint. But for now it is P9 on track for the 77. Still running 2 minute 16s and then increasing that gap to Kevin, who is low on fuel and low on tires. Yeah, at least this lap, maybe 2 to go. Six seconds and counting the gap after the overtake. The Lightning has plenty of fuel remaining, so he could extend that stint by quite a margin if he wants to. I think that the tires are the limiting factor. The gap between P3 and P2, it's 2 minutes 40 and a bit. Oh, windshield wipers are going. Is it again a lucky strategy call for Project 1 Racing? We had it earlier where they were staying out, and as they needed to pit, it was intermediate conditions. So we see a little bit of rain. It hasn't like hit the track, but we can clearly see the windshield wiper was going. It's stopping and going now, so maybe just some light rain. The question is, can Kevin increase the stint? Yeah, staying out. So waiting for the weather to evolve and see if it's worth hitting directly for intermediate tires. So for now it is still completely dry on the track, and yeah, it's just a little bit rain here and there, so that could be already over. No, it's not raining on the Camel Straight. But here in Lake Holm we see a little bit of rain again, and we hear it now. It's a bit louder, so yeah, track picking up the wetness. Ooh. If it stays like this, I guess in 2 laps time that track might be wet. I don't think we have any of the drivers showing us the weather radar. Unfortunately, it's just the track map. So I'm just flicking through them. See, but yeah, no one is giving us access to weather. But we see it's increasing. It's definitely increasing now. And yeah, Kevin extended. So it's creeping up, it's getting heavy, so it might be once again a lucky strategy call. And look at that, within a lap we are over the first bar of the indicator. So this is intermediate now. It's like heavy rain suddenly in the final sector. Ooh. So Kevin goes into pit lane. Now the drivers will have a hard time to keep the car on track. Evo goes deep, avoids a damage, but goes off track. Though it's tricky, Kevin made it into pit lane. Gregu is now close to the pit entry, and he pits, so the weather radar definitely showing some more rain, and the strategy for last minute racing went into the bin instantly. Running the mediums didn't quite work for them, so they were not hoping for rain, of course. Lightning is in as well, so also for Loose Moose Racing, the planned scheduled pit stop coming in for intermediates. Evo staying out. Oh, interesting. So maybe he thinks it's not worth pitting for the Inters. So what about the drivers that went early? Hide was one of the first drivers to pit. He's on the intermediate tires. P5 as well. The 66 car is on intermediates. What about Kevin? Opting for the Inters. So this is now a crucial moment. It's definitely heavy rain here coming on to the Camel Straight. So why did Evo stay out? He made the decision, went past pit entry and goes deep into Lecom. Didn't get it and gets a reset. Oh, will he get that car started? It's heavy, the acceleration might be tricky. The rear step in, I see the traction control now helping the car to get going again. Yeah, this was probably a mistake. Staying out, it is definitely intermediate conditions now. Through this section downhill we go into Brussels. Yeah, it is way too wet for the slick tires. Oh, this was a little bit of a gamble. Didn't need to take that risk. The lead. And more rain incoming. Oh, Pujon, he goes deep. No grip. Probably also tires getting cold. And here comes Sluxy. Into the chicane. Trying to go around the outside. Oh, Gregu is on the intermediates and has no problem at all on lapping himself at least one lap, so it's still... He was 2 laps down, so back to 1. Evo is struggling now. Again, the same question arises now. By the end of the lap, it looks pretty much the same. Is it time to pit or just, you know, suffer a little bit, stay out? Nope. It clear indicator. We get more rain. We get the heavy rain, definitely. Now, so Evo will be losing quite some time now. That pit stop. Kevin, P2, Gregu, P3, Lightning, P4. So both the 20 and the 35 Aston Martin, they were on that scheduled 1 stop, and they could change directly onto the intermediates. Now a big strategy advantage for us, and it's really coming down now. We're saying cats and dogs now. Treacherous conditions, so no one is on the slick tire compound now anymore, and that is a good thing. Yeah, a bit of a very unnecessary risk to take. I reckon also Evo picked up a little bit of damage and heading into pit lane. Oh, he still has the lead. But how much did he lose? Effectively. We'll wait. It's 2 minutes 7 for now. I guess it will come down to 1 minute 30. Maybe less. No, it's, yeah, very wet now. Even the intermediates now at the limit. The delta is playing up a little bit now. So we see it going down. 1:45, 44. $1:33, less than 1:30. Okay, roughly a minute, I reckon. No, I think it was still okay. So he had a big lead and did lose like maybe 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds, I reckon. This lap staying out for a bit longer. Now everyone is on the mediums. Let's have a look at the gaps. So 1 minute and 4 seconds between P1 and P2. We have the number 5 car, Gregu, in P3. Not sure if that 5 minutes is the actual gap. I think it needs to update. We wait for the next lap then. So, but the interesting gap is like that between P3 and P4. It's just 6.6 seconds. So that's played definitely into the hands of the 35 car. That downpour. And more rain heading into the final sector. Again, not easy at all in those conditions to keep the car on the track. Evo is still that 1 minute 5, so that gap stays roughly the same to Kevin in P2, the 20 machine. Yeah, I don't know, Cupcake. But to be fair, it was really dark, so we wouldn't have seen the rain anyways. So now let's see if we get an updated delta between P1 and P3. Everyone is on the intermediates, so no one used the full wets. I think it's just manageable on those inters. So we are just above that second bar. And now we see the actual gap. So less than 4 minutes for the number 5. And Lightning also catching, gained 2 seconds already. Oh, showing his intentions. Using his flashlights. Says, Luxy, move out of the way, please. And well done. 77. So 4 seconds between P3 and P4. 1 minute 20 to the 66. And the 45 with an unlucky strategy call. They went on to the mediums for, hoping to get them to the end. And then the rain hit. So definitely spoiled their strategy, and a big gap to the car in front now. 42 seconds it is in P7. We still have the Boomers, the 764 Aston, and P8 it is 64 AMG Mick Cougar for Sector 7 Racing. Slugsy, we saw that with the blue flags in P9. 4 Racer Silent Black, the 77. Let's go back to the gap between Gregu and Lightning. Battle for P3 incoming. And here for the first sector, start-finish straight coming out chicane. The rain has stopped already. We stay with the 5 to see if there's any more rain on the track coming down. It doesn't look like, at least onto the Camel Straight. Yep, no rain, and already a Trine racing line appears. So this short rain intermission definitely got the blood pressure pumping again, but now it looks like that's it. It's getting drier and drier every corner already, so the first drivers might be considering changing over to the slick tires again. It's 21 to go, 20 for Evo before the driver stop, so easily done on the Racing Soft tire compound. And yeah, it looked like no more rain from above, so it's now just to guess when the track will be dry enough to use the slicks. Who is the bravest of them all? I wouldn't be surprised to see Lightning coming in. Oh, Gregu is doing it and Lightning staying out. Okay, that's just the other way around. Never mind. Nothing to see. Yeah, Keplero, that answers your question. The number 5 thinks the track is dry enough. So it's a risky call, definitely. So it's hovering around that first bar on that wetness indicator. So, but with every corner and every second now gone, it's improving. It is improving. Yeah, true. The pit exit could be a tricky one. So advice would be to slam on the traction control. So I don't see it for now. Trusting in the throttle control. It was okay, no drama. Here, Evo in. As well, 1 minute 11 the gap to Kevin in P2. And yeah, we are definitely now in slick territory on the racing line. But again, they're like wet curbs. So those first 2-3 laps in those mixed conditions are still very, very tricky. If you touch the curb, accelerate, you might be flying off big time. The advantage is that one extra lap will give you an advantage compared to your opponents. You know, like where's the dry line, where to attack, where to back out. And as expected, lightning in, and Kevin doing one more. He's going the safe route. Evo is out on the softs. 35 seconds the gap. Lightning coming in for service. But Gregu completed that outlap without any drama so far. So my guess would be the undercut worked. Out of Lassource. They're a bit sketchy, but stays away from the curbs. Lightning now approaching pit exit. There is the number 5. Here he is. So going past the 35 again. Yeah. Gained like 3-4 seconds, probably, with that undercut. Next driver getting rid of the intros is Pontoni for the 66 GT Finland Racers GTR. River Rockers still on the intros, coming through Blanchimont. And guess he will be pitting as well. Nope. It's always River who spoils me on comms. The strategy king again. So Kevin with that one extra lap played it safe. Nothing to risk. So the gap to Evo is like big. And the gap to the cars behind was also very big. Roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes, I reckon. So you can play it safe. But I still think this is far from over between the 5 and the 35. The battle for P3 brewing with 19 laps to go in trying conditions now. So still you need to watch those wet edges and the curbs. 3 seconds. Lightning is pushing. Where's Kevin? Coming out on soft tires, and the gap 118, 119, 120 maybe. The next driver is in. That is Hide getting rid of the intros. Roughly 3 seconds between Gregu and Lightning. River still on his inters and has Pontoni right up in his slipstream. Now 66 already on those slick tires, the racing softs. One extra lap, and yeah, the intermediates won't be lasting for the race. So it's definitely now in. Come on. No, River, what are you doing? Why? This doesn't really make sense. Now, this should be an easy overtake. Way more grip now on the racing line for the slick tire runners. A little lift needed still up towards Radion. Not using the slipstream. River trying to cool down the tire temperatures using the wet line. It's not wet enough for the intermediates through the middle sector. Still, River tries to widen his GTR as much as possible. He's not carrying the speed through Puhorn. Or leaves the inside line open. Nope. Yeah, tricky for the car behind. You cannot really go offline, it's a bit too wet. It's okay, River did hold up for Tony for a lap. Will he be pitting now? Yeah, showing his right indicator. So that one extra lap. Oh, there is a yellow flag. So, had a moment. Kevin with the damage. So we need to get the replay. What happened? Did he touch a curb or a wet patch? Into the chicane we go. Oh, on the entry with the rear tire. Touched the wet curb. Spins 360 into barrier. And the damage is done. Damage on the front and the suspension. Immediately heads into pit lane. Oh, and crashes again. Now this is tricky. Oh, we need to go to the chase cam, so he avoids getting the reset though. This could have ended way worse if you're like stuck on the pit entry. It can happen. Yeah, maybe also a 3-second penalty coming, but still, I mean, if you're like being sideways on the pit entry and doing the Austin Powers 100 turn move to get that car going and then find yourself getting reset onto the start finish straight up. Just say that I've seen it happening. So, but yeah, that is unlucky for Project 1 Racing. Confidence running over the curbs now. If you go like in a straight line, it is okay. So 2.1, 2.2. Lightning slowly reeling in. Gregu. I don't think so. It's a 3-way battle. Kevin has still a big lead. He had a 3-second penalty. You were correct. Finalized. But it was like still 2 minutes something. So we'll still be fine. Definitely more than a minute, I reckon. What happened to Grid Life? They had to retire the race, unfortunately. Heartbroken, yeah. First rule, yeah. Was there a DC? Yeah, the AHR team, they disconnected earlier on. So 1 minute 40, 36. Gap coming down a little bit. Yep, Hansa, exactly. So that's definitely the better option to get the penalty and not the reset. There, 118, and it could have been way worse still. It's not ideal, let's put it that way. The red and black loose moose racing. Aston Martin is catching, slowly getting into the slipstream range. 1.6, nearly there. But the gap for Kevin at the moment, it's 1 minute 17. Let's see if that will change a little bit when Gregu crosses the line and comes around the first turn. Here they are also with massive damage heading into pit lane. The gap to his teammate GTR, 1 minute 32 though. Should be okay to stay in P6. Oh, let's see the gap. From Gregu's perspective, 111, yeah, still coming down, updating. Interesting lines for the very laggy 35, but yeah, just the net code. Less than a second and 1 minute 11. Also blue flags. You see, ooh, someone's coming out of the pits right in front. That is the Boomer Mobile, providing a little bit of slipstream assist for the number 5 car. Into LeCompte they go, and now slots in between. No, doesn't slot in between. Very, very much fair play. So the heat is on. Less than a second between P3 and P4. .45 with the crash. Okay, a nice little spot. What happened? It already happened. Yep, they run with damage on the front. And Gregu under pressure. 6/10. Ooh, there was contact between Lightning and Gregu. Was it lag? I don't know. Indicators are on. So I pressed the save replay marker. Let's get it from Lightning's perspective, shall we? There are already indicators showing for, well, then a massive leg punt happening. Oh my gosh, still indicators on. So that is weird. So we have to come out and look at it again. I'm confused. Well, let's see what happens. So the indicators are coming on. It's not accelerating. Wants to let Lightning pass, and then boom! Oh, that was as unlucky as it can get, I reckon. So, interestingly, there's no damage. So this is pretty much the perfect explanation that this was a massive leg spike, a leg punt, and yeah, you just have to accept it, even if it's like really annoying. But yeah, this, I cannot really like give Gregu like any blame. I think he waited. He let him pass. He was ultra cautious, and it still happened. So yeah, that didn't age very well, Hansa, your statement. However, now we continue with the race, so there's no damage. That is probably the good news. Bit annoying still. And for Lightning, so 4 seconds. Can he close that gap again? There's still time. Here with 13 laps to go. Let's have a look at the 45. Yeah, they did another pit stop. So, fix the damage. Definitely helps the 66 crew. Now 1 minute 30 the gap to the car behind. Hide to River. The gap that's nearly 4 minutes. 3 minutes 50-ish. P8, we have GTR for the McCougar car, the 64 Mercedes AMG GT3. Slugsy, we haven't seen him for a while. In P9, a solid race so far. Didn't see him like doing anything wrong so far, and yeah, a solid stint. Blue flags now for Evo, the race leader. We don't really see the gaps, so it's 2:47. So this actually means we have just one car, that's the 44, has lapped the entire grid. So it's everyone else is already a lap down at least. So that's a perfect situation for Esports Race Asylum. And we should see the overtake now. Easy. So Kevin in P2, that gap to Gregu in P3, 1 minute 7. Number 5 car is still catching, and so does Lightning. 35 from 4.5 after that incident down to 2.2. Yeah, we see also the clock ticking down to roughly 18 to 20 minutes in this stint remaining before we see the final driver swap of the race of the season. Yeah, JP, AHR disconnected, and then we heard that we don't talk about the other team. So Lightning has caught up with Gregu again, round 2. At the moment it looks like the connection is a bit more stable. Nah, not really. In my head I was like, maybe that leg punt like really helped to stabilize Lightning's connection. Nah, it was just a really wild theory. Nevertheless, the 35 back in contention, gets a little bit of a toe on the Camel Straight into Le Camp Bigot. Less than a second, heading into Brussels. Get ready for the left-hander. Speaker's corner, no name, GTEC, whatever you like to call that corner. 7/10, so through the middle sector, this is where the Aston Martin is really shining. We see the indicators coming on again. So what does it mean? Like, hey, buddy, I'm not gonna fight you. Go past. Probably. So that it's, I think, another fair play moment of the stint. Sportsmanship. Like, I'd say you cannot ask for more after that unlucky incident. So Lightning got that position in the end. P3. Yes, they lost some time to Kevin in P2, but I mean, this is well played. Well played, Gregu and Sector 7 Racing Esports, number 5. Yep. Exactly visual, yeah. That you see also there was a lag contact between the two a couple of laps ago, so that's why it seems to be the right call. And the stewards will be pleased to see they have one less thing to worry and to analyze. So the race situation, Ivo on lap 46. The gap to Kevin to 48, so still one lap plus for the 44. P1R running in P2, the number 20, and Loose Moose racing the 35 in P3. And it is the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports team in P4. We have GT Finland racers in P5 in that 66 Nissan. River Ruckus for last minute racing in P6. The 45 Nissan, minute 33 weather gap. Still, what's that? 3 minutes and 50 seconds roughly. The gap to Hide. Oh, rain again? No. Yes, I don't know. We see the windshield wiper again. But maybe it's just a troll move. I don't know. Doesn't look like rain. At all, P8, we have Sector 7 Racing Mick Cougar, number 64, Prima GTR, driving the AMG, and Sluxy in P9 for Race Asylum, Black in the 77 Porsche 911. Let's stay with Evo for a while, and we're getting closer and for the final driver swap and stint number 12, and it will be GT45 Gaming again for all of us to bring us home to the checkered flag. I think this is now that it's like calmed down a little bit after the rain drama. One more time. Up, and then let's do one last song together, shall we? It should be a quite fitting one, so we are getting closer to the final stint, and then let's go with the final countdown. Right? Okay. That sounds great. Go. we're living together, but still it's farewell. And maybe we'll come back to Earth, who can tell? I guess there is no one to blame. We're leaving ground. Will things ever be the same again? It's the final countdown. The final countdown. We're heading for Venus, and still we stand tall, 'cause maybe they've seen us and welcome us all, yeah. With so many light years to go, and things to be found, I'm sure that we all miss her so. It's the final countdown. Da-da-da-ba-ba, da-da-da-da. The final countdown. Da-da-da-ba-ba, da-da-da-da. The final countdown. And we go into the finale. 3, 2, 1. No countdown. Oh, it's the final countdown. Da-da-da-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da. The final countdown. Da-da-da-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da. The final countdown. Oh, it's the final countdown. We're living together. The final countdown. We'll all miss her so. It's the final countdown. Oh, it's the final countdown. Yeah. Alright, so 3 Jägerokis for the finale. You couldn't ask for any more. And with that, I'm pretty sure we'll be all ready for the final stint that will be starting very soon. So let me get my keyboard again. So stint 12, the stream link has arrived. So GT45 is also ready. Then splurge, shush. So 4 laps to go for Evo. Kevin in P2, 2 minute 50 the gap, 1 minute and 4 to Lightning in P3, 5.6 the closest gap on track between Lightning and Gregu, the 35 and the number 5. I cannot please you, right? So you got 3 songs and now you're complaining, yeah, but was it a German song? So I did 99 red balloons, or in German 99 Luftballons, during the Nürburgring 24 hours. That was the German one. I did Rammstein, Sonne, a German song, so come on, guys. Don't make it too hard for me. Just kidding, I love you all. So P5, it's the 66 Nissan, and P6 the 45 for last minute racing. Hide in 7th for the Boomers, and Mekuga in P8. And last but definitely not least on track, it's the MVP Sluxy in the 77 car. So I'm preparing the driver swap sequence now. Just be patient with me for a couple of seconds. Oh, is stint 12 a wet stint? This might be interesting. Yeah, Adriano, a nice selection. Rammstein songs. Yeah, also a good mix in the from the backlog. Some older ones, some new ones. Winds of Change. Oh no. To be honest, I really don't like that song. It was just played too much in Germany. Like, it was the anthem when the Berlin Wall came down. It was played all the time. That song and David Hasselhoff, I've Been Looking for Freedom. Those two songs were like the main anthems in Germany and Berlin. So, I don't know. So I would rather go with another Scorpions song like, I don't know, Rock You Like a Hurricane or something like that, that has a bit more drive. I've been looking for freedom. Yeah, exactly. Next year. Next year. So, what is that, Mr. Dutch Guy Visual? What is your anthem for Germany? Erika, no, please no. We're getting into very, very deep territory here. Don't get me started with German Schlager. No. Yeah. It is like I'm really open-minded when it comes to music, but this genre, no way. So yeah. No, Hansa, stop it. I don't want to even think about that one. Evo with the... Is it really raining? Or is it just trolling? Will we get rain on the final lap? Yeah, it is actually raining on the final lap, on the final minutes of the stint. People, buckle up. It's not over. Something still can happen. You didn't see that coming. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah. Maybe, so it's still interest, but now what to do? Hit for intermediates to be safe. Stay out on the softs. Evo stayed out on the softs. It's not heavy rain. Now here, heading into La Source. No rain, no rain. But coming out of La Source, we see the rain again, and it's pouring down. It's definitely a bit heavier. But again, it stops. So very partial rain on that lap. Still, it's dry enough to go flat through Eau Rouge and Radion. So no standing water on the Camel Straight. What about the middle sector? It's a bit better. In here, still manageable on those tires. So, try all the way through Puhorn. So yeah, not enough drama, at least for now. Let's see when we approach the final sector. Down we go into Campus Stavello. It's dry, even the curbs don't show any moisture, so it was just a little bit of drama for nothing, really. So those raindrops, they were just trolling, really. So Evo comes in to pit and performs the final driver swap of the season. Yeah, definitely a false alarm in here. So here he comes, driving through the F1 pit area and down into the GT area. Our next driver will be Kevin. Oh, he has to do another lap. 2 minutes and 52 the gap. And for Kevin, Lightning MP3 a minute the gap to Kevin, and 12 seconds to Gregu. And we'll have a sneak peek at stint number 12. Is it wet? Try to get it. Yep, it is definitely wet for stint number 12. So we could have an interesting start to that final stint. You see it in the small window, and I'd say we go directly full screen as soon as Gregu finishes the lap. Then so roughly 2 minutes going like picture in picture, and then we go full screen for the final stint, less than 2 hours of racing. Kevin losing a bit of time on the final 2 laps, nearly 3 minutes. Now 2:53 heading into pit lane for Project 1 Racing. Lightning then P3. Less than a minute for Loose Moose Racing for the final stint. Gregu, yeah, cannot keep up with Lightning's pace at the moment, so final time through Blanche de Mort and braking for the chicane, and then sending the car into pit lane. He's in. And the number 5 car is in. So that's a goodbye from my side. Now maybe, I'm pretty sure I will be back for the post-race interviews. So now let's give it to GT45 Gaming for stint number 12. Have fun and thank you for an amazing 2025 season here at the IRO GT Endurance Championship. See you soon. Bye.
Hello again, everybody. It is GT45 Gaming back at you here, and we are here until we see a checkered flag in the 24 hours of Spa from the International Racing Organization. 10 long months of racing, thousands of miles, thousands of liters of fuel, hundreds of sets of tires, countless tears, blood, sweat, and cheers. And we're 2 hours away from finally crowning our 2025 season champion. And things are looking pretty good here right now for our 44 car, but as we can see, it is a little bit wet here on the racetrack in our number 22 plus. So let's get through the field here as driver swaps are still continuing on here. And I mean, Spa doesn't disappoint. The viewers wanted the rain, commentators wanted the rain. Here's the rain. France in the 20, Project 1 Racing, Aston Martin looking real good here to lock in that 3rd place position. We've got Shadow Chef here in the number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin looking real strong here now to finish up in 5th place this season, now with the retirement of the number 3 car up ahead of them in 5th place. We've got La Brocha in the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing car, 12.5 seconds in behind in 4th place. So slowly but surely over the last 8 hours, that 5 car has just found its way, slowly slipping down the grid here, and now find themselves off the podium here as well as we head into 2 hours, a little less than, remaining in this race. Thank you to Jaeger for the great 2 hours of coverage again there in stint number 11 through hours 21 and 22. But now it all comes down to this final push. The last set of drivers are in these cars for the season. The crew chiefs and the pit crews have 1 to 2 stops remaining left here this season, ideally. That is anyways. And everybody gets a few weeks break here momentarily until we kick off a 2026 season here as well. So, I mean, it's all come down to this last final 2 hours, the last 53 racing laps here this weekend. And it's been a roller coaster ride, I'm sure, for every team this season. It's been a roller coaster ride for everybody involved in throughout what IRO does here this season. And oof, we've got a skater heading through Lacombe there. He's got to gather himself up. Nobody coming anywhere in near sight there, so it doesn't cost him any immediate position, but a little bit of a tense moment coming from the 66 car there and the Shadow. And we got Lemon Squeezy just getting ready to come out of pit lane here. So the number 45 team, last minute racing team here, sitting in 6th place still here and just getting ready to get on out to finish off their 2025 season. I mean, maybe not. They definitely did not hold the track very well there, did he? So depending on what part of the racetrack we're on here, it kind of varies as far as the amount of moisture on the racetrack goes. Pit lane is very wet still, so drivers do need to be aware of pit lane, but we can also tell that there's already a starting drying effect here on the racetrack as well. Now the rain is, I would say, 50%, maybe a hair less at this point in time on the racetrack, so we'll see these drivers on those intermediate tires here for a little bit yet. However, with that being said, you can see it is a very heavy forecast, or heavy overcast sky, that's the word I'm looking for, up above here. It's much different than the lap stint 10, where you could tell it was just a very light, thin cloud cover kind of blanketing the racetrack, where if you look up in moments where we get to see the above from the camera views here, you can see it is a lot of denser, darker, grayer clouds hovering over the racetrack here currently. So I guess the bigger question is that the end of the rain, or is that just the beginning of the rain here over the next 2 hours at Spa? Is Mother Nature going to cooperate with the racers, or is Mother Nature going to cooperate with the viewers, I guess is the next question as well. In the forecast, it is chance of precipitation, and that is throughout the whole entirety of these last couple hours, so it's really hard to say what's going to happen. It's all in the hands of the dynamic weather gods. The big brain move. We'll see. We'll see. See how it all plays out here. Already seeing some varying strategies with the cars that are out currently on the racetrack. So obviously when a driver swap takes place into these stints, obviously is going to play a factor on what tire some drivers get started on compared to some of the other teams that have been out on track for a few minutes or a couple laps already. In this case, our race leader has been out on for 4 racing laps here already on track, and the track was significantly a lot more wet when our first 2 or 3 cars got out on track here to begin our final stint of our final race of the season. So they didn't have a lot of option. It was very obvious what tire they needed to be on when they come out of pit lane. But when you're 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 minutes behind the race leader over the period of the 24-hour race, the weather could have changed enough to potentially change track conditions enough for you to opt to go to a different set of tires as well. So we do have some different variations of tires out on the racetrack here right now, and it's going to be interesting to see how that all works out here over the next 15-20 minutes, see how the weather also works out here in favor or not in favor of our racers as well. Good luck, everyone. All right, chat is popping right now. We love to see it. Everybody's getting hyped up to see that checker flag here in a little less than 2 hours time, give or take. And it is still the 44 car from Esports Race Asylum leading the charge here. The gap is 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the number 20 Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, which is just a lap down now. So our race leaders are the sole car here on the official lead lap of the 24 hours of Spa here from IRO, and just recently that number 20 car falling down a official lap down to the race leaders. So the whole field at this point now has been lapped by that 44 car. However, does not take away from the great race that the number 20 Project 1 racing car has been having here today. I mean, it's very evident that our race leaders in the 44 car have been absolutely flying around this racetrack this weekend, but you cannot say that the number 20 car has not been flying around this racetrack, as they are the second place car here on track and have a minute gap over the third place driver as well in that 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Looking for a podium finish here this weekend, but it's going to be a tall order when they've got the powerhouse of the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Racing Lexus trying to chase them down 9.5 seconds in behind. This is our current championship points leaders coming into the finale here this weekend, but by a very, very slim margin of only 1 point over the current race leaders. So essentially, whichever team finishes ahead of the other team this weekend will be crowned our racing champion. I mean, unofficially, officially in a sense, but there still is obviously race officiating and things that happen post-race and take a few days to process and get through, and then official results will be released a few days after the 24-hour event has finished here. So there is a window given for incident reporting for potential incidents throughout the 24-hour race. You have to allot time for that, as there's potentially up to, like I said, 10 different drivers that can participate in a race. Not going to be the case for this race. It's probably more along the lines of a half dozen or less drivers that have kind of taken the charge here in the finale. But with that being said, I mean, that's still a lot of potential moments on the racetrack where drivers have to think about, to try and track down in the replays and find the footage of, determine whether or not it's actually a steward-worthy report. So there has to be time allotted for that. And of course, you have to allow the time for the stewarding process to happen. But while that's happening, the race officials in behind the scenes are also checking driver swap transition times, making sure nobody jumped a driver swap or got an advantage in driver swap due to jumping too early. So if there is found that there is a driver found jumping or going too soon out of that driver swap, but then of course there is penalties assessed accordingly to that as well, and I can most certainly verify that that does happen in between the scenes, because the one penalty that 10-10's got out of our couple of races last season and a full season this season was exactly that. Last season, for a driver swap infraction, apparently we jumped in one of our driver transitions and it cost us about 15 extra seconds at the end of our race time. So when you put that in the grand scheme of things, if you're in a very close battle with a couple of other drivers at the end of the race, I mean, that 15-second time penalty could most certainly relate to a position gained or lost for a team. So you definitely can't put, like I said, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. I mean, you just never know until it is all officially over. So in this case, I mean, until the checkered flag drops, but then there is still that time and that chance in between the post-race and the official results being posted that positions can still change even though the race has finished. So lots can happen here yet, but as far as I can tell, without really seeing the first, honestly, 10 to 12 hours of the race myself, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for our current leader right now. I think it's been a pretty uneventful race, probably most likely past halfway through stint 1. And feeling, small amounts of pressure throughout the race until they really, essentially, started to build a gap and have kind of held that gap for several hours now. So we have the first of our drivers coming in to jump off of the intermediate tires. So this should put the drivers that did come on the intermediate tires very easily into a one-stop soft window, of course, weather permitting. But that doesn't mean that the potential drivers that came out on the racing slicks from the driver swap also cannot still do the one-stop soft strategy. So that if that is the case, weather permitting, that should actually allow those drivers that essentially are further behind and got a later start into the stint on driver swap in a drier condition and opted to go to a slick before having to go onto the intermediate tires, they essentially have gained a pit stop in hand on the drivers that did opt to take the wet tire upon their driver swap. So there is potential for time to be gained there as well for some of the drivers in the field that have opted to take that risk and jump onto some racing slick tires at the beginning, right at the beginning of their transition. So as you can see, it was definitely not our top 4 drivers here. They're all coming into pit lane to make that swap. I think you're getting a little tired, finalize, my guy. But yes, you're not the only team, though, that also did the same thing, so keep that in mind. Just saying. There are other teams that had the same mindset. Alright, so let's see how all this kind of starts to settle out here. It's going to take most likely a process of 2 or 3 more laps before all of the intermediate runners probably transition in. We've got ERA Shadow now coming in, so our race leader's coming in there. I thought he had already hit, maybe not. We have a livery not showing up properly again. That's twice this weekend. I've had a livery that I did not catch in the lobby that wasn't loading. That is our 764 Sector 7 Boomer car there. Again, another car that isn't showing the livery but most likely has the livery on. Just a GT7 quirk. I cleared my cache before I entered the lobby 3 times, and it appeared that all the liveries were showing, but I guess I did not pay enough attention. Our number 69 AHR Racing McLaren here now out as well. I believe suffering a disconnect last stint, and I think we're going to call him Inkyo here in the number 77 Race Asylum Porsche, waiting to go out here still. Send me a bratwurst. Coffee definitely sounds good. Send one this way too while you're at it. We officially go get coffee in 37 minutes, but in 37 minutes we'll still be here broadcasting, so we can't quite go get coffee right away, but pretty close. Because we ain't going to bed. We got to go get coffee and stay awake so we can set up the new computer with the stream and get back to business here at GT45 Gaming. Currently, we are still on the old laptop setup here right now, and we had some issues with that here today as well. So, I mean, the new PC is most certainly very well timed. Just have a lot going on this weekend with obviously the 24 hours of IRO, and we had 24 hours of IRO last weekend for Split 2, plus I've got my championship a few hours, about 8 hours after this race finishes up here today as well. So we're not done here yet. I got another hour-long championship series running with 3 splits here a little later as well. So, yeah, very limited time this weekend. We do have another commentator covering our split 1 coverage here for that championship as well later on this afternoon while we tend to the new PC and getting everything sorted out and set up. So tried to have all that ready for IRO here this weekend, but unfortunately that did not go quite to plan this morning, or yesterday morning I guess now, and had to revert back to the older setup for the time being with a major adjustment because it didn't want to work properly either. So we came to the determination that we have a different piece of equipment failing to some extent or another, not fully but definitely to some extent, and was not transferring the audio properly as to how it was set up and designed, so we had to completely reconfigure the audio setup. It significantly changes the way the stream operates now as well. So that is, for those that are used to GT45 gaming broadcast, why the audio sounds actually quite a bit crisper, louder, and cleaner is because we have had to change the way that the audio runs. We're actually getting full pop with the PlayStation audio essentially now, the way that we're operating, and we're getting a little bit of a dumbed down version through the old system to more manage the audio cleanliness of the stream, I guess. So little did we know that it sounds so much better this way. So a blessing in disguise again. It's been a weekend of blessing in disguises, I guess, but also high frustration levels. So it's nice to wind down on a great race like this. Just catching up with the chat here. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Chat is busy. We love to see that. Keep on chat. Alright, so it's still Shadow in the lead. He's feeling a little bit of pressure here from the Sector 7 Boomer car right now on the racetrack here, as well as they head through campus here in towards Paul Frere. And what is it? What did Yaker call this little straightaway here? Stavino? I think that's what he called it. Yeah, it's a little lame, but it is what it is. We can't change it now. I mean, we would absolutely have to fully leave the lobby, fully leave the multiplayer side, probably reset our cache, come back into the multiplayer option, probably reset our cache, jump back into the lobby, probably reset our cache again. It's still not guaranteed to get livery showing up, so it is what it is, and we don't want to risk, obviously, destabilizing the lobby by jumping in and out, so I'm not going to do that. Not that not that that will happen, but the possibility that it could happen is most certainly there. So potentially could have been a small part of the issue to DCs, a couple of DCing issues in last weekend's race to the broadcasting team having to jump into the lobbies a little bit later than usual, meaning that the lobbies was an active racing lobby at that point in time. That it can be risky at just, I don't know, destabilizing the lobby in some weird technical mumbo jumbo kind of way. Not really the techie savvy person, even though I'm somewhat tech savvy, I guess, in a sense. But when it comes down to understanding the literature behind how something works, I'm lost. I just know it works and it needs to work this way. So yeah, I mean, we do our best, but we usually rely on other people to help us through, right? I lost my train of thought. It's getting late. It's 5:30 in the morning for me. I've been up all night, so much like the majority of the IRO staff and everybody involved and the racing teams and racers involved, a lot of us have slogged in 24 plus hours already here today and are surviving off of sheer will and the power of our racers at this point. I mean, we all have to wait to hear to hear, what the racers are going to say here at the end of the day. Obviously, right now, the way things are sitting in the race currently, with the 5 car now ahead of the 35 car. Let me take a little peek-sees at what's going on here. Okay. Essentially, this is our top 3 finishers of the season here as well, that are currently sitting in the top 3 as it sits right now in the race. So, it can work out that way. That'd be fantastic. That'd keep podium interviews a little less crazy and intensive. We're going to have some pretty excited racers and some pretty exhausted racers, and we're going to have Hot Mess Ray involved in the chat there. So it's going to be an interesting set of interviews. So you definitely don't want to miss that. I know, right? I hate it when the liveries don't show up. The livery designers put so much effort into making the cars look so good, and then you jump into a lobby and for some reason one of the up to 16 participants isn't showing all that hard work. Again, it's a game quirk. There are some things we can do to try and stop that from happening, but it's not a fail-safe. It's not a guaranteed thing. And like I said, I just did not notice that there was a stock livery in the lobby when I was checking on the liveries. I didn't catch the fact that was a stock livery. So that's my fault. I could have, jumped out of the lobby if I caught it pre-formation lap to attempt to clear my caches for like at the 90th time and see if that would have changed anything. But alas, we missed one in stint number 7, I think it was as well too. We didn't catch one as well on track. That is. Was a stock livery, but wasn't a stock livery, Again, I can't, it's just one of those things that's been around since the inception of GT7, and it's something that hasn't gone away. It's something that they haven't fully fixed, and from update to update, it sometimes is something that gets worse or better. So, to only have one not showing up a couple of times through a lengthy race like this actually isn't really all that bad. But still annoying. We always do this in the 24-hour races. We get to within that last hour mark and our body is just like, yeah, no, we're tired now. We ain't doing that this week. Not doing it. Nobody. We're saying no. You are not tired. It is a figment of your own imagination. You are wide awake and full of energy. Do not go there, buddy. Alright, that's what we gotta tell ourselves. I did a very bad job last weekend of telling myself in that last hour that we got a job to do, And we almost didn't make it. I know. It does happen. We're absolutely right on that. What's the rule on that? No livery, no coverage. We just skip past number 7 now? No, I'm kidding. I would never do that. Not to the Sector 7 crew. They may come and burn my house down with pitchforks and torches or something, man. I don't know. We don't want that either. Alright, Coyote here in the other Sector 7 cars, so 1 of 3 here in Split 1. Spread all throughout the field here today. We've got Redacted here finishing things off for AHR here as well. And then we've got Inkyo finishing it off here for races on 77 Porsche here. So I don't recognize that driver. I don't remember seeing that driver, so I'm not sure if that's a new member to the Race Asylum squad in general, or if it's just a racer that's been kind of just in the backlighting that's finally decided to poke their nose into something a little more competitive, is the word I was looking for. Don't know much about that racer myself personally, but in that 77 car, so can assume that they have some pace. What is that? 2:15.874. I have seen another 2:15.8 within the last 12 hours of this race, but you know, this is something usually that I'm the guy that kind of knows this weird information for some reason. These little intricate fun facts of the races as they progress, but I do not know who's currently holding the fastest overall lap of the race this weekend. So potentially it is Labrosha right now with that 2:15.874, but I know there was another 2:15.8 for sure. I think it was in stint 9 or 10. Don't remember. But it's getting, I mean, that's fast. 2:15.8. That is quick. That is quick. Wow, I just had like a lot of messages come through there. When you get that many notifications at this time in the morning, you have to at least take a look. It could be something important, I suppose, but it was nothing. It was just a whole lot of notifications randomly. Gotta love that. Alright, so we got a little cluster of cars going on here. Got the 66 GT Finland Racing GTR. I believe that's our 5th place team currently. We've got the 69 AHR McLaren, which is our 9th place team currently. And then we've got the number 20 of Project One Racing in behind the 650S here, heading up already on in towards Kemmel Straight in 2nd position here. So 3 cars all within about 3.5 seconds apart from each other here currently right now on the racetrack, but all completely non-positional battles from each other. So essentially all blue flag scenarios here as we head into Lacombe for the 9th time here in stint number 12 and our final stint of our championship season here this 2025 calendar year. Sure our chat is updating properly. Got, you know, check on it. So make it nice for a minute just to make sure that everything is still refreshing in live time on that chat. Because when the chat gets going, it's hard to keep up sometimes. And because I'm on a different style setup right now, I don't have my typical things in the typical places, so we're a little spread out in the booth here today, and a little out of sorts. We're out of our comfort zone slightly, so yeah, just doing the best we can. Alright, so our race leader is closing in on Wed C here right now in that number 764 car. We got Coyotes about 45 seconds in behind, and they've got team car number 5 currently sitting in 3rd place, closing in on them. So I don't suspect that they're going to hold them up for any unnecessary amount of time there. I'm assuming that they're going to probably let them by relatively quickly and efficiently to allow that car to continue making its time up the racetrack as unaffected as possible. And I mean, that's just team play right there, even though they're competitors here. I mean, that's just common sense that, oh, hey, there's a team, there's a sister car. And, oh, yeah, right, they're in 3rd place chasing a championship title right now. I'm going to just slip out of the way, right? You know, it's just one of those situations. Would I like some company? I don't even know how to make that work right now, Cupcake, to be honest with you. So no matter how much I would love company right now, I don't even know how to make that audio work currently. I've got this running, so I appreciate that, but something tells me that's just going to add a hot mess to the stream right now. I don't want to do that. I'm still trying to figure out if podium interviews are even going to work out here with the way the setup is, but it should, because that part of the setup is coming directly from the PC, not from the capture card in any way, shape, or form. So I think that'll be okay. We'll find out at the end of the race. That's definitely gonna have to be a via Discord deal, though. It's definitely the only way that's gonna have any potential to happen. Alright, so that's the 20 car just navigating around the 69 car in that blue flag situation there. So the first part of that kind of 3-way out of position battle is sorted out via blue flag protocol situation there. So the HR team finding a good, safe, easy place to let the number 20 car, our 2nd place driver, through there. And they will continue on their track to try and close up the gap to the number 44 car. Now, with that being said, that technically puts them back on the lead lap here as well. We see that gap at 2 minutes and 6 seconds. I'm not sure why that's actually not showing up on the live timing gap between the 2 cars, because it's less than a lap between them. So that does put the number 20 team back on the lead lap, but it just apparently took them to get past that live timing line at the end of the Camel Straight there to sort that out. La Brocha here is 54 seconds in behind 2nd place here right now, and 3 minutes behind the overall race leader, and continues to put in slightly faster laps. Are now at 2:15.856 here on the racetrack in this session as well. Shadow Chef here in the 35 Loose Moose Racing team has 10.8 seconds in behind La Brocha, so still in striking distance of that final podium position here as the timer continues to tick down and the lap count continues to go up here, and the race nears towards, slowly but surely, an ending here. In this 24 hours, we got Lemon Squeezy here in 6th position, in behind the wheel of the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, 1 minute 14 seconds in behind that 66 car. Oh, we went to go to Wed C there. For some reason, it skipped them. See, the game doesn't even want us to see that stock livery. I mean, what can I say? Even the game knows that looks way less cool than the livery that's on the car. 5:35 to, oops, 9:07. So about a lap and 2/3 down in behind is Wed C to the 6th place car. 45 seconds separating the Sector 7 Boomer car and the Sector 7 Meat Cougar car, currently being piloted by Coyote, our 64 Mercedes. Again, taking us back to the 69 McLaren 650S of Apex Hunter Racing team here. Not sure what that gap is. It's roughly about 4 minutes in behind Coyote here currently. And then to our final team here in Kios at 23 minutes. So roughly about 10 minutes in behind the 9th place team. Now, by now, I'm sure that all the teams have finally kind of got this ingrained into their crew chiefs and respective crews in behind the scenes that are, coming up with pit strategy, doing the spotting, relaying pertinent information to the driver, those types of things. Obviously, some of these drivers are laps down to the overall race leader. Now, the race leader and the number 20 car currently at the pace they're on are going to, of course, take this right through to 54 laps. The rest of the field below them at this point, from the number 5 car down, are at least 1 lap or more down. That should start to factor into your pit strategy coming into the final stint of these races. So when we go down to our 10th place car, for example, they're roughly 23 and a half minutes in behind. That puts them roughly about 10 laps, maybe 11 laps down from the overall race leader. So essentially their race is going to end at lap 43 or 44. So that should factor into their pit strategy here. Now, with that being said, that should allow them to really shorten the distance on a one-stop soft strategy, and that should also allow them to negate an extra pit stop time compared to some of the teams that they are chasing here in the grid. Now, granted, they're 10 minutes down from the rest of the racing pack here, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that there is potential here for the 77 car to gain a couple of minutes in track time and position here in the stint, just due to the simple fact is they have a lower lap count, which means they can push their car a little bit harder on these soft tires, and the pit strategy really works strongly in their favor if the crew has come up with that conclusion, just like I have. Oh, he just wants more deep fried alcohol suggestions. Oh, I see. Well, I'm the wrong guy to get that from. I'm a non-drinker, so I would be giving way bad information. No, I would love to have Cupcake in the booth with me for the final stint here in IRO. It's just obviously with the makeshift setup that I've got, we had to get operating. It's not makeshift, it's a revamp of the setup. There's factors I haven't factored in yet, like things like co-hosting and such, and how that audio is going to work and where that audio is going to channel through. It's just not something I want to try and deal with live. Because if you're a content creator that streams with a capture card, you kind of know that when things go wrong, they can go massively wrong, and massively wrong can sometimes shut the stream down for hours, minutes, or even days. So we don't want that to happen. We already thought we had lost the stream for days already as it is, and managed to get it back up and running today. So yeah, we're not going to test fade any more than we needed to today already. For the sake, unfortunately, of the content and the organization, I unfortunately agree, my man. I really do. Hopefully we've got all those problems and complications sorted out by the end of the day tomorrow. Hopefully. I'm testing out some of these possibilities actually while we're doing this live stream right now. I mean, the way that the audio transfers is the most complicating part of that now is going to be how I'm going to hear my game audio and stream together at the same time until I get a brand new monitor for the new PC. So I have a few navigation issues that I still got to deal with too in this whole swapping PC process. So yeah. It's fun to be a streamer, but at the same time, it's not so fun to be a streamer when you've got to do those, boring behind-the-scenes technical things, and those boring behind-the-scenes technical things don't go to plan, which, I mean, in all honesty, they very rarely do with technology, I suppose. But it's like learning how to stream all over again, essentially. So there's a big learning curve when I guess you're so used to doing something one way, and then all of a sudden you've got a 180 that direction that you're used to doing it in, and essentially adding more moving components to the stream just to get the same result. But it sounds better, so the end result is better. But yeah, we got some issues to work around. Definitely. That's nothing out of the ordinary on my page last year. It's just been a year filled with tech issues and complications and stream shutdowns. Yeah, I mean, it's just been one of those calendar years. So, I mean, the big goal really was to get the new streaming PC built and ready before the 2026 calendar year came. We managed to accomplish that goal, and I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have accomplished that goal if it wasn't for the community, the sim racing community. I mean, I talked about the sim racing community, and I mean, this relates more specifically to my community than the sim racing community as a whole. But you know, a little while back, they got together and pooled up a bunch of money to do exactly what's sitting right here beside me at the moment is to get this new PC for the streaming going, so we can continue doing what we're doing, and you know, it's finally come to fruition. So we just want to get everything working and functioning, you know, for the sake of the community and what they've done to keep the page moving in a good, fluent forward direction, right? I mean, it's not something the community needed to do, but it's something that the community did together, right? So I definitely have the Winner Circle community to thank for the new PC, and I just want to get it up and running and functioning properly for the community now, so we can continue with content and continue with, you know, what we do as creators, you know, hanging out with our community, racing with our community, showing these games to the community, you know, and trying to help the community make informed decisions on that next purchase, right, or that next race, or that next league, or whatever the case is, or they're just having a bad day and they just need to be entertained. And hey, one of their favorite, you know, creators is online, you know, doing something cool, you know, it just gives them that hour or two of relief, right? So I guess that's where the stress and frustration mainly comes in when you're dealing with things like that. You just want to, you know, in this case, you give it back to your community as quickly as possible and give them what they deserve, right? You know, what they helped in acquire to continue getting what they come to see, right? So we got a yellow flag here in front of our race leader here, and I'm just trying to take a peek on the track radar to see what that's about here, and it doesn't appear like we have anybody in immediate trouble, but what that does tell me is that we had somebody potentially go wide through Puon there and go probably outside the track limits, and that have, of course, forced them to have to slow up, not to wreck the car, because it's a dangerous place to be 23 hours into a race with all that dirt and rubber being spit over there over the last 24 hours. It's a very slippery section of the racetrack, essentially. So I think what that yellow flag most likely was a car that just overshot the entry of Puon, went wide in the mid-corner, and had to really check up on the throttle to get back onto the racing surface. So that's what I think we saw there. Without seeing it, you know? Call it an educated guess based off the position on the racetrack they were in, I guess. You're not wrong, Cupcake. That is a good problem to have. Make Shadow great again. Cupcake is on it today. How did we happen to go get like a triple pumpkin spice vanilla mocha latte for our morning coffee this morning by chance, Cupcake? Because you are spunky this morning, my man. You are full of beans. Love it. Love it. The broadcast team's always so upbeat. It's been a long slog for everybody involved. I mean, you got to think of the racers putting in all that time to practice and then going to the race and performing the race. The broadcast team, I mean, in behind the scenes, slogging in huge long days. Trying to get the content out for the viewers as well. And I mean, the whole key to the broadcast team being Jaeger behind the scenes. I mean, without Jaeger, maybe the show doesn't even go on here at IRO with the way that, Jaeger operates things and behind the scenes for the production side of things. So, I mean, huge love to Jaeger, especially for myself as a fellow broadcaster. I mean, I know or have a fairly good idea on how he operates and does all these transitions from one stint to the next, and one lobby to the next, and managing the graphics. And I mean, when you're in a position that Jaeger's in where you're managing the stream with several, I think we have 9 or 10 different broadcasters currently active in IRO right now that have taken part this season. So, and that's excluding all the lobby hosts and extra, stream coverage. A Split 2 has gotten, surprisingly, just from the host streaming their point of views while they're hosting their lobbies as well. I mean, he does so much work, and I mean, there's no room to step away from your computer for an hour and a half in between your commentary stints, and maybe go get an hour-long nap, or go have a shower and refresh, or take a walk, or spend an hour with the wife and kids, or whatever, right? I mean, he's got to be there. He's got to be near that equipment. He's got to be constantly checking and monitoring everything to make sure everything's still working properly, making sure the next transition is ready to go, the next transition is set up. He's also playing off with the commentators' leads if we start talking about weather, or we start talking about the standings, or a qualifying grid or something like that. He's right there to try and throw those graphics up as we're talking about it and be right on cue with us. So I mean, without Jaeger being Jaeger, I mean, we'd be missing such a large part of the IRO season this season. So much love to Jaeger, especially on the production side of things. I mean, the countless hours that he's put in this season, and it's not just during the races and live time of the races. I mean, it's setting up the races, setting up the live streams, putting up all those scheduled streams for the viewers so they know when and where to find everything, all the social media posting and updating, managing the whole streaming team behind the scenes, setting up the streaming schedules behind the scenes. I mean, and then navigating those issues on the fly. You have broadcasters that have tech issues at the worst opportune moments, or something comes up and they can't make, so that leaves Jaeger scrambling to try and sort out that next stint. So I mean, it is not an easy job he's got going on, and I mean, I've been one of those commentators this season that has had that technical malfunction last minute. It happened today. Thankfully, we had something there ready to step in and just jump in right there and then and solve the problem immediately, but that's not always the case. So I mean, he is a vital part to what happens, especially on this part of it anyways, and a large part of what happens in behind the scenes as well. So much love to Jaeger. And I mean, the IRO staff, a lot of these IRO staff members are up 30 to 36 hours. So, they're up 2, 3, 4 hours pre-race, they're up during the whole race, and they're up 2, 3 hours post-race, dealing with any last-minute things that need to be dealt with pre-race. You're dealing with any last-minute things to be dealt with as before the race gets going. There's definitely lots of things going on there. Lemon Squeezy giving us a little fancy time there on the screen. Let us know we're watching. Coyote here in 7th place, our 64 car. And was just giving us a little dance to say hello. We're getting there. I mean, we gotta give the big love for the big love and do Jaeger. And I mean, no matter how much you want to just shrug it off and shake it off and say it's nothing, it's not nothing. I mean, every one of our streamers in behind the scenes knows the amount of work that you're putting into this production series this championship season and last championship season. And if they don't, then they're in the wrong business, in my opinion. We'll just leave it at that. So I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, from one, creator to another, it's not easy work, man. It's not an easy gig. It may look easy, but it's not really as simple as one may think. It is a school of hard knocks most of the time when it comes to content creating. You're constantly learning on the fly. You're constantly learning how to manage new problems on the fly. And you're constantly learning how to deal with problems you don't know how to deal with. I mean, it's just a bag of crap sometimes, right? But, you got to persevere through it, so... It is a really big team. I mean, and there has easily got to be 100 plus volunteers behind the scenes here at IRO when it comes down to graphics, development, stewarding, officiating, moderating in the Discord, moderating in the YouTube channels. Of course, there's all the stream socials and management. There's race management, which comes from a whole different side of things. The administration team. Handling the big part of that, and then you've got the production side of things, which is, like I said, upwards of 15 of those 100 plus volunteers in IRO by itself. Now you're trying to manage 10 races and hundreds of hours of race coverage for just one split. I mean, imagine trying to do that for 2 or 3 splits. I'm definitely asking a lot from any one individual for sure there, which is why Split 2 didn't get that full season live stream this season, because I mean, it's just logistically way too much. I mean, a lot of the broadcast team is racing in Split 2 as well, which complicates matters even more as well, right? So there is that. That means that the commentators, we fast, but we ain't fast enough to be in Split 1. Because we spend too much time on our butts behind a computer looking at papers in a booth. It is the final hour. Well, I mean, that's very humble words coming from Mehdi. I mean, Mehdi comes from a platform and a stage where he's seen World Tour live events ran in major cities in very fancy event stages, right? And I mean, obviously that has to be managed to a highly professional degree and level. So I mean, for Mehdi to come in and say that this is how did you put that? Never experienced a more professionally managed series. I mean, coming from a driver that has literally been on the live stage and competing in events that are managed and handled by the developer then and the team and Kaz himself. I mean, that says a lot. That says a lot. It really does. Mehdi's a great guy. I've had the opportunity to speak with him briefly for a few moments here and there over my time, mainly due to post-podium interviews, which is not an unusual surprise. But he's always very well-spoken and very just cool guy to talk to. He's always willing to answer the questions, and he's very active within the sim racing community as well, which is important. It's important when you have that kind of stature within an esports sense, right? A lot of esports players become celebrities in their own little worlds or their own little platforms, and a lot of that they start to ignore the small person, the average person in the community, and only you focus on what they consider the important members of the community, right? You don't see as much of that in GT7. You see our World Tour drivers, our quote unquote celebrities of our platform, be active in the community and take part in the community. I mean, we have the World Tour guys coming in and racing in our leagues that are put on by the GT7 community, but we also have World Tour drivers actively preparing and organizing leagues for the GT7 community to come in and race in as well. So you see it on both spectrums from our World Tour competitors and drivers in GT7 are quote unquote GT7 celebrities, right? So it says a lot. It means a lot to, I'm sure, the IRO staff, and I know the broadcast team, to hear that, because I mean, I fully agree. We race in IRO because of how well set up and how well it's ran and how well they manage things. I mean, that's a big part of deciding as a racer and when you're going to jump into any kind of league or series, whether it be short distance or long distance. I mean, the one important thing to the racer is how well is it managed and organized, right? A well-managed and organized league will continue to draw back those racers year in and year out and continue to grow, their racing pool as well, which means that they have, league growth, which is not a bad thing. In the case of these long distance races, it creates a new set of problems, but it's a new set of problems in a good way. So, we love to hear the feedback from our racers, the feedback from our viewers in the chat as well is highly important. It also, believe it or not, does help in the development of these championships and these series and these events that the communities and our World Tour guys host throughout the year, because we do it for the community, right? We do it for the viewers at home watching. So the feedback is highly important because it does help us adapt the championships into a favorable manner for the racers competing and the viewers watching at home, right? So what IRO is doing is great. At the end of season 1, I thought that it was a fantastic organization and thought they had something really great starting to develop here. And then we move into the 2025 season, or season 2, and we've got 2 very active full splits of very high, fast-paced quality race teams and drivers, and between those 2 splits, put on 2 very good championships this 24-25 season, and I suspect that 2026 is going to and even more interest from the racing community because of that positive feedback that we get from the community, the racers, and the viewers watching at home as well. So whatever it is that IRO is doing in behind the scenes, they're doing a fantastic job, and definitely appreciative for the opportunity to be a part of it as well. So thank you to IRO. And most importantly, thank you to you guys and gals watching at home. I mean, a big part of this is because of the viewers, the people that are not on the racetrack, the people that are not in the Discord server, the people that are not those active daily members of the sim racing community, the friends, the family, and, the sim racing enthusiasts out there that just sit quietly and just to watch and enjoy these races. It's all because of you guys and gals that really this is a success, because you're one of the largest reasons that these things happen. Racers want to show off to the fans, and the fans want to see the racers show off. So it's a win-win situation when it works fluently in both directions. So it's a team effort at the end of the day. Is the point, and it's a very large team here at the International Racing Organization. But thank you to the racers for being here every single week and giving it 110% out on the racetrack, and giving us a show for 10 straight months in a row. What an incredible experience the 2025 IRO season has been, not only in the commentary booth for Split 1, but also behind the wheel of the race car with my respective race team in Split 2 as well. It was a humbling experience. I still haven't quite let it all sink in myself yet. There's still a lot of things that I'm processing on the 2025 endurance season. Obviously, being a part owner of a sim racing team, there's a lot of things to consider and factor in, and I haven't even addressed my own team about the 2025 season yet. We're a week past our finish yet, because I am just still processing everything. So it's been an experience in the 2025 season, and I think if I take anything away from the 2025 season, this was one of my favorite things I did on the page this year. Is definitely IRO 2025, outside of my current running championship, which is kind of my pride and joy here this year in 2025, but it has its reasons. So I know, right? Cupcake, it's almost like, come on, just one more race. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad it's done. It was a long season, and it's nice to have that few week break before you amp up for the next season, getting ready for qualifying again, right? So, I mean, the holiday season's approaching. You know, all of us are about to start getting extremely busy, some more than others, but you know, we'll be hanging out here through all of that with everybody. And for those that aren't so busy, you know, come say hi when we're out live. You can see a lot of championship racing come to an end here over the next 3-4 weeks as well. Obviously, a lot of the organizations out there like to try and wrap up, obviously, before the Christmas season. It makes things a lot easier, obviously, on the racers and the organizers. Putting an elongated 2 or 3 week break in the middle of a championship season obviously doesn't really help the championship season in due to the Christmas holidays. So, you know, the championship racing is going to be drawing near to an end for the 2025 racing season, really as a whole, as we approach closer to Christmas time here. But that doesn't mean the content stops from our favorite content creators, whether it be your favorite broadcaster from IRO or just a different content creator in general that you like to watch. Maybe it's a completely different game you like to watch, but at the end of the day, that content's always going to be available there from your favorite creators. And make sure you go say hi over the holiday seasons and give them a share and a like there through the process, whoever that may be as well. Alright, so pit stops are scheduled around the pit stop starting to kick in here. So Shadow is in pit lane and very well in control of this final stint here. Hasn't gone too crazy here, and he's just kept it cool, calm, collected, safe, sticking to the plan, and just making sure that the car stays moving forward and in one piece at this point. And if they continue to do that, it should be a championship lockdown here for the 2025 season. But there's still about an hour of racing to go, and anything can happen yet. And the gap, although is a decent sized gap here, it's still not insurmountable here for the guys chasing in behind. The weather gets a little bit crazy, a bad decision gets made, anything like that completely twists this race upside down in a heartbeat. So let's go check it out. We got 2:54 between first and second, 2 minutes 54 seconds. That is 44 seconds separating second and third place. So third place is definitely working on trying to close in on second place there. We've got the 35 car at 25 seconds in behind the 5 car, so starting to lose touch with that number 5 car here. As the Shadow for the 66 GT Finland Racing Team here is 42 seconds in behind Shadow Chef, currently from the 35 Loose Moose Racing Team. Lemon Squeeze currently in pit lane for a scheduled pit stop here in the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here is a minute 3 in behind that number 66 GT Finland Racing car. And then we've got Wid C roughly about 3.5 minutes in behind Lemon Squeeze in the 7th position in that Aston Martin from Sector 7 Boomer Team. That puts us to the 64 car of Coyote in the Sector 7 Mini Cougar Team is literally only 3 seconds in behind its sister car Wid C here right now. And I don't suspect that those two are going to give each other too much kind quarters in the sense of whether or not I'm going to let you keep that position, as I want that position. But I think that the battle itself will be a little bit friendly. Obviously, as a sister cars, you don't want to take I mean, number one rule of racing is you don't take your teammate out, and that includes the sister cars when you have multiple teams in a championship like this. Same rule applies, man. You got to give enough respect to that car to make sure that you don't take each other out in the race, because 3 cars finishing across the checkered flag is most certainly better than just 1 or 2 at the end of a 24-hour race. Kind of the philosophy there. We don't have tissues. We've just got a cleaning crew for when Ray gets into the podium interviews this season, especially hired just for Ray. Not to. I think you've well earned a beer, Jaeger, regardless if it's 5 o'clock in the evening or 5 o'clock in the morning, if I'm being quite frank. Bottoms up, my man. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Jaeger on that one. Discord's most likely the only way I'm going to get it to work properly on the stream without too much complication tonight as well, or this morning as well, if I'm being frank. So that definitely where he's most likely going to work the best on my end as well. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, Jaeger. I will butcher the living daylights out of that, and then all the beer drinkers will be very upset with me, so we're not even going there. 69 AHR, McLaren 650S here now in pit lane, and you can see racing against Cancer for Badger there on the front end of their cars. They are racing for a teammate who is in a fight for their lives against Cancer right now, and the prognosis isn't looking good from what we understand. So they are here today. They're racing for their family member, and the sim racing community stands behind them to show that support and love. Well, I mean, Badger continues to fight that fight that we all dread, unfortunately, in our lifetime. And regardless of where the 69 car ends up here today, I don't think it's going to change the way they feel about the race here today. I mean, obviously a race win would be, pretty sweet, bittersweet in a sense, but when you're racing a race like this for something more than the race itself, something that's personal to you and the team or the community, it has a different feeling at the checkered flag. I can't, nor am I going to try to explain it. It's just something you've got to experience for yourself. It's hard to be upset at a bad finish in a race or a low finishing position in a race that might not even been a bad race. You just didn't, finish that high up in the grid. When you have a different purpose in mind, it's just something you can't explain. It's something you can't explain. Last weekend, a split 2 Team Rad and Team 1010 supported St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in memory of Paul Bloomstrom, who died from illness 18 months ago, give or take. Now, a vital member to our neck of the woods and our part of the community, and we didn't have the strongest. We had a great race start in that race last weekend. We ran real strong for the first 12-14 hours of the race, and then it kind of slipped away from us. We let it get away from us. We had a couple of bad driver stints. We had some mechanical issues, some equipment issues in one of the stints, and the race started to fall apart on us. But we just stuck it out. We kept a high positive attitude, and the team handled the race engineer duties without me being there last racing round absolutely beautifully, and but at the end of that race, all things aside, and all the things that went wrong and all the things that went right, we raised some money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in memory of Paul Bloomstrom, and that was the ultimate goal for last weekend, and it just leaves you with a different feeling at the end of a race like that. Granted, I'm still processing the championship season as a whole. It doesn't change the fact that it was a different feeling last weekend, knowing that you tackled on the 24 hours of Spa, and you did it for a bigger reason than just yourself and the handful of drivers that you have behind the wheel of the car that weekend. Every driver was there for a different reason, and it means just a little bit more to you. So what happens in that race and where you finish in that race sometimes, most times, becomes completely irrelevant. It's a different kind of feeling that you feel at the end of that particular event or race, and in this case for the 69 car, they're going to feel that, if they're not already starting to feel that as the race draws near to an end themselves. So again, I can't put it into words. I can't help you guys understand that feeling. It's just something that you have to feel to really fully understand it. Yeah, exactly, no, Lando. Exactly. At that point, it's hard to be upset about something that's upsetting. I mean, just bigger things going on, right? It's much of the same thing right now for the 69 team. You know, they're out here, they're racing for, Badger, and they're giving it 110% like they do every single time. And you may very well be sitting here listening to us talk about it right now. And if that's the case, hold on, my man. Keep fighting a good fight. And we love you. We're always thinking of you. Yeah, we love the love in the chat. We got lots of love coming up in the chat here for our 69 team. That's what it's all about. It's all about support. My community knows better than any right now what that support can do for a family. And 18 months later, that family has come back to the community with a big response back for the community. So I mean, it makes a difference. It makes a difference. And nobody can tell me any differently. I've seen it firsthand many and many a times in my short 5-year career already. I've seen what that support from the sim racing community can do for a family. It is huge. It is huge. Not only for the family, but for the community as a whole, to help each other get through what it is that the sim racing community is going through together, right? So. It's not a whole lot different than real life motorsports at the end of the day. I mean, you're on track, you're fighting for position, you're fighting for championships, you're banging doors, you're banging tires. There might even be a little bit of trash talk and, maybe a few choice words from race to race, sometimes between racers, heated moments as things happen on and off the racetrack. But at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, when one of those racers or one of those racers' team's family members is down and out, that's when you see things change. That's when you see all those racers become united, regardless of what's happening on the racetrack, for a whole different purpose. And that's where you see that family mentality come into racing, and it's real life motorsports and it's sim racing motorsports. I mean, it is hand in hand. And I mean, honestly, the lines between real life and sim racing is starting to blur. Obviously sim racing is virtual reality and real racing is real life. There is a lot more cost and risk involved in real life motorsports than there is in sim racing motorsports, but at the end of the day, the mentality is the exact same, and the communities are no different apart from each other because we're still here for the same purpose. We're here for love sports and motorsports, right? So we do that together. It's something that we're all interested in together, and because of that, over years and years and years of competition and camaraderie, that's how motorsports has become. And I'm thankful for that because I don't know what my life would be like without motorsports, honestly. It would have been pretty darn boring, in my opinion. It's given me some pretty great life experiences. So I'm very thankful for motorsports and what it's done, in a lot of different ways. So. And now I continue to see it in the sim racing world. So it's just like leaving home and moving into my second home. It's comfortable. It's a great feeling. This could start to get interesting soon, he says. Hey, so that sounds like it's a precursor for rain. Like I said, rain is at a fairly decent chance of precipitation throughout the whole stint. We've seen a decent amount of rain in the very early part of the stint here, but we haven't really seen nothing since. Even the skies look quite light in comparison right now. So I guess a couple key factors we can pay attention to here right now is wind direction. When massive changes in wind direction or wind speed can indicate that weather is moving through or over the racetrack. Obviously, weather radar, which we can't unfortunately see, will tell you a little bit of a story as well. But for us in our situation, I can't see that weather radar, relying on just what we have at our visual disposal. But the first kind of hints and inclinations is that wind direction and wind speed typically, and obviously in combination with what that sky is looking like, you might be able to kind of get a precursor that there is potential moisture starting to head at least towards the area of where the racetrack's located. It doesn't necessarily mean that precipitation is going to hit the racetrack and drop, but as I start to continue to say that, we start to see a few raindrops drop in here on the front straight coming out of that final chicane as our number 20 car comes through that sector. So let's head up into our 44 car, who's a little further up in the other side of the racetrack right now, and you can see that is not the case on this side of the racetrack. It is dry still, and we do not see any signs of rain, well, for the time being. Doesn't mean it's not coming. Alright, Fuel Man is just fueling up that 77 Porsche there as the rest of the crew stands there and watches, kind of like a city worker crew, you know, one man on the shovel and 6 guys watching. But, you know, that's racing, that's how it works. Alright. Where are we at here? 35 and 54. A little bit of rain starting to set in here as we head in through Lacombe. So again, in the early portion of the racetrack here, we are seeing some small amounts of precipitation. And now that precipitation is turned into a slightly larger amount of precipitation. So the precursor rain is most certainly what that was hinting towards. So here it is, we have some moisture on the racetrack at this point. Now this is kind of interesting because we do have Lemon Squeezy coming back into pit lane. So I think this is a strategy call here for the 45 team. Got the 20 car now also coming in to pit lane here, so let's see what our number 5 car does here. Let's sit on board with him here as we enter in through the Paul Frere curve into, what is that, Stavino, I think like Jager said. I really hope that's what he said. I think that's what he said, and which leads us into Blochemont. Charity race in January was a good example. Yeah, that was a blast. That 24 hours in there, we were a part of that race. That was a fun race. No, the number 5 car is not going to come into pit lane here. So interesting. Now the stint was declared a wet stint quite early on in the stint as well. So that does mean that that soft tire mandate that's in place for a race here, each driver's stint that is required for the soft tire to be used was the only point very early in the race here. But I mean, the ultimate strategy obviously for this race, if it's in dry condition, is the soft run. So it was inevitable that it was going to be an issue to get that soft tire used up here this weekend either way. However, the rain has definitely thrown a wrench in some programs and can continue to throw wrenches in programs here, depending on how much it wants to throw at our racers at this point. So Mother Nature has decided that she's not quite done here with the racers yet today, and now is the big decision. Do we stop and get the intermediate tires, or is it going to stay consistent enough and that water level is going to stay consistent enough where we don't have to make that extra pit stop? That's the decision each of these teams are facing here right now. Some of those teams have already pulled the trigger on that decision and just came in early, probably based off of what they can see on the weather radar. Some teams have opted just to hang tight for another lap or two and see how it all plays out. Now, judging by the entry in through campus here from our 44 car, I'm going to suspect that the condition is getting a little bit trickier on these racing slicks at this point, and you can see some very due care and attention now coming into play here from the 44 car, as the number 5 car is actually closing in here on the 44 car as well to potentially get the lap back from that 44 car. So the number 5 car definitely has zero give up in it. I mean, they are still continuing to push as hard as they can to make up as much time as they can. I mean, they are a monstrous feat away from first place, a lap down, so a little over 2 minutes and a minimum 16 seconds in behind the race leader here currently. But you know, they're not giving up on that tall order. The racing is racing. Anything can happen at any moment. It takes a split second for a decision to be made wrong or an incident to happen on the racetrack that can completely change and adversely affect a racer's race. If you're not giving it 100% all the time, then things can happen. And we got a mistake entering pit lane here now. Oh boy, from the number 5 team, and this is potential trouble here for them if they cannot get that car into pit lane. And they do get the car into pit lane. I thought it was going to spit them out there for a second when it moved back to the racetrack. I thought it had legitimately spit them out of pit lane and was going to force them to go around another lap there. That is the potential cause and effect of spitting out right at pit entry like that. The unfortunate reality of it is that they're most likely going to serve a 3-second penalty from that little moment entering pit lane there. And unfortunately for the number 5 car, as they are starting to make time up on the 44 car, they have that incident into the pit entry, and that pit entry will certainly cost them 12 to 15 seconds of extra track time right there on second and first place. So you know, I feel for the number 5 team here today. I mean, they have got great pace. They have busted their butt all race long to stay on that fight for the podium at bare minimum here today. They have given it 1,000% on trying to lock down that championship here today. And it just seems like every time they start to gain traction, they just have a little tiny hiccup or setback, and they're right back to square one again. And that unfortunate entry into pit lane there is exactly one of those moments I'm talking about. You know, it was and just what seemed to be a harmless pit entry, you know, par for the course, but the weather playing a factor, and that slippery pit entry absolutely got this car spun around, and unfortunately there for La Brocha, I mean, it definitely cost him some time on the racetrack, and most certainly at least a 3-second track limit penalty most likely for that pit entry, but it was surprisingly enough to not give him a 3-second penalty. So I guess track officials decided that they penalized themselves enough there. Quite shocked to see that they didn't get a 3-second penalty there. .7% of the race distance completed. So there you go. You heard it first from Jaeger. So let's knock down this for a second. And we're going to start the process of getting our Discord server up and running here. It may skip the stream momentarily, so just bear with chat. You might get a little lag for a moment. We might get a little bit of drop frames for a moment. That is just literally my laptop opening Discord in the background, and that's why we're moving to a new PC. The old PC just can't handle what we need it to do during the streams anymore without creating some complications for the stream. So we are just firing this up just to get it moving and open in the background. Get ready for those post-race interviews. That definitely makes stream. Bear with it for a minute, chat. It will settle back down once Discord's fully opened up on the laptop here. It'll take a minute. It ain't a spa day without water in it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Alright, stream should settle back down here soon. I can hear the laptop running in the background, and it's running a lot less noisy at this point, which means that this basically got Discord open, loaded up now in the background, so we should be good for our podium interviews when the time comes. Alright, let's see what we got brewing here. Looks like we got not a lot brewing at the moment. And I mean, in all honesty, at this time of year at Spa, quite frankly, the fact that the racers have split 2 and split 1 in both the weekends here have had relatively decent racing conditions for the most part here at Spa as well. I mean, there's a little bit of moisture here and there, but it didn't really stick around too long and really didn't force multiple pit stops, I guess, throughout a stint due to constant change in condition. So really considering the time of year it is at Spa and the fact that the races are based off real weather a couple days in advance to race day based off the real location of the racetracks we're racing on, it's actually quite surprising that the rain wasn't more heavy duty here in our races over the last 2 weekends. Like I said, we've definitely seen some precipitation come down here throughout the races, but for the most part it's been pretty mild-mannered in comparison to the 2024 season, as an example. Oh, yeah, see, we missed that. We didn't even click that the 66 had grabbed a position here. So the Shadow here in the 66 GT Finland racing car here now has moved up into 4th position here ahead of Shadow Chef in the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, and now got themselves a 30-second gap here as well. So that was a most likely good call on strategy for when each team opted to go on the inters, and it most likely paid huge dividends here for clearly the 66 car, as they were about 30 some seconds, maybe a little more in behind that positional car. So yeah, that was a good time gain for the Shadow there, and penalty there for the 35 car. So I mean, in no trouble to be worrying about lemon squeeze right now. Pardon me. Beauty on just come out of nowhere there. With number 24, obviously in between himself and the 45 car. 45 cars in no man's land right now. Wedge C is much of the same in no man's land right now. Coyote is in no man's land right now. The 69 car of AHR also in no man's land, and Inkyo here in no man's land. So the back 5 racers here just kind of doing their own thing here, just bringing it home to the checkered flag at this point. I mean, really the real race is the drivers against the conditions at this point. I mean, it is the racers' races to give away at this point. Alright, so we got LaBrocha coming into pit lane here. I'm assuming to get off the intermediate tires at this point. You can't catch a shadow, but you can make a shadow disappear. And if a shadow disappears, does a shadow really exist at that point? Ah, there's a conundrum for you, Ray. formal, informal, rowdy, you know, in order. Details. The Shadow now coming in for the 66 car. Pardon me, again, two drivers with very similar names here on the racetrack right now, so we're getting ourselves a little mixed up. My bad. Alright, so Shadow Chef does grab position back from the Shadow there, so it does move back up into P4 here, ahead of the 66 cars. He heads up a Rouge and La Ratillon here for the 39th time in the stint here, and that's going to put the Shadow still in 5th place there. He does manage to stay ahead of Lemony Squeeze by a couple of minutes. Nice little slide coming from the 45 car there as he comes around the corner. The track is still fairly wet, especially on the offline part of the racetrack, the curbing, and well, basically everything that the racers want to use to maximize their speed around the racetrack here. So as the drivers start to go back into racing slicks, they're going to have to be very conscious of placement of their car as the conditions continue to change. Right now towards a drying condition, but again, that could possibly still change over the next 13 laps. Alright, so these guys kind of cruise through some live timing sectors here real quick. And we will see where the gaps are at here. So we got Lemony Squeeze now coming in. Alright, so that should put the 66 car back into 4th place here now, with the pit stop being made from the 35 car. So as the 66 car comes across the start finish line and around the La Source here, that does lead up into the pit exit wall there on the right hand side, and we can see there that Shadow Chef is not even made it to his pit box at this point yet, so the Shadow will take 4th place back there. And once the pit stop's done, it's probably going to be a pretty decent little gap there of 30 plus seconds. So never give up, you never surrender in races like this, because you just never know when all of a sudden you're going to grab a position, and all it takes sometimes is just a good consistent run, or literally just a very smart decision at the right time, or it can go the other way and spiral in the wrong direction. All possibilities are there. So 32 seconds is that gap between Shadow Chef and the Shadows here now. So a decent little gap with roughly about 10 to 14 laps remaining, depending on where in the field you are at this point. Let's just slowly roll through our field here. Give some love to all the teams, the cars, etc. Yeah, see? Just send it Nora, we'll call her. I like it. Just send it Nora. Alright, chat, we're all rambled out for the day, believe it or not. I don't have anything to ramble about right now. I rambled myself out of rambles today. So we're just chilling with the racers at this point here. I mean, the reality of it is that there's large gaps between every single one of the racers at this point, and it's going to take a pretty large mistake to be made from any one of these racers at this point to give a position up on the racetrack, I think. So we're just kind of hanging out with our racers right now. We're just taking in the last few laps of the race, so to speak, enjoying the remainder of the season. If Spa was a lot more of a wet race ATV, the Porsche would have been a lot more competitive. Unfortunately, due to the just sheer amount of dry conditions, the front engine cars just overpowered the mid-engine cars. I mean, obviously it's hard to say that in Split 2 because I think McLaren did quite well in Split 2, finishing up in the top 3, I think, but you know, like I said earlier in the broadcast today, one of them anyways, you know, we picked the Porsche solely for the potential of 2 of the last 3 races of the season being very high potential for wet races, right? Because we knew the Porsche would excel in the wet condition. It didn't turn out that way. So yeah, the Porsche definitely was outmatched in Spa without a large amount of the race being in the rain. It kind of put the car at a slight disadvantage against these big motor cars. I mean, that big nerf that the Porsche took a while back definitely hurt the car in some senses. And I mean, at the end of the day, there was just no way to get top end out of that Porsche that matches, the Lexus, the GTRs, the Aston Martin. So you really had to rely on the fact that the one spot that the Porsche really held great considerable pace was in the wet. And we just didn't get that, right? We didn't get those wet conditions. We were really kind of hoping on and basing off of what happened last season, right? So yeah, I mean, that's the way it goes, right? We make decisions, and those decisions don't always pan out. So if Fuji was a more consistent wet race, I think that we would have probably had a better performance at Fuji. And I think that if Spa had more rain, I think that the Porsche would have been a lot more viable at Spa. Now, with Road Atlanta was a viable car for the Porsche regardless, just because really the only long straightaway on Road Atlanta is that run from the double hairpin down to 9A and 9B, or 10A and 10B, the chicane, right, the triple S's. So that's really the only spot that the Porsche had to be highly concerned about in Road Atlanta, right? So I mean, it was a well-suited car for round 9, but without a good, steady, consistent amount of water on the track at Fuji and Spa, the Porsche was outmatched for sure by these front-engine cars. And that's from experience being in the Porsche, racing against these cars. So, yeah, I mean, the Porsche was a decision based off of reliance on wet races, and it didn't quite work out in that case. So, the Porsches just weren't there at the end of the season, I mean, you would suspect that the new Ferrari 296 coming would be essentially the OP car in the GT3 out of the 3 class right now, the way that the GT3 class sits, because, I mean, every other car in this GT3 class, with the exception of the BRZ, is essentially ancient technology in the racing world nowadays. I mean, most of these cars are pre-2018, 2017 race cars and lower, so I suspect that, of course, the newest piece of machinery that's going to come out is going to be baroque as hell. It's going to be super meta and OP, and everybody's going to be racing it anyways. So you're still kind of stuck in the same boat. How easy the car is to drive and whatnot, I guess we'll eventually find out once we get that update. But I mean, we all know it's going to be super mega broken and busted, and they're going to have to probably nerf the living daylights out of it for 2 or 3 updates before they finally match it up to the Group 3 class. So, again, that's kind of the problem with mixing old and new technology together, too. I mean, they're just different pieces of machinery. They act differently, they turn differently, they drive differently. So, I mean, you're taking a brand new piece of equipment that's, a 2023, I think, and putting it up against a bunch of literally 10 and 15-year-old racing technology. It's going to be interesting to see how they balance the car within the class, to be honest. For example, look at the Porsche. Exactly, cars. I mean, the Porsche was mega OP and broken. It didn't really seem to matter where you put the car on the racetrack if you knew how to utilize third gear before they nerfed it. The car was just absolutely crazy good everywhere you took it. Now, it's okay everywhere you take it, right? I mean, it's not... It honestly doesn't even excel in cornering ability compared to a lot of the heavier cars in the class since that nerf anymore. I mean... Yeah, I'm really frustrated actually with what GT7 did to the Porsche. Not gonna lie, they ruined the experience of driving the Porsche. Where are we at here? We're at the 2 hour mark now. But that's giving them a lot here. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna go over by 10-15 minutes. $10 minutes, I'd say. A little less. Yeah, appreciated ads. Crowd wants their money's worth. I never said I definitely never said I don't like the Porsche. I don't hate the Porsche, but I hate what they did to the Porsche. I mean, I've got thousands of miles on that car, just in GT7 alone. You know, it used to be one of my go-to favorite cars to drive. Now I find the Lamborghini faster and easier to drive than the Porsche, in all honesty, which is a pretty big statement. The Lamborghini is not a simple car to drive. It's simpler to drive than it used to be, but it's not that simple of a car to drive. I would much rather drive the Lamborghini over the Porsche if I had a choice in almost every situation right now. I really, really dislike what they did to the car. Don't dislike the car, dislike what they did to the car. And then we got this GTR that just never ever seems to be unbroken. And you know, this car is always in the meta. It's always just one of the strongest cars in the GT3 class. So, you know, maybe someday a new sponsor will step in and kick the GTR off the meta for once too. I'm not saying that the ERA picked a meta car. I mean, they did start in the Corvette this season, but when we're talking about cars, I mean, the GTR is one car that GT7 just never seems to affect. So, yeah, I mean, the 296 will be mega broken, in a good way or a bad way. We're not sure which way yet, but it'll be broken in comparison to the rest of the class, for sure. There's a dark cloud coming in, says Ruckus. I think the racers are just bored of not having anything fresh and new. It's slowing down the activity and racing community in the GT7 platform, and now that there's new titles that have potential and are coming very soon, and some have already dropped, I mean, it's hard to say what's going to happen to GT7 over the next little while. You know, are they going to see a massive dip in player base, or are they going to see a permanent massive loss in player base? Or, you know, you're going to see a massive player loss when new titles come out in the extensiveness that they're coming out this November. I mean, obviously it's going to affect the overall player base for the month, if not the next couple of months, for GT7 without a question of a doubt. I mean, that's just par and course for new titles being released, but the bigger question is the longevity of that player base walking away from GT7 for a while to go check out the new Sims, right? You know, if one really stands out above the rest and has everything that GT7 has to offer, maybe obviously with the exception of the graphics and spectator mode, most likely, again, something that's fairly untouchable right now in the console sim racing market. You know, GT7 may lose a very decent percentage of permanent players, right? So I guess we'll wait and see what happens. I mean, that's all we can do, right? It's going to be interesting over the next few weeks, needless to say. So, I mean, it's kind of a great thing at the same time that a lot of these organizations and leagues are wrapping up here in the next, 2-3 weeks, because, again, with all the action happening in the sim racing world as far as new titles coming, there's going to be a lot of racers, especially over the holiday season, checking out a lot of different games, right? So it's definitely going to slow down the active members of the racing community on GT7 for a bit anyways. You know, like I said, how that affects GT7 long term is really undetermined and is hard to say, but we got Shadow getting it a little bit wrong here as the conditions have picked up and dropped a fairly decent amount of water on the racetrack at this point. Now, they do have a minute 51 gap here currently. We have the 20 car coming into pit lane here. And we've got the 44 and the 5 car here very close together, and the number 5 car is going to unlap themselves here from the 44 car here. So the 44 car is taking it easy here. I mean, he's not forcing this GTR into doing anything that it doesn't want to do in these conditions here right now. He's really just trying to make sure that he keeps it right around the racetrack. And as I say that, we have our Sector 7 car off the track there in the background, so let's go see what happened here. And yeah, just heading around leading into Blochemont there, just absolutely lost the grip, and the car just went into a spin and oof, nose first into the wall there too, unfortunately, for the 5 car. So that will most certainly be a pit stop coming there from the number 5 team. So the 20 car jumped in. I mean, timing on the racetrack is everything sometimes. In the case of rain, and the 20 car was right near the pit entry, so was able to be the first car to take advantage of getting into pit lane to get onto that intermediate tire, which should give the number 20 car a small advantage in some time gained, getting out on the racetrack here as well. But again, the gap was a minute 50 when Shadow came in. Then the pit stop happened from France and number 20, which put that gap to 2:35. So now after this pit stop, we should see that gap go back down to roughly what it was. And let's see if the 20 car can make up any ground on that free lap of extra proper tire for the condition, essentially. Oh, you bet it doesn't turn, the 296 says Payme. You know, it's hard to say. I've seen a little bit of a preview on the Spec 3 updates from a couple of content creators that were at the World Tour live event. They had the Spec 3 update at the live event there for the audience and racers like to test out. And one of them was the Ferrari 296 on the new Marina track, and I believe it's Abu Dhabi. And I mean, it sounds pretty darn good, and it looks like it's quite quick. So behind in the hands of somebody who doesn't know how to drive an MR car, it's probably going to be a handful to handle. But for people who know how to drive the MR cars, it'll probably be a pretty sweet car to drive for the first little bit, most likely. Whether or not it turns, I guess, is to be determined, but alright, so La Brocha here in 3rd place, minute 5 in behind France. France is 2 minutes in behind Shadow, so gaps are kind of maintaining through all that transition there. Yeah, just a lot of gaps. Seven and 8. I don't know. 10, 48 seconds, 49 seconds, call it. Yeah, I mean, don't get your hopes up too much that we're gonna get a whole bunch of brand new content for free from Gran Turismo 7, because that's definitely unlike them. In past updates, right? I mean, the fact that we're even getting an updated GT3 car, I guess, is incredible in its own fashion. We are getting a slightly updated F1 version style car as well, which I guess does appeal to that part of the racing community that likes the high downforce. But I mean, yeah, we're getting 2 more GTRs. I mean, who cares? And I'm a GTR fan. I love the GTR, but I mean, I'm sick of every second car that is released in this game is a GTR of some sort, some way. I mean, are we not running out of GTRs at this point to release into the game? Can we not do something else, right? So, it's nice to see Opel come back into the manufacturers list. Now, granted, Opel has that concept car that was just debuted, I believe, in Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been the Hong Kong event, but Opel, if we remember, our Gran Turismo OGs are going to remember this. Opel made the Tigra ice racing car in Gran Turismo 4, and that car was absolutely broken and OP as high hell in GT4 if you had it. It was a car that you won from the endurance races in that part of GT4, so you had to do one of the long endurance races to get the chance to win one of 4 cars, and that was one of the 4 cars. I can't remember which endurance race it was, but it was a circuit / ice dirt car as well, right? And it was absolutely OP in both sides of the game. It was a sweet car. So seeing Opel come back with the concept car does bring hope that we might see that Tigra ice car come back, especially with a couple of snow tracks in GT7. But again, wishful thinking most likely. Yeah, you do have the Alpha, you're right, but I mean, the system BTCC has, made the change it's made between 24 and 25 season. I mean, the chances of seeing legitimate BTCC cars released in the games as BTCC cars currently are probably slim to none. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I suspect that that particular class of car is going to be a little bit hard for licensing agreements right now, currently the way things are in the BTCC, so and that could change, but these games release these cars based off of, and tracks based off of licensing agreements that they have, right? So it's no exception for Rennsport or Project Motorsports Racing, NASCAR. Endurance Motorsports Series is coming sometime now, and in coming months that they've postponed their release date. Although that is more of a single player / campaign style sim racing game currently as it sits with the information available on it. It doesn't currently have a multiplayer quote mode like we do on GT7 and will have with Rennsport and PMR and NASCAR. So I'm not exactly sure how much EMS Endurance Motorsports Series will play into a lot of sim racers that are on an online competitive field. That one definitely more appeases to the player that just likes to play, the racing game casually and then kind of on their own accord, I think, or maybe just as a little side game for sim racers to go and check out. But I think with obviously Rennsport and PMR dropping this month, just 12 days apart from each other, I mean, I think the delay of Endurance Motorsports Series was a strategic business decision by the game developers and the investors. They're probably going to sit on it, take a look at what the sim racing titles that have just released have to offer, and probably see them go back and revamp their direction of that game slightly. So I mean, Endurance Motorsports Series could potentially be a year or 2 away, depending on what it is that they're delaying for. Because to the best of my understanding, that should have been the first sim racing title released out of the 4 that were being released at the end of the year this year, and it's now going to be sometime in 2026 to the best of my knowledge. So, and at that point we're going to be leaning in on the area of ACC2 or ACC Evo at that point as well. So I mean, there's another massive sim title coming to the console at some point here as well. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of sim racing definitely coming in the near future. Yeah, I agree. I mean, EMS, I think that was a smart decision on their part. They're out with the way that the game is currently set up from the information I've seen and get on EMS. I mean, they are way underdeveloped in comparison to the sim titles that are coming right now. Just the fact alone that they don't have that multiplayer open lobby option currently in the Endurance Motorsport series is a huge factor, I think. When you have a bunch of multiplayer, massive lobby online compatibility games, I mean, Red Sport, I believe, is 28, PMR is 32, NASCAR is 40, and I mean, ACC Evo, if it's anything like ACC 5 with forced grids and the private servers, up to 40. I mean, potentially more. So, it's hard to, how do you compete with that when you're not releasing a game that's based off of multiplayer online competitive racing, right? You're coming into a sim racing market with a solo campaign player game, essentially with the option to play with two of your friends within a co-op mode style championship series, right? Like it's an old school, Call of Duty game back in the day, so to speak, where you hook up with your friends and you knock out the campaign mode, and then you go smash out multiplayer for days on end, grinding gun camos, right? Essentially, that's kind of what EMS is in the sim racing world right now, and the way the sim racing world is sitting. So yeah, I think that was most certainly a strategic move on their part there. And final lap here. Man, oh man, the time flies by when you're not paying attention. It could be a nice addition. I mean, it's going to be great for the casual racer. I mean, even like I said, I think for sim racers alike. But Project Motorsports Racing has a lot of those same things to offer, and I could go on for a while about PMR. It's the game that has the most available information on it, are the ones that have been released, right? So, like I said, they haven't really been hiding what they're promising to the player base and the consumer. So, we'll see if they can, back it up. And cross compatibility too, right? I mean, these new sim games are coming out as cross-compatible, right? So Xbox and PC compatible. So I mean, it massively opens up the racing field and the depth of the racing pools available for racing in online situations as well, right? I mean, there is a lot to factor in right now for sim racing titles. So it's kind of crazy that we got just a massive bunch of them all of a sudden out of nowhere, all dropping at the same time, basically back to back to back like this. It's very, I mean, it's kind of a historic thing for PlayStation, essentially, when it comes to sim racing games, with the amount of high quality potential titles that are coming in such a close proximity of each other. Alright, so we are just kicking it here on the final lap. Now we have just gotten around the majority of the technical part of the racetrack. We're just heading through Paul Frere and heading in towards Blois-Chamont here, and we do have the number 5 car sitting right in behind the 44 car here, but that is a lap down situation here from the 44 car on the number 5 car, and I guess trying to put the stamp on the championship season here is they put their rivals of the season lap down in the finale here, so I guess that's a little bit of success in a sense here for the ERA racing team here this season. They were never so close last season and just fell short, but it looks like this season they're going to hold the crown moving into 2026. The 5 car, absolutely fantastic effort here today. Is going to fall short in the 3rd place, but it does not take away from the fact that they were a dominant force this season, and a little bit of bad luck with the disconnects here this season really was kind of, I think, at the end of the day, the biggest downfall for the number 5 team here this championship season, and that's racing. I mean, it happens. We got Lemon Squeeze here in the 45 car finishing in 6th place here on the racetrack. We've got Coyote finishing in 8th place. We've got Inkyo finishing there in 10th position, and we're just waiting for our 35 and 20 cars to come through, and our 764 car still to come through here as well. So get that last podium finisher coming across the line here as they near the end of their lap, just heading towards Blochemont here as well. And it is a big congratulations to the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR here for the race win and a 2025 GT World Endurance Series Championship from the International Racing Organization. Unofficially, of course, that still needs to all be officiated, but as far as everything looks here, should remain that way, I think, for the 44 car. So we still have to allow the officiating and all the legalities, in a sense, to filter out here throughout the next 7 to 10 days with stewarding, incident reports, driver swaps, and all that juicy great stuff that our tireless team here at IRO isn't done when this race finishes here today. Unfortunately, they still have a good solid week's worth of work left behind them here to officiate and solidify split 1, as they're just finishing solidifying up split 2, right? That just finished running last weekend. So what a great race. What a great finish to the season. I mean, what else do we say there? But GG's to the racers, right? So let's kick it up in Discord here. Just give me a moment. It's going to take a half hot minute to set this guy up. Just a half hot minute. We got to get some audios plugged in. We gotta click a couple buttons, and we gotta go get ourselves into that chat ourselves. So, just bear with me, chat. This is all stuff I didn't want to do while the race was running, so we didn't lag out the stream unnecessarily. But now we can do that. So let's go find us an interview channel. Alright, so we are going to... We got Ray and Jaeger. So we will wait for our team representatives here for our podium finishers, and that kind of works out well in our favor this this split 1 championship finale here, because our top 3 finishers in the race happen to be our top 3 finishers officially here for the championship season as well. So we'll let them obviously get out of their cars and whatnot and make their way to the booth. But in the meantime, we do have obviously our production guru Jaeger in the booth with us, and we do have the woman with the plan, Miss Ray herself, here as well. So we'll be having a chat with them here as well. And it looks like we've got our ERA representative here in the booth. So we don't hear the party in the background and those champagne corks quite popping yet, but we do have a representative here nonetheless. All right, let's get...
I won't be singing anymore.
Are you sure?
Well, now I'm disappointed.
See, way to go, way to go.
Yeah, maybe that's our chance, Ray, to do the duet.
Duet. We should sing.
What do you think, chat? What do you think, chat? Thumbs up for the duet, down for
sing.
no.
We are the champions.
Well, I mean, Queen, that's a fair song.
Is there a song? Goes, thank God that's over. My heart can't take any more.
Oh no, there's a takeover now.
Yeah.
There is.
No, it's Zach in the chat. Uh-oh. Brace yourselves.
Alright, just
Where
bear with chat.
is
We are just
7?
Yeah.
And
sitting tough here.
I know the official spokesperson for P1R is Fran.
Furious didn't want to hop
Yeah.
in, so I'm here.
Alright.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what, while we're waiting for other people from the other teams to join, I can just say my bit. I am here mostly on behalf of IRO, an owner. I'm also here, obviously, in part, a representative for Race Asylum as a whole. But I would like to just start off by thanking everybody who took part in any way, shape, or form, on track, off track, times behind a keyboard, who watched, who shared, stayed up late, supported in any way the series, that's split 1 and split 2, because we couldn't do it without anybody gives up their free time to do this. That's the big bit that everybody needs to remember. This is all done in everyone's spare time for free. To pull off something of this magnitude is, I think, short of incredible. It's awe-inspiring. And the level of talent this season has brought to the table, as organisers, we couldn't ask for any. You know, you've seen the names in these lobbies over the last 24 hours. That is something that other leagues should be aspiring for, something that we're proud as hell to be leading the way on. And I hope that all of those top talents have enjoyed their participation in this series. I hope that they are keen to take part again, because it means so much to us to be competing with these famous people that are pushing us all to be our best. So yeah, just huge thanks from IRO to everybody who played a part in that. We can never express the correct level of gratitude. So yeah, it's been flaming French there. Yeah, incredible experience and surpassed all of our expectations, what we were hoping for this season. And obviously we're looking ahead to 2026, and I can say is hopefully it's even better if that's possible. On behalf of RA Black, our little heroes, the the underdogs, I'm so proud of them. They could have quit rounds and rounds ago. They were constantly swimming against that tide. They never stopped. And that's amazing. They make me so proud. And I'm also sad. I did say I'd cry, get the tissues. But if anyone sort of can understand what it's like to be hard down on your luck, and the motivation to get in the car, to keep going, to know that you're laps down and minutes down, it's never going to improve, is difficult to overcome mentally. But they all carried on with a fantastic attitude. And I can't tell you how much they are wonderful humans for that. They're so funny and they're so inspirational, and there's parts of it where you think they are what people should aspire to in terms of attitude to racing and motivation and how to keep going when it feels like you shouldn't. So yeah, punch at them bastards, because they're amazing. And that's all I need to say. But thank you so much. for all the support.
I mean, you kept it together pretty good there, Ray. Well done.
Big round of applause.
Absolutely.
Everybody. Well done.
Uh,
Well said, Ray.
We do just want to give a quick shout out to P1R's Archiver GT. They're coming in with a £20 super chat there on the YouTube channel as well, saying thanks for the season, best event in GT7. Congrats to ERA, impressive way to win the championship as well. So, figure we'll toss that in there. Appreciate that super chat. I definitely appreciate the extra support here at IRO, and I mean, great season, and it takes a team effort. We touched on that through part of the broadcast there, and a large part of that team effort is because of Ray, who was just thanking all the people that have taken the time out of their year to help accomplish this dream here in IRO. The 2024 season was the opening season here, and it was very evident, I would say, midway through the season, that there was something here. There was a chance for some real spirited, tough competition in GT7 platform outside of the World Tour live events. And then we move into the 2025 season, and the competition blew up here at IRO, and here we are 10 months later, and hundreds of hours of racing later, and thousands of liters of fuel, and hundreds of sets of burnt out rubber. I mean, we're here to finally name that champion for 2025, and it is that number 44 car. But before we talk to them, let's talk to the rest of our drivers here. We've got a representative from the 45 team I see here, and I believe representative from P1R, is that? I can't quite see the name.
It's France that's in.
Okay.
He is the appointed spokesperson.
All right, I'm just trying to get all the names right here. So let's talk with our Project One Racing spokesperson first. Now, I know that they finished second place in the old race here today, but that does also place them third place unofficially in the overall championship point standings for the season as well. And they had a really strong race here today. They really needed to have that strong race here today to lock down that final podium position. And what a strong race they had. I mean, they had comparable pace to that 44 car today. It just didn't quite work out that they were able to be in the right spots at the right time to be close enough to really to battle for that overall race win here today. But a hard-fought championship. It didn't start out this way for the Project One Racing team, but as the season progressed and you guys got towards the end of the championship, you really locked in, and you really got together as a team, and you really figured it out, and you really started to produce some great races for the team and yourselves out of the Project One Racing garage. So I mean, I'll leave it up to you to talk your way through our race today and how things were, but most importantly, how was the season, and how you guys feeling after a very long season?
Absolutely knackered, if I'm honest. Yeah, first things first, I think credit where credit's due. We've got to congratulate ERA on a dominant victory. I think what a way to win the championship. We didn't have an answer for them today, but yeah, to secure third in the championship was probably unheard of at the beginning of the season. We weren't even looking, we were nowhere near that, if I'm honest to you. Just survival was the name of the game. Taking on these endurance races was absolutely brutal. And I don't think people understand the amount of work and effort that goes into this. The practice that goes on, and then you've got mixed conditions, you've got the guys staying up all night, and it's not just the drivers. I mirror what Ray was saying. It's all people in the background. We've got a couple of people that have been on the comms literally all night, have not slept at all, just to help us through these strat calls and everything else. So it's definitely a team game, and it's more than just a game. For us, this is life, man. This is away from all the stress and everything else we've got going on in our lives. This is, something we aim towards, and we want to be the best at. So, to finish where we did, in third in the championship, but also second in the race, and we showed some great pace. Evo and Adriano were on another planet today. In those mixed conditions, absolutely smashed it. But I've got to shout out to all the boys. Excuse me if I'm a bit croaky, but I've got about 3 hours sleep. But a shout out to all the boys that did all the stints. Jake, Val, Kevin, Brisbane, Mark. We had some great stints, and we kept everyone honest. It's not a nice feeling when you've got Antonio behind you in the last stint with these conditions. That last stint was absolutely awful. I didn't know what was going on, but luckily we made the right calls at the right time. I think Antonio was a bit unlucky with a couple of spins, but to bring home in second place was unreal. We didn't think the Aston had the pace, to be honest. We did think it was quite slow until Hazard put it on pole by half a second. which kind of shot that theory down. But yeah, we did what we could, mate. But yeah, congratulations to RA and Sector 7 as well. But big congratulations to Project One Racing as well.
Absolutely. Jaeger, you have anything you would like to throw that way?
No, I'm just disappointed in P1 also. You had the chance 3 in a row. Come on, no, seriously. Great race, guys. The esports races guys were just untouchable today, so yeah. But yeah, well done.
Yeah, thank
Love you.
It was, yeah, you know, we were going for it, you know, so we didn't think I had much of a chance in practice. The car was pretty much off the pace. I think the one lap pace, it wasn't too bad, but at top end, we just lacked it so bad. But luckily, we had the acceleration out of La Source going up to Eau Rouge to kind of keep us ahead a little bit. But yeah, it was difficult. And the middle sector was struggling quite a lot. So I'm doing a really low downforce to try and keep that top speed, you know, try and keep the maximum speed as much as we could. But obviously, then the second sector we were really struggling. So yeah, in the end, it worked out quite well. But 4 podiums in a row, so I think we'll take that. The second half of the season has been absolutely unreal for us. Just goes to show the steps and the strengths of the team. You know, we haven't got any kind of World Tour drivers in the team, but we've got some really dedicated guys, and this is what it's all about. It's the depth of the team as well. And that's all down just to hard work. And, you know, I can't thank the boys enough. We all work together nicely. You know, we're a great bunch of lads to work with. And we push each other on, and that's what it's about.
Absolutely, and well said. And I mean, we've been saying that all year long in the booth, all broadcasters, all the commentators. You know, it doesn't come down to just one driver. You know, if one driver has a rough driver stint or a rough day on the racetrack, you know, there's 4, 5, 6, 7 other guys or women in behind that driver to help pick up and make that time back up, right? So at the end of the day, you know, you have to approach it as a team game. You have to go into this as a team game, and you have to go into it knowing that you're going to have the support and you're going to have other drivers there to pick up something that may have gone wrong for one of the other teammates, right? So, you know, very, very well said. And I mean, any final remarks and any shout outs you'd like to throw out there at the end of this, like I said, very long season here this season?
Yeah, just keep it short, mate. I'll just a massive thank you to everyone, all the organisers behind the scene. So to put these 24-hour races, these events on, is an unbelievable effort. All these lobbies that they're opening, and all this dedication that you guys on the comms, everyone else in the background working. You know, just a massive thank you. And you guys are the reason that, you know, I'll be honest, that most of us play this game. You know, we can say GT7 at the minute is a little bit stale, but certainly without this IRO Championship, I wouldn't play in this game. So, yeah, you guys inspire me with the hard work and effort you guys put in as well. So, massive thank you to everyone. And again, a big congrats to ERA, Sector 7 and Project One Racing.
A massive congratulations to the number 20 Aston Martin team of Project One Racing here this season. Really, in a sense, for them, a storybook ending. You know, tough, like they said at the beginning of the season, but you know, the last half of the season, it really came together for them. They really locked it in, and hard work paid off, and unofficially third place overall finish here in the championship for that number 20 Project One Racing Aston Martin. So absolutely great stuff here from Split One as always. And is Lemon Squeezy here on behalf of Sector 7 by chance?
I am here, not on behalf of Sector 7.
We are trying to get.
I was just checking.
Yeah, please hold. It's trying to have it happen.
All right. Well, I mean, you guys come in here with the 45 team, and you guys were looking for that third place overall here coming into the championship here in today's race. Unfortunately, a little bit short possibly here, and that's why we need to wait for the official results. But, you know, the 45 team brought in a really special driver here this championship season at IRO, and we're going to touch on that a little bit more here again. You know, you guys, you know, you reached out to Mehdi Hafidi, a GT7 Nations Cup and Manufacturers World Tour champion, and you know, when you have drivers like that in the field, it steps up the level of competitiveness, not only in the whole racing field, but I'm sure within the racing team itself as well. So I kind of want to pick the brains a little bit here of one of the teammates of you know, the last minute racing team as well, because you know, what was the experience like learning and developing around a driver at such a high level like Mehdi Hafidi, and learning to work with that driver, take that input, and try to put it to practice in your own driving as the season progressed? And how do you think that that combination really worked out for the 45 team here this season?
I mean, I don't. First off, I really don't know why he decided to join us, why he said yes, but he did, and I really appreciate that. You know, I do. He wouldn't do much practice, or with us at least. But like the day before, or whatever, we'd all sort of watch him and on the race day and just see what he does and gain like half a second. I mean, he's just a incredible guy. I mean, fortunately enough, he said at the end of the season, when he said goodbye, that he'd be coming back and that he really enjoyed it. So I think everybody's had a great time.
I mean, that's fantastic. And I mean, for the rest of the 45 team outside of, that S-rated driver, I mean, you can't take away from everything that the rest of the drivers in the 45 crew have done this season. I mean, these guys have come in, they put in incredible stints, they put in an incredible amount of time, they put an incredible amount of pace for, a lot of low A+ rated and say high A rated drivers up against a field of, 100,000 drivers and S-rated drivers, so how was it for you guys that were not quite on that same experience level and pace level as Mehdi? How did that help you guys throughout the season, and do you feel like you guys really learned a lot in the championship season racing around that kind of a driver and having that driver involved with the group as well?
I mean, he definitely helped a huge amount. I think we are somewhat nicknamed "Let Mehdi Race," but I mean, he's only one driver. If someone comes down to especially furious behind the scenes, I mean, he's done like as much practice as the rest of us, and isn't even in the car. He's got 4 hours of sleep and doesn't even race. So he gives us a strategy, and it really helps everybody out here. So I have to shout him out, no doubt. But yeah, I mean, Mehdi sets the benchmark, and we try and meet it. But yeah, I mean, I have to say thank you to P1R for giving us a good race throughout the season. We didn't expect to be fighting for P3, nowhere near that. And yeah, I mean, taking a win from the season is just so impressive from everybody. So I'm proud of what we managed to achieve.
It's a great progress, I think.
Absolutely.
All of you drivers. So like many of you are also like doing other things besides IRO. So you grew together as a team and you improved. And so this is like my personal take on it, because you're also being very active in the community league racing thing and CTC and representing their like the thing. And yeah, couldn't be any more proud of you guys. So what you did this season and what you achieved. So even if it's not like the official CLR team, it feels a little bit like it. Plus Mehdi, so yeah.
Plus the cherry on top, with the World Tour guy, but I mean, nonetheless, I mean, all things aside, Mehdi aside, I mean, a large part of that 45 crew is also part of my sim racing community to some sort of extent or another, and racing in other networks that we're a part of over on my side of the world here too, so we're quite familiar with a lot of the drivers that were racing with the 45 team this year, and I definitely, even though they're already very quick and efficient racers, I definitely seen some progress in each of the racers in their own little ways. Some of them in gain consistency, and some of them in overall gain sheer pace. So, I mean, I think that it was a pretty good progressive season for the 45 team as a whole, and it just goes to show out there too, ladies and gentlemen, chat and racers alike, you can have the best of the best in the world on your team, and it still does not mean you're going to guarantee that championship. Like Lemony Squeeze said there, they gave it 110,000% out there, and they did everything they could, and one driver can only do do so much when you've only got 2 hours behind the wheel of the car at a time. It is a team sport, and I think that the 45 crew did a good job at wrapping around that driver and taking all that information in and really producing a great season. So congratulations to the 45 crew, filling out just a smidge short on that podium here, I think, this season, but a great overall season. And I guess any final remarks from the 45 last minute racing team here before we head over to the 44 crew?
Incredible work, the stream team, really. I mean, Jaeger especially, I know, I've spoken to him a lot. I mean, he doesn't race at all, yet he spends, I don't even know how many hours making this thing happen. So, I mean, just thank you very much for making this happen, Jaeger.
Yeah.
Everybody is.
A virtual heart with my fingers.
We love it. There you go. Right, for all the fans out there, that's the thing right now. Absolutely. But I mean, thank you for being a part of the series, and we definitely hope to see all you guys back next year, and even stronger and better than this year as well. So, congratulations, and off to the next race, I suppose. I mean, what else do we do as racers? We think about the next one, right? It'll be a few weeks here before the next IRO announcement comes in, but I think we're all already grinding at the bit and chomping at the bit to see what they have in store for us. So don't get too much rest, IRO, because you're going to have some pretty antsy racers, I think. But this is a guy I've been actually waiting to talk to here today. I've had an opportunity to talk to ERA's Evo from the 44 ERE Sports Race Asylum team. They came so close in the 2024 season to taking that championship win there against the Overboost Racing team, and they came in this season very determined to take that championship away from ORT and put that into their trophy mantle there in the paddock. And it is not come with a lack of effort or hard work on and off the racetrack. I've been a part of seeing these guys practice often behind the scenes with the Grid Life team and some of the Split 2 RA drivers helping them out as well. And I mean, you can see and hear the determination and chit chat in behind the scenes in the garage with these guys while they're out there training and practicing and preparing. But we also had the opportunity to talk to Evo in an earlier round this season in a podium interview. And, the message was very clear from the 44 car. We're not here to mess around. We're going to give it 1,000%. And if you make a mistake, we're definitely going to be sitting on top of it to capitalize and try to take that position away from you. And at the end of 10 months of racing, all these hours, you finally did it. You find yourself sitting on the top of the podium, holding that coveted GT Endurance Racing Championship in this 2025 season. I'm sure you guys and gals are absolutely ecstatic back there in the Race Asylum garage right now. And I mean, I'm going to give you the floor. The floor is yours, Evo. Break it down for us how the race was today and how this championship season as a whole has been for you guys leading up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had so much fun and yet simultaneously been so stressed and anxious and just on the verge of a cardiac arrest at any point. It's been such a tough 24 hours for loads of reasons. We came into this weekend with not a lot of options with our lineup. We only planned to run 4 drivers, which meant that we were a little bit short through the night. And unfortunately, our Lugi wasn't able to come home and, bring the car home for stint 12. But he drove an amazing race and we're really, really proud of him. And really grateful for Shadow for coming in and, under some tough personal circumstances coming in and, bringing the car home. But this has been, well, in terms of the redemption, this has been, a whole year in the making. But in terms of the end goal of winning, the GT Endurance Championship, this has been 2 years. We've been waiting for this, wanting it, and working towards it. I think at the start of the season, it was really clear that there was one team that was really, really the favourites to win. It's a great individual group of drivers for, Sector 7, and we've had to push ourselves to completely new limits to even keep up with them, match them, and beat them. So it's all taken us to this completely new realm of driving on Gran Turismo that we've all never been to before. You know, they've been class all season. Their pace has just been scorching. And I think that makes it even more of an achievement to do it this year, given the teams and the drivers that we've had to go up against. I'd like to say that we're a fairly normal, average group of, drivers. We've all got, families and jobs and, just normal people living normal lives. We just do this for fun. This is all just a big hobby. So to be able to bring it home is just a dream come true, really, and just a massive weight off of our shoulders. I said to the boys on Friday night after qualifying, I said, "We're not. I'm not losing this. I'm not losing this championship again. It's not happening." But yeah, I'm so proud of them. We went into Le Mans, like 50, 60 points behind, and to be honest, we were all looking at it thinking, our chances of the championship are probably down the toilet. Let's just go and give every race 150% and go and have fun with the rest of the season. If we claw some points back, then that's great, but let's just go and enjoy every race. And, on the most remarkable circumstances, we've done the comeback. We reversed the points deficit. We've yo-yoed a little bit in the last couple of races with Sector 7, and yeah, just came down to this. But yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of the boys. Honestly, like the hard work that's gone into it behind the scenes, they've been phenomenal, and I couldn't be prouder and more happy to be a part of a team and a group of drivers. They're not. It's not just my teammates. It feels like an extended family as well. And I'm really excited to come back next year with the team and try and defend the title. Although it's probably not going to be easy at all. And we saw what happened with Overboost Racing Team this year, and how the landscape of IRO has changed and the level has massively increased. So yeah, it's not going to be easy to come back next year and fight to retain the title. But that's what we love. We love the challenge. We love that fight. Big thank you to everyone at IRO for helping put this all together. The sacrifice that running this league comes with, that burden can sometimes be very heavy, but the people who have taken that on and taken it on the chin, I'm so grateful for all of their work, all of their efforts, and yeah, we're really looking forward to 2026, what we've got in store for everyone. And yeah, thank you to everyone, and thank you to the stream team as well, who race after race have put on an incredible broadcast experience for our viewers. It's been a proud for me doing the graphics to see how it all comes together. And a big thanks to Jaeger for his for his sacrifice in putting the streams together, and the sleepless nights that he spent making sure it's all running smoothly, that everything is where it needs to be, that everyone's connected, volumes, graphics, everything. Keeping an eye on the chat, it's been immense. And yeah, from the management, we're so grateful to the stream team, because this wouldn't be the theatrical experience that it would be without them. So yeah, what IRO has become is like truly amazing. We're so grateful, and we're really looking forward to 2026 and just continuing to grow with this amazing community.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you tell a guy to recap up his season at his race, I mean, well done, Evo. That was a great recap right there. I mean, Jaeger, you want to add anything over to the 44 cluster reaction here as well?
Probably more towards Evo as the can you give us some hints maybe at the 2026 season already? What can
No.
we expect?
Don't do
Can
it.
we expect something? Ray, shush.
Don't do it.
Don't
Yeah.
do it.
Do it, Evo. Don't ruin it.
I mean, I guess the bigger question is, what are you willing to tell the ever so anxious IRO community currently right now as things sit?
I'll tell you what I'm willing to tell you. I may or may not have given Evo the green light to publish something to this race.
Ooh.
So, gird thine loins, brace thine self. Because Evo has hopefully cooked up something a little bit special for post race announcements. Can I just interject very briefly? Obviously, I'm not here in ERA, but I do own these boys in a way. Awful. The personal growth that I have seen from those wonderful humans is absolutely. I was speechless when I see. I mean, everyone saw Adriano's. You look at that compared to the season start, it's light years ahead where he began to where he is today. Is a very, very young boy, 17 years old, I believe. You know, just a kid, and his growth as a racer been phenomenal. But then, like Lemony said, you know, and what you said about done it together as a family, they've become this family, this unit, work so well together. They are the reason behind their own success, because they're all working the same goals. They all understand it takes, and they've all been willing to make the sacrifices. The huge shout out to all of them, because they in turn make Race Asylum so proud to have these people willing to be part of us, to showcase us in such a magnificent way to the massive community. Is we couldn't have asked for anything. All of our drivers have done that this season, from ones that have taken part in ERA, RA Black, RA Orange, got drivers in the last race team, and seeing the progression finalised, and Yanni and Fred has been wonderful to watch. And then we've also got the others dotted around. We've had Roses and we've Park taking part for 10 tenths in split 2. We've had all these people sort of dotted around. It's been a joy to watch as somebody who manages a team, to see everybody becoming better and better. And the ERA team, just this weird animal that live and breathe each other's really bad jokes. And they push each other beyond all limits, what is arguably sane. And their mindset is unparalleled. And then they work so tirelessly hard to help all of our other drivers. It's a wonderful thing to witness. The whole group of people make me so proud. And I just also want to touch on Grid Life Gang, not officially a Race Asylum team, but I obviously had a heavy investment in their success, which sadly wasn't what we hoped it to be. It was on shame today. See them retire. But yeah, they were stupendous this season, and I just feel like it needed to be mentioned. Like I said, it's a personal thing for me. Got a heavy investment team to a degree. They were odds on for a podium this season, so it's a shame to see him retire at the 11th hour. I also want to metaphorically shake the hand of AHR and Apex Hunter Racing, in the team that we've sort of RA Black felt sort of like kindred spirits with parts of this championship, with lack of competitive qualities that we've had with the strength of the split. And they brought the same spirit to the championship as we did, in terms of being it going, staying motivated as can be and turning up, finishing every race, fight the monumental mountain ahead of them. So shout out to them. Obviously, our thoughts are with them, their teammate Badger at this time too. So incredible work from them. Amazing. So yeah, I just wanted to finish off with that. Jaeger and Tim, IRO, thank you so much from the bottom of our heart. It's been amazing. Hopefully you are looking forward to next season as we are.
Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? I mean, it's the hottest series in GT7 right now, in my opinion. There is a better endurance championship out there, and I definitely know I can't wait to see what 2026 has in store. Not only myself as a broadcaster and a member of the team here at IRO, but also as a racer and part owner of 1010 Sim Racing. The team, the garage over there. We had a tough season this season, but we are going to come back better and stronger next season and give it another crack. Right? We're highly excited, and I do think that this is potentially one of the biggest championships developing right now currently on the GT7 platform, and it's the reason for that is because it's done right. It's done by good, wholesome people and a good, wholesome community, and when you have the racers, the viewers, and the team, the development team, and the volunteers behind the scenes all working in sync, we get what we have here today, and IRO in an absolutely fantastic 10 months championship season here that we've watched progressively together through the ups and the downs, through all the technical difficulties, all the the GT7 faux pas and malfunctions that go on. When I take a look back at the 2024 season and I compare it to this 2025 season, I've seen a lot of different things. We've seen a lot of growth. We've seen a huge jump in the competition. We've seen a lot of growth in our racers, but we've also seen a large growth in the Discord community and the interest in the championship. But we're also seeing a large response from the outside community, the viewership community, and the more casual racing community about what IRO is doing. So I mean, GT7 community is definitely taking notice of what's going on over here. So I do suspect that the 2026 season is, believe it or not, going to find another level up yet as far as the competition, and I think the racing bodies entering to look to register and qualify for next season. So I'm not sure exactly what it is that our great team at IRO has in store up their sleeves here for next season, but they will definitely release that to us in their own time, in their own way, and then we'll do what we do as racers, and we'll spread that out like wildfire through our socials and our platforms and our networks to get to get that out there. But it all starts with an idea, Ray, and you get together and you come down with a group and a development team, and you come up with an idea, and that idea turns into a rule book, and that rule book turns into Google documents, and here we are 2 years later now, and in my opinion, 2 very successful endurance seasons in. We've had 2 different championships throughout the 2 years, and this year's champion is going to be Esports Races on 44 GTR with a very a heartfelt, competitive, strong season. And not to take anything away from the Sector 7 esports racing team. Now, unfortunately, we didn't have a representative come in and speak on their behalf here today. And you know what? That's totally fine and understandable. A 1-point separation coming into the championship points race. They had a little bit of a tough day here today, and they let that guy just slip away from him a little bit. So, maybe they're just at a little bit of a loss for words here right now, and they're just kind of, debriefing that championship season. But they were the driving force this season. The number 5 Lexus, they didn't change their car. They stuck with that original pick right from the get-go through all the updates, through all the buffs, the nerfs, and everything that happened throughout the full calendar year this season. These guys stuck in that number 5 car. They stayed in that Lexus, and they drove the living door bolts off of that thing all season long. I highly doubt there is many people out there that realize that Lexus could go that fast around so many racetracks in this game behind the hands of one person. It's not just one person on that number 5 team, it was the whole team. They came in with one goal in mind, and that was to try and take a championship this season. And although they fell a little bit short, and it may be a little bit bittersweet or a little bit sour right now for them, perhaps letting that slip away throughout the season, they're going to come back stronger next year, and they cannot, put their heads down and look at the ground and roll their toes in the sand, because what they did this season was short of incredible themselves. And I think that, they were the driving force behind the other teams this season to really sit down, get to the table with the crew in the paddocks, and start having serious discussions about what they're going to do about that number 5 car. And at the end of the season, one team responded just well enough to take a championship away from Sector 7 Esports. So much like it was for Esports Race Asylum leading into 2025 here after that bittersweet miss of the championship in the 2024 season, I expect to see that Sector 7 Esports racing team come back stronger and even hungrier in the 2026 season. So although they're not here to speak on their own behalf, I think that they had an absolutely incredible season. And they had a season plagued with what we like to call mechanical failures or disconnects as well. And I think if you factor out even half of those disconnects this season, I think the number 5 team was a clear-cut champion this season when you take away that part of the racing aspect. So it's like I said, it's a little bittersweet for the Sector 7 racing team here this weekend, I think, but they really should not be upset or disappointed in the racing season. I think that they should have their heads held very, very high. They did their organization very proud, and they proved out there in the sim racing community that every one of those drivers that sat behind the wheel of that Lexus all season long deserves to be in the position they're in and deserves to be at the top of the game as well. So really excited to see what Sector 7 is going to bring back next season as well, on top of our already competing teams and all the new teams that are very interested and have been jumping into the Discord server throughout the championship season as well. So an absolutely great season overall from all the splits. We started with, I believe it was 27 teams this season, and we finished with 23 or 22 teams on track at the checkered flag at the end of the season. That is extremely good numbers when it comes down to a very long championship season like this, coming from experience from an organizer myself as well, and a broadcaster for several years, just seeing the ups and downs of organizations as they go through their bumps and grinds towards success. But a lot of this really doesn't happen. It doesn't become as successful as, what Ray and her team has done. And most importantly, Jaeger with the production side of things. We don't get the clean, crisp production value without Evo and the graphics team putting together a great package for Jaeger to absolutely just blow the doors off of the production every single championship season, and it was no exception this season. So I would like to say thank you personally to Jaeger. Thank you so much for your hard work and effort this season as a broadcaster and a fellow booth member. It makes it almost impossible to get it wrong in order to broadcast a stint for IRO. With the way that you operate and run things, you make it very easy on the stream team, and all we have to do is just show up and do our part. And that is a rare thing in the commentating world, especially in the content creation world. And I just would like to thank you personally for taking so much of the workload to make everything as easy as possible for the rest of the stream team. I know how much work you have put in behind the scenes. It is easily quadruple of what any other streaming member has done, and I just want you to know that myself, my community, and the whole streaming team really does appreciate what you have done behind the scenes. And I look forward to picking your brain a little bit in the off season here. So hopefully I can step in a bigger role and take on some of that work to ease some of the pressure off of some of the team members here at IRO. So thank you, Jaeger, for everything you've done. You've made this a pleasure to really be in the booth for IRO, and thank you to IRO, the organization itself, for creating such a great well ran and efficient championship, even through, like I said, all the issues that happen through these live races. They're on top of it at the snap of a finger. They have the solution. Been there, done that. Let's keep moving. Plan B. Okay, plan B just got tossed out the window. Let's get to plan C. I mean, they were on it this season. And when you put all those things together, it makes for a great championship season. So, I mean, thank you to you guys as well. The racers put on the show. The viewers make it a success. But at the end of the day, it's the thankless thousands of hours from the volunteers that really make it happen. So to all the volunteers, big or small here at IRO, we thank you for your efforts, because we can't do it without you. Anything that you would like to add, Jaeger?
I need to unmute myself. Not much to add, actually. But say the stage is set for 2026. I think we say can't stop, won't stop now. So we will be there. We will get in some new ideas. We hope to improve, get this thing to the next level, and then see you next year, I guess, with more exciting endurance racing.
Absolutely.
At the IRO, and watch out Discord for the announcement. So it should be coming soon. Hashtag soon, of course, but really looking forward to see what's in store for the next season. I saw bits here and there, nothing concrete, but it all looks very promising so far. And so even if it was a very long season, a tiring season, so the rest is needed definitely now. But then again, as soon as 2026 kicks off, I think we're ready again to take it to the next level. Pretty sure. So looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our IRO viewers, our race fans, and just our awesome people out there worldwide watching from wherever corner of the world it is you're in. We appreciate you. And to the AHR team, a special extra hug and kiss out there. We're thinking of you. All that support and love is definitely heading to the Badger family from the sim racing community as a whole. And most importantly, remember, ladies and gentlemen, you all matter, and stay winning until the 2026 season here from International Racing Organization.